down under maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. That's how I turned into something so flawless and precious. They gon' learn about my legend like Nikola Tesla. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book. When hope was lost, I know what it took. I overcame all the odds, you could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top, and nobody's taking my spot.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down, bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. Yeah, unbreakable, this is a bond. You witness the legend is born. I have created a storm. Yeah, I light it up when I perform. Shining bright in every place that I win. Leave a legacy, believe it's perfect timing. Look up at the sky, the stars are aligning. They tried and they failed, but no, you ain't ever gonna break this diamond. You ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. No, you ain't never gonna. No, you ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this. Tried and they failed and they tried and they failed. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but no, you ain't never gonna break this greatness.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down, bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. You cannot break me down. I refuse. You ain't never gonna break this diamond.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
My destiny, my destiny. Don't get me started. Everything was going well, but you had to go and leave me brokenhearted. Oh, since you departed, I've been working on myself. Now it's time to let it go, 'cause I've been guarded. Oh, 'cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. My eyes open wide, I know that you belong to me. Oh, oh, I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, didn't get a warning, no. All of a sudden you were here, feel the fire burning near, hear you calling. Oh, I think I'm falling. Oh, every second that goes by, I can see it with my eyes, then it's dark again. Oh, oh. 'Cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open wide, I know you belong to
mission, I got rolled up sleeves. I know where I'm at and who I wanna be. Doesn't even matter what you throw at me. I made myself a promise I intend to keep. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. Yeah, I've been on a mission. I'm on a mission. I've been on a mission, I got rolled up sleeves. I know where I'm at and who I wanna be. Doesn't even matter what you throw at me. I made myself a promise I intend to keep. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. Yeah, I've been on a mission. I'm on a mission.
No, the dead don't die. I can feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath. I can hear that sound. I won't take no less. Gonna burn this town. I've been so lost. Now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. When the sun goes down and they all come out, I'ma stand my ground. I'ma scream and shout. I'll be where I wanna be, and I'll make my way. Don't make no apologies, cause I'm here to stay. I've been so lost. Now I've been found. Held me up, never let it fall. Had me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, watch out, cause I'm in my zone.
we flex, kicking real fresh, cause we are the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we are the best, let's go. It's not a test, watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best, let's go. Gotta impress, who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Yes, let's go. Tall like a giant, 'cause you know that we're the biggest, You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go.
under maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. That's how I turned into something so flawless and precious. They gon' learn about my legend like Nikola Tesla. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book. When hope was lost, I know what it took. I overcame all the odds, you could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top. And nobody's taking my spot.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down. Bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. Yeah, unbreakable, this is a bond. You witness the legend is born. I have created a storm. Yeah, I light it up when I perform. Shining bright in every place that I win. Leave a legacy, believe it's perfect timing. Look up at the sky, the stars are aligning. They tried and they failed, but no, you ain't ever gonna break this diamond. You ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. No, you ain't never gonna. No, you ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this. Tried and they failed and they tried and they failed. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but no, you ain't never gonna break this greatness.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down. Bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. You cannot break me down. I refuse. You ain't never gonna break this diamond.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
My destiny. My destiny. Don't get me started. Everything was going well, but you had to go and leave me brokenhearted. Oh, since you departed, I've been working on myself. Now it's time to let it go, 'cause I've been guarded. Oh, 'cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. My eyes open wide, I know that you belong.
Well, hello everyone, a warm welcome back to ESL R1 and spring season of 2024. It's our second season now here back at ESL R1 and in the spring format as well, and I can't wait for this one, of course. It's been a long time since Jönköping when, of course, we witnessed Porsche Coanda successfully winning the title with Joshua Rogers, and now looking ahead, obviously we're going to crown yet another champion, but there is still a lot of racing to be had, a long road to that grand finale, of course, Riyadh coming up in the near future, but you're joining us here. My name, of course, being George Morgan, part of your two-host lineup. We do, of course, have alongside me the one, the only Lewis McGlade. And Lewis, it's a pleasure to be back here. We're back. It's ESL R1.
Yes, indeed. They didn't listen to parts of the survey where they were you trying to get rid of these two pesky commentators on. Of course, we still obviously want to hear your opinions, exclamation mark survey. You all know that stuff. We're going through that a few times throughout the broadcast. But so good to be back. They've heard so much of your feedback and the adjustments that we've made for this season in Rennsport as well. There's going to be a couple of changes for this season, but we're still going to get that 12-car knockout race that we're always we're loving. 6 drivers going through, battling all the way through to that final to take top honours. Who's it going to be? So many big stories in this one.
There are, and some new teams, some new faces. We'll get to those later on, but first and foremost, we do have a schedule to take you through as well. So let's show you what exactly is at stake. Of course, round 1 is now firmly underway. This is the current stint with the Teams Championship currently up for grabs May 17th, as in today is round 1. We then come back with Teams Championship round 2, which is May 24th, and then June 7th for round 3. The Drivers' Championship will kick off June 21st for that first round, and then June 28th for round 2, and then July 5th for round 3. So plenty of action certainly out on the table. We're going to witness certainly plenty tonight, with tonight's round being at Daytona. A very different schedule to what we've had in the past, of course, Lewis, but nonetheless, the drivers have to be clinical in moments like these. Yeah,
separating the teams and drivers' championship. I think it's going to create a very different dynamic from the first 3 races of the season to the second 3 races. Of course, the circuits we'll be racing at in that time, like I said, starting here at Daytona. We won't be racing at the Nürburgring this season, which I think some people will be fairly happy with, because some of the racing around there was fairly boring. But we do have a new addition to the season, binning off Nürburgring and adding in Orchard Road, which is a very interesting experience. We'll talk about that when we get to Orchard Road. I'm not going to go into it now. Should be a lot of fun racing around there. But here's what we're looking at tonight.
Yeah, here's our season format here for the spring season. As usual, we've got 4 knockout rounds, and then it will lead to the 2 semi-final rounds that we will witness. Remember, through qualifying and racing, top 6 move through out of the 12 races that compete. So knockout 1, we'll see 6 drivers go through to the semi-final 1. Knockout 2, another 6 drivers will move to semi-final 1. And then knockout 3, 6 drivers will move into semi-final 2. Knockout 4, another 6 drivers will move into semi-final 2 to join them as well. And then the top 6 from both semi-final 1 and semi-final 2 will move into the final 12-car grid to decide who will win round 1 here in this ESL R1 spring season. And then, of course, we'll be underway through the course of the championship. It's going to be, I'm sure, momentous. Can't wait to see this. And, of course, we've got plenty of prizes up for grabs as well. We'll take a look at the prize pool because it's very exciting, both on the Teams Championship front and the Drivers' front. When we get down to the Drivers' side, you've got 25k going to the winner, and then second place getting 18k as well. 13.5 then going to third, and so on, all the way down to P12 where you get 2,000. And then moving across to the team's prize pool, that is where the gargantuan amount of cash is being havened. We have got 140k up for grabs for P1, and then a big gap then to 85k for P2, which really makes that first place all the more important, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, 140 grand's a lot of money. I know that's what you're getting paid for this season. Obviously, you're looking at that being like, yeah, it's all right. I've already got that one locked in. That's fine. That's George Morgan money. But no, a lot of money up there for the top lot, and that is big for any of the teams, especially for those maybe like the smaller teams that are trying to kind of maybe move their way up, maybe looking at drivers coming in for the latter part of this year as well. A little bit of cash can certainly help with that and can springboard a team further up. I'm not just talking about a top prize there, I'm talking about any of those kind of prizes can really assist them in that matter.
Yeah, and obviously those that will be fighting for those prizes, we can take you through the participating teams and also run through who's new and who isn't, who's returning. Of course, we've got plenty to look for. Team Falcons marking their account here in the series, and they're being joined by Guild Esports as well. That's two new teams, and then make it 3 with Virtus Pro also joining the grid alike. Now, we do have Vitality, but they are a combined outfit with R8G, who raced last season. No changes there. necessarily at RHE, but they become Vitality. Vitality's first venture, first return back to sim racing in such a long time. Great to see them returning, but we do have some very familiar names as well. ART, as well as BS Competition, FaZe also back, G2, Mouse, Porsche, as well as Redline, as well as Williams as well alike. So plenty there to keep your eyes peeled across. Many drivers have leapt from team to team. We've got a few new additions as well. Certainly when you look at Team Falcons, a whole new roster of talents now joining the ESL R1 grid. Who really takes your eye here, Lewis?
Well, outside of Redline getting stronger, sticking in Sebastian Joe, obviously, that's a bit like, oh, okay, fair enough. I'm very curious to see how Guild get on in this. Obviously, taking a load of the team basically from the Mercedes squads. Obviously, James Baldwin, Bonnerhouse, that lot. Like James Baldwin had a bit of a disappointment towards the end of last year in the full season, and yet still we know he is the kind of driver that will absolutely come back. Like, I'm not. This is certainly not us saying, oh, maybe James Baldwin's going to struggle a little bit this season. I have no doubt in my mind he will be back up to top form and in a slightly different car as well.
Yeah, James Baldwin coming off the back of winning back-to-back races in the Alpine Esports Championship yesterday, so we're hoping that form will transfer through to tonight's action. But we can also take you around the track as well, folks. Tonight's action will be held at the Daytona circuit, of course. We've had many great races in the past, and when you think of Daytona, you think of Williams Esports from last season, with Dominic Blyer also marking a return to the Williams camp for his first full season campaign here. Lewis has a great chance to impress.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely fantastic around the circuit. But it's a very different style of racing that we'll get here than we will do across the rest of the season. It's more of a typical form of racing when you go to somewhere like Hockenheimring or even Spa. Here, it's all about slipstream. It's all about navigating traffic and kind of like holding your own, but understanding when and where to fight. That is what I think Dominic Blyer played his cards with so well when we came to Daytona at the end of last year. Was that he just played his cards in the battles really well, and that's the kind of thing. It doesn't matter what sim you're used to, whether it is a set of course competizione or iRacing or R-Factor 2. If you're good at kind of pack racing or navigating the pack, that's where the money is around here. Great circuit, great overtaking opportunities, International Horseshoe, West Horseshoe on the run down into the Le Mans chicane. I'm going to call it that, it's fine. Of course, turn 1 as well, but very easy to get wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you've got everything really at Daytona. It is truly, a haven for great motorsport action. You see all sorts here. We do, of course, have the oval, the banking oval around the outside. They do still encompass 2 spots of that. But then, of course, you have that first sector where you come into those tight bends where the overtaking moments can occur. You have got those opportunities there. And also, if you don't carry the momentum out of that bus stop chicane, or the Le Mans chicane, as you so rightly say, I mean, there are opportunities there. Should you get the overspeed and also generate that extra level of grip to then make the moves around turns 11 and turns 12.
Yeah, you will also see a little bit of bump drafting in the pack, especially once we get into the semi-finals. If you get a couple of cars into the semi-finals, that's where a lot of these teams are targeting for obvious reasons. Number one, you want as many cars in the semi-finals and finals as possible. But if you have 2 cars in the semi-finals, that is a huge advantage because you can work together. Qualifying is not super important around here, more so to keep you out of danger, because there's one major change for this season. We have rolling starts for the first time in Rennsport. Should be a lot of fun to see that one happen.
Yeah, it certainly will, and obviously a new venture, something we haven't seen already through the course of this campaign. But out of what we've seen in the past, of course, we've identified certain protagonists that might be obviously at the front end of the order. We mentioned Dominic Blyer, we've mentioned Williams as a team. They've also got Dara McCormack at the helm as well here, Lewis. Who in your mind will be able to really give their best around Daytona from what we've seen in the past?
Well, I mean, look, isn't it? You mean who's the man to beat today?
Who's the man to beat?
Josh
Lay it out for me.
Josh Rogers.
Josh Rogers, the champ.
The only question I have is how strong's the Porsche going to be? We saw it was quite strong around here last season, but obviously there's been slight change to BOP. I'm wisely informed they are all as equal as they can be, and even all the drivers from various cars are saying they're actually pretty good. But still, there is that question mark of how good is your car going to be around here. We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, look, Josh Rogers is still he's our defending champion, so he's best in the world at the moment, really.
Yeah, and some major shocks as well through the course of off-season. We look back at Team Redline, who have made some, some momentous changes in many ways. Not too many, but obviously it's the actual moves themselves that actually strike attention. Seb Job, who has been impressive and has certainly ran rampant, was very close to winning a title of his own towards the very end of the campaign last year. Josh Rogers, though, taking that we do have to let on that he has now joined Team Redline and now part of their outfit, replacing Enzo Benito, who now moves to FaZe, which is dramatic in itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Enzo Benito over the FaZe, I'm 99.9% sure that is a loan over into the FaZe camp, which Redline and FaZe have actually kind of been fairly close over last year. Obviously, with Krim behind the wheel, he gets on well with the Redline drivers. It was a bit of not a partnership, but they got along. Let's put it that way. So it's no actual major surprise. So it's Mikkel Schmidl, who is also associated with Redline. We've seen him in the Mon Virtual Series. And so it's just an added bit of that partnership. I mean, this is the whole thing, Redline picking up a whole host of drivers at the end of last year. They've all got to go somewhere, so it kind of makes sense they're loaning people out elsewhere, so it's still kind of like represented. Yeah,
absolutely. Another new team as well, which we have mentioned, James Baldwin, of course, Guild Esports, now part of ESL R1 and run by the great, or founded by the great David Beckham. I'm proud to say we do have Seb Hawkins, their team boss, with us now. And Seb, welcome back to racing action, I suppose, here, and with Guild Esports, no less.
Yeah, thank you, guys. How are you?
Good.
I'm not sure whether we're getting any audio feedback.
I am. It's fine. I'll take over. George has muted something. It's fine. I'll take over. Seb, I can hear you.
Lovely.
Obviously, let's talk about being a part of Guild. You were previously a part of Williams. What are the differences there?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, the nice thing with Guild that I'm enjoying the most is that we're across so many different titles, and I think this is the moment where we've been able to put sim racing with those titles and start working towards Esports World Cup. So it's a really exciting period for us. I think it's probably the most significant thing we've done as a team in sim racing. I feel very much back at home again, and it's nice to be back looking at things like liveries and roster entries and deadlines, and it feels familiar again. So yeah, super looking forward to it.
Nice. Don't know if George can hear you now.
I can, in fact. Hello, Seb. Good to see you. I actually muted the actual site itself, so yeah, wonderful job. But yeah, just want to say, well, obviously, welcome first and foremost. But you've got an interesting lineup because many of them we have seen over the past year or so, the past season. What are your thoughts now, stepping into the sim racing space? This is obviously an initial, quite a big venture for Guild Esports. What type of message does this send, given the fact that this is quite a high-level championship?
Yeah, I think, sim racing's ever growing, and I think we want to be a part of it how we can be. And I think, bringing in a roster like this is important. I think we're in a position where it's about building talent and developing that, which we're doing with other rosters and we're doing with other parts of our sim racing projects and programs. But ultimately, we know that we can rely and trust these guys to be, at the top of what they're doing. And I think, looking at the grid this year is just as competitive as last year, and it's something that we need to be right up there. So it makes it tricky from a driver scouting standpoint. It's also a tricky drivers market at the moment in time, and I think we've managed to find a nice hybrid of those two things to be able to come back and have a good go at this, and also just to really get back into the flow of things as a full team. It's a big educational piece across Guild, but also the industry that we're a part of and the kind of wider rosters that we have. So I think for us it's a really exciting chance to start showing what we could do on a global stage, and I think like I said, Esports World Cup is a big priority for us as a team, and getting there with as many rosters as possible is the target.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you've been a part of Guild now for a fair while. Obviously, it was middle of last year, if I remember correctly. I remember us having a little conversation in Munich and such about that. It's been fairly slow to kind of get more and more involved with sim racing. What's your kind of methodology and approach? We've not seen you take part in too many championships, despite knowing that Guild have been taking an eye to sim racing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I think we're in a position with sim racing where it's targeting the right championships, the ones that we can start to look at building an ecosystem around, how we can develop that talent. I think what we've seen with Rennsport is a very good championship. Yes, a little bit of a delay to kickstart this year, but ultimately, again, it's going up to be at the pinnacle of sim racing. And I think for us as a team, it's a no-brainer to be here, but now we build our infrastructure around that as well. I think it's difficult with rosters at the minute where we go and how we kind of develop our team, but ultimately we're doing a lot of background work to make sure that we're helping the community grow as well. So we're started to make sure we've got an initiative with Sky to bring in female racers, and that's a massive thing that we're working towards at the moment, but also looking at how we develop talent, work with talent, and ensure that from safeguarding to making sure that parents are involved, that full development and making sure it's a proper sport, it's a thing that you become an athlete in, basically. And ultimately, I think ESL stands as our kind of top of that pyramid, and we work towards it with building and developing those rosters. So it's an exciting period for us. Yeah, we've been kind of hiding behind the scenes a bit, so it's nice to start shouting, and being able to change my screensaver and stuff like that has been nice to Guild Racing. So yeah, good to be back.
Yeah, great to have you back indeed, Seb. We wish you all the very best through the course of the competition, and hopefully there'll be big successes down the road as well.
Yeah, hopefully so. See you guys.
Thank you very much. That's Seb Hawkins, everybody, of course, team boss of the Guild Esports team. Confidence there, and I think for good reason, Lewis, because they have got a good team. They've got some good drivers now at the head of the field, and they can look ahead now to potentially a good run in Knockout 1. Of course, this is our lineup. We've got Yuri Kazdorp, Jakub Brzezinski, Marcel Cinczyk, some formidable names, Sebastian Job returning, James Baldwin, their first driver entering out on track here, Lewis.
Yeah, obviously, you know, Dane Moran, who we've seen take victory, had a couple of struggles and stumbles at the start of the season. Ferris Stanley, Ulysse Zildrum, Kevin Ellis Jr., Don Blyer. Oh, he's very excited to see what he's going to do around here. Przemysław Marek Lemonek in 11th position, and of course, Dennis Sherepenen taking in the Virtus Pro car. Very curious to see how this group is going to get along. Very curious to see how James Bob was going to settle into a different car. Of course, it's Audi instead of Mercedes from where he's driven. Yuri Kazdorp is in a BMW rather than an Audi as to what they were in last season. So a couple of changes. Honestly, I am very, very excited for this one, George. And obviously, the first qualifying session of the season is about to get underway.
It certainly is. We're going to be heading out on track very shortly. There's Kevin Ellis Jr. marking a return back for Apex Racing Team. And I must say, they gave us some great moments, Apex Racing Team, Lewis. I mean, I suppose most notably back at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly. That excellent victory. As we found, it was an excellent victory from Jamie Flute. Kevin Ellis Jr. played a big part of that there. Ulysse Zildrum. Slightly less exciting background than on Ferris Stanley's, which was very nice with their pictures. There's Brzezinski moving over from Williams to G2 for this season. James Baldwin showing off a few trophies.
Just a few.
Classic, yeah. He's won a couple of things here and there.
Yeah, and of course he won, as I said before, 2 victories yesterday in the Alpine Esports Championship. There is Yuri Kazdorp, Dane Warren, who will be back again for Porsche Coanda. Now, they've got a new name that you'll be seeing later on as well in Charlie Collins, who actually went to the same school as me growing up as well. So that'll be quite something. Of course, he didn't realise who I was until later on. And he said, "No way is that George," when his friend, when I was with his friend at their house earlier on in the year. But yeah, phenomenal. There we are. Virtus Pro as well, of course, marking their return. We've got an empty seat there in waiting, but still, no less, we've got Daytona coming up. Huge opportunities for everyone on the grid. Let's see who's going to take first blood here in the ESL R1 Spring Season Championship. Qualification, very much essential. Obviously, it's always ideal to get a good start, Lewis. Getting into that top 6 straight away obviously helps.
Yeah, indeed. The waste of a driver that we saw there. I'm not saying that they were a waste of a driver, just the lower half. That was Marcel Cinczyk, of course, the champion of the spring season last year in that excellent round at Munich. First driver that we're going to see take to the circuit, though. Just had to be, didn't it? Sebastian Job. Let's see what he can gather. They're running around about seconds slower than they were last season. So if you saw like the 43 1s, 2s that we saw last season, we're running about a second slower than that. I think it's aiming for about a 44 0 is what I'm wisely informed is a very, very strong lap time. Let's see what Sebastian Job can do then into the first corner. Heavy onto the brakes. You want to trail brake into that first turn, pull it back over to the left-hand side to where the apex is, and then keep it absolutely pinned. A little bit of oversteer off the corner as he plants that right foot down. Now down into the international horseshoe, onto the brakes heavily, and again, curl that speed through. It is quite a fast hairpin. Both the international and West horseshoes are actually fairly fast when it comes to hairpin. And between the pair of them, George, is this infamous dogleg.
Yeah, absolutely. Very tricky track to master, and we do, well, we have mentioned turn 4 coming out in towards turn 5, where you'll meet yet another hairpin. Things do get quite tricky under braking. You do have to manage it, and it can get really tricky in race trim as well, because it can lead to concertinaing. We have seen that in the past as well. As they now burst through towards turn 6 and 7, Seb Job looking to get his campaign off to a positive start. Has been impressive in various different competitions. A winner in Porsche Carrera Cup as well, or Porsche Sim Racing, and now here for Team Redline, as opposed to G2 last season, where he was so successful, very nearly capturing a championship of his own. Has performed at the highest level in various different renditions of sim racing. Definitely very versatile when it comes to executing around different tracks. And now here at Daytona, he needs to bring his very best. Coming through the bus stop now as he hurtles through the latter stages of the chicane out of turn 11, turn 12 and 13 will tee up a run heading up towards the start-finish line. Let's see what he can muster. Of course, coming in towards turn 1 now, and very shortly he will register the first lap here in this session. The question is, will it be enough for pole position as we head into action later on. Still 6 minutes and 40 to go here in the first knockout qualification round. First sector looking decent with that 44.083. It's a 44.093 to get things underway. So Job registering the first time on the board.
Yeah, very strong lap time there from Sebastian Job, as you'd expect, as he comes across the line and finishes the lap time. 44.0 for him. Here comes the G2 car. Ooh, like a delivery on that one. It is, of course, Brzezinski across the line. What is he going to say? Are we going to see him? Oh, we're seeing the laps in their entirety, not just the end of them this season.
Yeah. Seeing the whole thing, and Jakub Brzezinski moving from Williams now as part of the G2 sim racing team, and we'll be looking to obviously get off to a decent start as we now watch and see Dominic Blyer, of course, who former teammate, setting that second fastest time. Yuri Kazdorp up next as well, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, Dom Blyer sets across the line. We're not seeing the laps entirety. It is still as we were last season, so just seeing the final sector. Dom Blyer across the line, 44.243 for him. Yuri Kazdorp, 44.193 in that first sector. Not ideal. Driving with no hands on the wheel as well. That's an impressive feat, as he will cross the line to set 44.409. I'm not sure those cameras are quite in sync. But Kazdorp across the line for the 409 in the new liveried BMW mouse car.
Yeah, absolutely. Kazdorp now 4/10 nearly of the realm. We'll say that just over 3/10 of a second slower than Sebastian Job up at the front. Dane Warren, and I must say things are already looking a little sorrowful for him right now, setting a 44.273 in the first sector, and we saw the look of dismay as he makes his way up towards the line. And yes, that is not a great time. In fact, slower than Yuri Kazdorp at this stage by nearly a whole tenth, over 800ths slower nearly of the realm, and in fact just 2,000ths away from being 800ths slower. But Jakub Brzezinski up next here, Lewis.
Yeah, first sector time actually really strong for Brzezinski. Not getting that second sector in, but obviously we're expecting to need a 0.5 in that second sector. We can't do it anyway, so whatever. See what he can do across the line. Really strong in that first sector, so see if he can get up at least onto the front row. Must have been a very poor middle and final sector from Brzezinski. To fourth position he goes with a 44.4. That is not good enough.
No, and puts him on the back foot somewhat as well. But we've got the spring season champion from last season, Marcel Chinchik, still to come. A very different livery this time around. Of course, now moving to Vitality colours with the black and yellow. Of course, last season we were familiar with the RHE look with the blue, the orange and the white, as well as everything else. That would, of course, deliver Chinchik his crown. He goes third fastest with a 144.304, approximately 600ths off the back of Dominic Blyer, and just over, in fact, 2 and a bit tenths slower than Sebastian Job.
Yeah, not exactly the fastest session we're seeing in here. Ferris Stanley with the first sector not looking ideal. BS competition, of course, BMW back. See if Ferris Stanley can do anything about this session. See the excellent photographs that he got in the background. A lot of those iRacing ones, whatnot. I think a couple of them from RF2 as well, where Ferris Stanley has effectively made his name in sim racing. Across the line, he'll go fourth place. It's probably better than he was expecting on a lap like that, to be honest.
Yeah, not a bad run for BS Plus competition as well. Then they'll be hoping to step things up from last campaign. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming up next, setting a 44.1 in the first sector. We'll look to try and lofty his hopes higher and higher. We saw them, of course, progressing through the course of last campaign, eventually taking victory with Jamie Fluke at Road Atlanta. Kevin Ellis Jr. instrumental as well in the progress of this team, and generally has, well, been labelled as one of the most improved, and certainly showing that now. Second fastest, and just over a tenth and a half off, well, just under a tenth and a half slower than Sebastian Job up at the front. That is a grand vote of confidence.
James Baldwin then, fresh livery for him, of course. Guild, who were talking to Seb Hawker just before this race. Very curious to see what James Baldwin can do. Did manage to sneak his way through into the season finale at Jönköping, just grabbing only a podium. Didn't do ideal there. Didn't have an ideal full season, it must be said. Does have 6 race victories though in ESL R1. Ulas Azildrim has been given a slowdown penalty for driving outside of the track bounds. Oh dear, probably dipping below the double yellow. I didn't know who was driving for. No, don't say it. Do not say it. It's not. It's fine. We'll move on. Everyone, people who know what I'm talking about will know what I'm talking about. People who don't, it's not worth it. We'll move on. We'll focus on James Baldwin.
Yeah. James Baldwin coming up now through this first sector, of course, and it has to be said, part of the Guild programme. They'll be hoping for a decent run here at Daytona. And in that Audi R8 LMS, as they now proceed to head around the final couple of bends on this circuit. Of course, got to try and negotiate their way around up towards the start-finish line with as much pace as they can harness here to give the world's fastest gamer, the former world's fastest gamer, an opportunity up at the sharp end. Of course, a different car to what they would have used to be driving, because of course last season drove the Mercedes, but it's only enough in this case for a 44.490, and I think James Baldwin's going to be a little disappointed with that.
Yeah, indeed, that's not ideal. One final lap time to come in then from Shamsav Marek Lemonek. Of course, new team for ESL R1 in the Falcons. Very curious to see how he's going to get along. Actually, really good. Drove for R8G on iRacing an awful lot before R8G kind of stepped back from that one. Then has driven from Drago Racing and such. Very curious to see how he gets on in this session. Up towards line, his first race in ESL R1. Oh, here we go. Onto the front row of the grid for Lemonek. But no one getting within a tenth of a second of Sebastian Job. Job just on top form again, George.
I tell you what, he's just built different, isn't he? Sebastian Job on top by a clear margin. Semislav Lemonek, though, what a debut for Team Falcons. A great way to kickstart your campaign and first venture into sim racing, certainly here with ESL R1. And they'll be looking ahead, I'm sure, to our upcoming race with, I'm sure, greater plum. I think if you're James Baldwin, you've got to be absolutely sickened right now.
But it is what it is. You know, he battled through last season, understanding the difficulties of it. Also, we're in the teams championship, not the drivers championship, so you know, that's kind of a different thing to muster. But to remember the one major thing from this, the most important bit from this race for all these drivers is get inside the top 6. Winning it. Yeah, sure, you get more points for it, but realistically speaking, in getting through to the final, whether you're first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth, it doesn't matter as long as you're in that top 6 and get to move through. We'll take a look though at the first starting grid of the evening. Ulash Azildarim from the rear of the field with Dennis Sherapenin starting alongside on that rear row of the field. James Baldwin at the back end of the top 10 with Dylan Warren from 9th position. Jakub Brzezinski rolling off of 8th position on the 4th row alongside tallman Yuri Kazdorp. Ferris Stanley starts from 6th position with the defending spring season champion starting from 5th. Don Blyers, superstar of the Daytona International Speedway at the end of last season, will start from 4th position with Kevin Ellis Jr. from 3rd, front row of the grid. Welcome to ESL R1 from Shamsav Marek Lemonek, but of course beaten out by the main man himself, Sebastian Job, looking for the crown. 44.093. I was told if I saw a 44.0, that was pole position. Yeah, I can understand that now.
Yeah, well, Job being the one to provide it. What a phenomenal effort on his part, going fastest of anybody, and there he is in the rig right now, ever so dedicated, works with the Red Bull outfit as well in terms of what they do in terms of their sim program. Of course, have a very tight bond with Team Redline as an organisation. Kevin Ellis Jr. be hoping for a good run. Not a bad venture into their first qualifying session for Kevin Ellis Jr. and Apex Racing Team. They seem to be following on from their exploits towards the end of last season, Lewis.
Yeah, of course, they moved. They were in the spring season. They were in the Audi. They moved over to the Mercedes, and they're now a Mercedes AMG Works team. They moved over that into in the fall season, and it seemed to really work for them. Really got to the right vibe with it, even though all the cars are effectively they're as equal as they can be. Yes, they're BOP'd and such, but for Kevin Ellis Jr., it seems to have really worked out nicely. For the Apex Racing, it's worked out really nicely. Very curious to see what we're going to see from Jamie Fluke a little bit later on, knowing the pace of him. Having a couple of conversations with Johan Art, who's had a couple of issues in the off-season, along with the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. There is James Baldwin, 10th place, George. Incredible. Can't believe it.
It's a shocker, and I must say he's going to be looking to try and strike back. It might be the case that race trim is his friend on this occasion as opposed to the qualifying trim. Yuri Kazdorp getting set for a run as well. There is Dane Warren looking as eagle-eyed as ever. And then, of course, we have the Vitus Pro team as well looking to get set in their first run in this championship. They'll be looking for a decent run with Danila Sherapenin, and we've got also Dominic Blyer, who is looking to kick things off in a positive stance here at Daytona. But Lewis, they're getting themselves prepped. They're out on track under pace car ruling right now.
Yes, indeed. Pace car is ahead of him. It will come down into pit lane. We'll have a rolling start. Sebastian Job will have the control. And what are we going to see down into that first corner? It's going to be slightly awkward to work their way through. It is a tightening left-hander right there at T1. But with Sebastian Job with the control, he's looking for his 19th victory in ESL R1. We come across the line and get underway here for the first race in ESL R1 in the spring season of 2024. And Sebastian Job with an excellent start down to the first corner. Still 2x2 in the background. Jakub Brzezinski trying to get to the outside of Dom Blyer. He does not want to get beaten by Williams, the team he departed at the end of last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Job getting a really decent start. Lamanek managing to fend off the approaches from Kevin Ellis Jr. as they make their way through the initial corners coming out of this next sector. They make their way through the Rodriguez International Horseshoe in towards turn 4 and turn 5, and then it's a run up through towards turn 6 as we're now seeing Marcel Chinchik all over the back of Dominic Blyer. Had a little look down the inside trying to find a favourable move, but of course Blyer just covering enough of the circuit in order to fend off that approach. Of course, new livery at Williams to more in keeping with their livery they currently run in Formula 1 as we now see them come through this next left-hander. It is Sebastian Job though who still leads and is maintaining a solid gap of around half a second.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very impressive start from Sebastian Job, as you'd expect. Just dipping one wheel below the yellow, the first of the yellow lines, just to kind of hold the tightest line around there. Maybe roll a little bit off the, just a little bit off the apron. But really good start there from Sebastian Job. But now we get into the slipstream games. Marcel Chinchik closing up to the back of Dom Blyer, but he's got about 0.7 of a second back to Brzezinski, who will commit wholeheartedly going through the Le Mans chicane. They're about to come around to complete the first lap of proceedings. Sebastian Job has a half a second lead. I mean, he might be breaking the group behind before he knows it, and I think Kevin Ellis Jr. will be feeling that, will want to potentially try and come past immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Lamanek under pressure. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. and he's bringing along Dominic Blyer in the fight as well. And it looks like it's going to be Team Falcons down at least one place right now as Kevin Ellis Jr. tries to force the issue. Dominic Blyer getting some of the car through but makes contact with the wall and has to go well out wide, which is going to sacrifice yet another position with Marcel Chinchik trying to make his way through. But Kevin Ellis Jr. getting the necessary move done. And look at Blyer now under pressure from Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, indeed. Chinchik going out a little bit wide to get a better exit coming off the International Horseshoe. They were able to close up quite a lot on Sebastian Job. Kevin Ellis Jr. now the one to dish out the pressure. Obviously, those two have raced a handful of times in the sim racing world, not just here in ESL R1, but also out in Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup, etc. They've raced a lot on iRacing, be it in special events or whatever. Very curious to see how Kevin Ellis Jr. can maybe potentially find a way past Sebastian Job. I'm told that the Mercedes understeers are quite a lot in this mid-sector. So it's about survival through there, pushing it back out onto the banking at NASCAR 1 and 2, where they head straight back out to. By the way, I might pick 6 drivers for this race. I did pick 6. Kevin Ellis Jr., James Baldwin, Yuri Kasdorp, Dane Warren, Sebastian Job, Marcel Chinchik. Not feeling so great about some of those.
Well, it just goes to show what can change after an off-season. I mean, bear in mind, it might be the case for some drivers that they need to get straight back into it in order to, try and find that momentum again. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, has really managed to dig deep into Sebastian Job's deficit, and now was very much within 1/10 of a second only a moment ago when they made their way in towards the bus stop chicane. But Job finding a better exit. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. just had to be a little cautious to make sure he didn't concertina into the back of the Team Redline car right at the front. There is Marcel Chinchik in the Audi R8 LMS. We've got the Mercedes of the Williams of Dominic Blyer on the back of the Audi belonging to Zemislav Lamanek as Blyer looks to try and take his positions back after being forced out wide previously. Now currently still housing Chinchik in behind as they head through this next left, and once again coming in towards the first sector. There you can see them all bunching up. Once again Kevin Ellis Jr. digging deep at Sebastian Job. This fight for the lead is far from over here.
Certainly is. By the way, the battle for third is exactly what I love about ESL R1. You've got Shamasev Marek Lemanek, an iRacing driver. You've got Dominic Blyer, an ACC driver. You've got Marcel Chinchik, an R-Factor 2 driver, all embroiled in a fantastic battle for the podium, showing again the quality of sim racing as an entirety. And when they all kind of come together, that they're all still kind of on the same pace. Absolutely love seeing it. Worlds colliding in ESL R1 as we always expect. The top 6 here, though, really important to note that yes, there are points, same as what we had in the full season, right? There are points differences for first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, as well as then 7th through 12th, which, this is the last time that we'll see them today if you're below that top 6. But even then, the top 6 have a second and a bit margin back to Dane Warren. I think it's really important that this top 6 group don't actually fight that hard. And you can see that by Kevin Ellis Jr. getting onto the brakes on the back of Sebastian Jobe. He doesn't want to fight Sebastian Jobe. He doesn't want to bring anyone back into this, because right now he knows he's going through the semi-final. Yes, he will go for the race victory. Don't get me wrong, but it's about timing on that one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Trying to pick your spots, and also during the course of the race as well, it might be the case that Kevin Ellis Jr. is quite happy to wait in behind to eventually pull the plug on Jobe deep into the race. Of course, remember, the top 6 all finding themselves through towards the semi-final rounds as well. This will be top 6 heading into semi-final 1, so it's imperative to try and jump into that. Brzezinski currently sat on the bubble right now with Dane Warren, who's going to try and look to close the gap. But just look at how fast it really is. It's very nearly out by, well, it's over a second at the very least, so Dane Warren needs to go to work to try and get closer to the back of Jakub Brzezinski, but it's proven to be tough right now. There's a huge fight starts to be ushered in now for this P3 spot. Lamanek still holding on to it, and I must say, a decent first outing for Team Falcons, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I will say for Dane Warren, this is one thing that I find as a fairly interesting fact. There were 74 races last season. Yeah, obviously add a few more on for Jongsping, because I haven't added those stats for that long. But there were 74 main races basically last season, with a couple more with the heats and stuff. It's fairly confusing on that side. But Dane Warren's top 6 percentage, not great. He's only had, I think it's like 28, or it might be up to 30 now. But that's 50-50 for Dane Warren, a driver who's won 9 times in ESL R1. That's a ridiculous stat. His top 6 percentage is not that great.
But his one-lap pace is incredible. It just goes to show that you need, when it comes to hooking everything up, it just goes to show how consistent you need to be. So that essentially is what rewards you, as you'd expect in race trim, which is why Sebastian Jobe has been OP for such a long time, I suppose. Lamanek, though, as we're now seeing in the back of his Team Falcons Audi, he's being pursued by Dominic Blyer right now in the Merc. And I must say, once again, it's looking like Blyer got a better exit and utilising that slip as well as they make their way around the back corners, coming through the final bends of turn 13, coming out of turn 12 as well, in towards the front stretch. Once again, Blyer hugging that rear wing, just trying to open up a potential chance as they make their way towards turn 1 yet again. Lap 4 of 9. Very soon that'll become lap 5 as it is now. And it's still Kevin Ellis Jr. showing in the rear of Sebastian Jobe's BMW. And I have to say, I like this from Kev right now. This is a very well cautious, but at the same time a percentage drive.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, he will go on the attack. It'll be potentially on the last lap, maybe penultimate lap. But Kevin Ellis Jr. will go on the attack at some point. Don't get us wrong. But right now, it's about him, like you say, playing the percentage game. At the moment, he's scoring a decent amount of points, right? At the moment, he's putting himself in a very solid position to move through into the semi-finals. And like I say, if you get 2 or 3 cars into 2 cars into like semi-final 1. Then you can start working together to go for the race victory. Then it's slightly different as to how you weigh up the risk. But right now, the most important bit is that he actually gets through to the semi-finals. Because again, if you don't finish in the top 6, your evening is done. You get to go out and watch the PGA Championship and see how Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods get on. But you'll not be taking part in the ESL R1 anymore.
No, absolutely right. I mean, just look at the points situation right now. Kevin Ellis Jr., should he stay like this, of course, he'll be earning 20 points if he makes the move. 4P1, that's an additional 5 points that he can lay claim to here in this quarter-final stage. So still an opportunity, and still just to grasp further on a potential hand at that championship. He'll want to try and manipulate his way to the top as best he can. But obviously right now, 3/10 near enough outside of Sebastian Jobe, just breaking into that 2/10 of a second barrier now, as they head through once again around on lap 5, as we now see them tightening up towards the mid-sector. Just look at it, it's nose to tail, the 3 of them right now. Dominic Blyer sandwiched right in between Zemislav Lamanek and Marcel Chinchik. Of course, the former spring season champion is going to be looking to try and harness further points, because he will want to try and go back-to-back in terms of spring season titles. And this, of course, being our second campaign in ESL R1 as a whole, as we now saw Kevin Ellis Jr. taking slightly different lines through the initial S's there, as we saw Lewis.
Yeah, but I don't think he wants to go on the attack right now. Again, I think he's playing it calmly. I mean, you saw it even from Marcel Chinchik there, sat on the rear end, was tapping the brakes just a couple of times to make sure that, you know, when he taps the rear end of Dominic Blyer, it's only light taps, he's bump drafting, fair enough. But there is this whole thing for Sebastian Jobe, if you're going to play this as a tactical race, maybe he doesn't really want to lead. That sounds counterintuitive, but because of the slipstream on the final lap, maybe you don't want to lead. So he might actually as I've seen before from a few drivers, make a mistake, in big air quotes, to drop back to second place to maybe see if he can go on the attack of Kevin Ellis Jr. later on. If not, I'm actually kind of sure he won't do that, but, you know, there is the potential. If you see him make a mistake, I guarantee it's not a real one.
Problem is with Sebastian. The problem Sebastian Job has doing that is that it does invite Przemysław Lamenek and Dominic Blyer in as well. He doesn't want to make it a four-car scrap here at this point whilst he's already got one car on his tail, but Lamenek nonetheless still managing to get closer and closer whilst they come through the bus stop chicane now. There you can see them, how tight it truly is now. Lamenek really coming into this, only 6/10 off the lead, 3/10 away from Kevin Ellis Jr. as they zip through the final two corners here at turns 12 and 13. We're coming into crunch time now. Lap 6 will become lap 7, and then we have 3 laps of magic awaiting here at Daytona as we now see them now make their way down the straight. Once again, Blyer right in the rear of the Audi R8 LMS, and Kevin Ellis Jr. doing exactly the same to Sebastian Job as they hurtle through towards turn 1. And now late in the day, enter Lamenek now, who now tries to follow the line of Kevin Ellis Jr., running very wide Sebastian Job, I think just trying to defend the place. But at this point, already the warning shots being fired by each individual driver in behind.
I'm really curious as to whether that was an attack from Kevin Ellis Jr. or whether it was him defending from Przemysław Marek Lamenek, right? That's what I'm kind of wondering as to whether he kind of covered it off going into T1. It just kind of looked like a dive because he didn't seem to be fully committed to a dive to Sebastian Job. But if you were going to go for that move, Kevin Ellis Jr. can be fairly committed in that. So I'm actually sure that was more of defence than of attack. Again, I still maintain, I do think Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go on the attack. Yeah, very, very intriguing to see. Lovely to see the top 5 though in this first race of ESL R1 in the spring season of 2024. Top 5 separated by a second across the line. This is going to be a tight one, George, and I reckon we're going to see. I'd say it's relatively speaking fairly calm at the moment. I reckon we're going to see some feisty fisticuffs over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, Przemysław Lamenek coming from single-seater action in the past, now moving into GT3 proper here in ESL R1 action, and Sebastian Job, 84 thousandths to the good, currently ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. once again as they head through the chicane section. Again, the Mercedes once again hovering in the rear of the BMW. The status quo that we have seen right through since the start of this race, with Lamenek as well further back. There's Marcel Chinchik. He's got to get moving at some point, and you certainly fathom those further down in behind who are running out of laps to effectively break into that top 3. There's definitely going to be some movements made here, and Blyer showing that right now as Chinchik also hovers in behind. So we're going to see Lamenek and Blyer go wheel to wheel, heading through towards turn 1 now as they cross the start-finish line to begin lap 8 of 9, and now through towards the first sector they go. There you see Blyer taking a wider line than what Lamenek and Chinchik are doing. Chinchik trying to fend off at this point Lamenek. Blyer now up into P3, and Lamenek now trying to fend off the Hungarian who's trying to topple him for P4.
Yeah, Chinchik might actually be a little bit frustrated with that because he did all the work with the bump drafting and stuff on the rear end of Blyer. Blyer pulled out from the rear end of Lamenek and made the move, and Chinchik sat at the rear end of that being like, great, where's my opportunity? That said, if we remember back to both spring season and the fall season, and hey, even chucking Gamers 8 as well into that, Marcel Chinchik has actually been rather patient in all of this. So he's always been thinking big picture driver. He's not thinking just about this race or just about the final or just about this round or whatever. He's thinking about the championship. So he's ticking them off bit by bit and just thinking that. And again, for Vitality, this is the team's championship. Remember, it's not the driver's championship. He's adding solid points to the team's championship. That is the most important thing right now as we look back down to Ulas Dildrim, 9th position, closing in on James Baldwin. What a disappointing start to the season for Baldwin for the 2nd consecutive season.
Yeah, not having an easy time of it, and obviously first venture in 4A as a Guild esports driver here in this case, and Sebastian Job still at the front of the order with Kevin Ellis Jr. still in behind. But now we're going to come round now onto the final lap very, very shortly. Dominic Blyer now also enters the fold. Remember, we mentioned how good he truly is around Daytona, and once again flexing that ability here once again as we now rejoice through the first sector here this time around on the final lap of things now as they do cross that start finish line. Sebastian Job still with the lead right now, but Kevin Ellis Jr. still very much up close and personal as they head out of turn 1 in towards turn 2, and very shortly turn 3 at the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. But still, Kevin Ellis Jr. plugged into the back of Job. Does he go for the move down the inside? Does he try something late in the day? Job now forced to try and run wide. In comes now Kevin Ellis Jr. to take the lead already now in knockout race 1, and indeed has done. He's got the nose of that Mercedes in front of this pack and now leads here on the final lap.
what did I say a little while ago? If you see a light mistake from Sebastian Jobe, it might not be one. I don't know, that kind of looked in that kind of vein. Opening up the steering wheel, letting the car go through, oopsie doopsie, let me drop back into second place. Let's see what he's going to do in the drag race towards the line. Of course, do remember Sebastian Jobe did enter the full main season by taking all 3 victories at Monza in an incredible start of the season. To be fair, an incredible main season where he won in every single round, at least one race, with the exception of round 3. At the moment, he would like to start out the season the exact same way that he started out in 2023's full season, and he is closing back into Kevin Ellis Jr. Do remember as well, he's representing Team Redline for the first time for him in ESL R1. We have seen him race for the squad elsewhere in sim racing and with a championship already. Of course, that was the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. This time, Kevin Ellis Jr. though, as we come for the drag race out towards the line. Yes, we're looking back at Yuri Kasdorp at the rear of the field, but we must head back up the field because Kevin Ellis Jr. is coming out onto the banking, taking the slipstream up and giving it out to Dominic Blyer, not allowing the slipstream to go the way of Sebastian Jobe. There's going to be a drag race for second across the line, which Dominic Blyer is going to win, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to come out on top to win the first race of the spring season, George. Dom Blyer, Sebastian Jobe. Wow, that mistake definitely did cost Sebastian Jobe, didn't it?
It certainly did. He forfeited that vital slipstream at the same time with Blyer playing that game, and certainly once again a successful visit for Dom Blyer here at Daytona. But it's this man, Kevin Ellis Jr. The Scots fly the flag here for Apex Racing Team with this man at the helm, and he's managed to take them down. Once again, Apex Racing Team with a race win here in ESL R1, and it's Big Kev who is taking it this time around. What a performance, and I'd imagine Sebastian Jobe must be just questioning himself. That was a vital mistake heading through the first sector to forfeit that P1 and the lead here, in this case, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. It's the first victory for Kevin Ellis Jr. in the main season since, of course, Red Atlanta at the end of last year. Might be a little bit of confusion there for Sebastian Jobe, but let's be honest, he got a podium, so he's still pretty happy. That one there is Dom Blyer. What an excellent drive to second place. Kevin Ellis Jr., let's talk about how he played that slipstream behind. He gave the slipstream to Dom Blyer, not Sebastian Jobe. Forced a side-by-side between the pair of them. That was NASCAR-esque. Daytona 500 style of racing from Kevin Ellis Jr. Of course, results will be provisional, so I'm sure race control will have to look at them time and time again. But excellent drive there from Kevin Ellis Jr. But let's talk about some of the disappointment. James Baldwin missing the semi-final for the 4th time in 8 races. Obviously did make it in the first round of last season, but then had missed it 3 times after that one that season, and for the first one of this. Big disappointment for Guild there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not the start that Seb Hawkins probably is looking for in this instance. Remember, James Baldwin moving from that Mercedes team that did have some success last season in certain avenues, but obviously Baldwin unable to recapture his best form here at Daytona. But, I mean, like going back to disappointments, Yuri Kasdorp having a difficult day as well. Once again, he had his own troubles last campaign as well, trying to effectively keep the demons at bay, but wasn't able to do so. And unfortunately, that's a last place finish for him.
Dane Warren as well out. That'll be a bit of a disappointment. He only missed the semi-finals once last season during the main season. That was in the final round of last season. So back-to-back semi-final misses for him. But he did actually go quite strong before then. So, we'll let him off a little bit, shall we, George? But still, I'm sure that'll be a disappointing way to start the season.
Yeah, it certainly will. But Apex Racing Team back on top, Lewis. We did note that they haven't changed anybody, really, apart from Antonez coming in as a full season driver this time. They lost Elvis Rankin towards the end of last campaign. I think it was actually towards the end of Gamers 8. I think that was when we heard that Elvis was going to be leaving the team. Just afterwards. Regardless, they lost him towards the tail end of last year, and now they've brought in Antonez, but they haven't missed a beat really from that occasion where they were so successful at Road Atlanta. The tail end of last season was certainly a good showing on their part, and now Big Kev gets them off to the perfect start.
I'm trying to think, actually, was it? No, I think it... No, honestly, I can't remember. It's fine. Elvis Rankin is not a part of Apex Racing Team. Moved over to Porsche Squad. It might have been around Gamers 8. Honestly, I can't remember. Last year was such a blur with the frantic action that we had. It's very hard to keep track on. Yeah, Jimmy Antunes jumping in behind the wheel. They've kept the same the core trio since when we went racing in the spring season. Of course, they switched out Pete Berryman, got Elvis Rankin in as well before switching that out. Very curious to see how things are going to change. I'm pretty sure it was to the end of last year, because I'm pretty sure that was where it was even around Jönköping that we saw Elvis Rankin. But again, I don't remember. Who knows? Honestly, it's a blur.
Yeah, no, it's certainly been a busy campaign through the course of last year. We had both spring and winter season now coming back into our spring season for the second time this year for 2024. But Kevin Ellis Jr. getting the job done in the initial has got his place secured heading through to semi-final one. But he's not alone. Just how disappointed, though, is Sebastian Job going to be after missing out on those key points? Because, of course, it all matters, as you so rightly say, in terms of the team's championship, Lewis.
I don't want to be this guy, right? If he was in a weaker team, not pointing any fingers, but potentially where he was last season. If he was in a weaker team, I think he would be, knowing that he'd have to take more heavy lifting, I think he'd be very concerned with where he with that kind of position. I know it's 2 positions down, and he's still moving through and blah 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 blah. But he might have been a little bit more concerned. The fact that in Team Redline they are still by a long way, arguably the strongest team on the grid. I still maintain they are the strongest team on the grid. Yes, I know RHG was so good last season, but Redline bolstering that with Sebastian Job, they are arguably the favourites for the team's championship. I think with that in mind, I think he might be a little bit miffed, but I think that'll pass very quickly.
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously he's someone who likes to get back on the horse straight away. It's not as if he's out of this, because obviously he's through to the semi-final. So, that's something. But we'll be looking to try and chase perhaps a better result when we head round to semi-final action. But Dominic Blyer again proving what an A-list performer he is once again around Daytona. I mean, what a way to finish. Second place as he crosses the line, just pipping Sebastian Job.
He's fantastic. He's an unbelievable talent, is Dom Blyer. I've seen it time and time again. And again, it's not just about his pace. It's about how he managed that race. That was the important bit. Knowing when to go on the attack. As soon as he got a bump draft from Marcel Chinchik and he thought, I want to make this move, he committed to it. He went up, he did it, he got past Lamanek, and kind of didn't really care about what happened behind him. It was, no favours or whatever. It's like, yeah, sure, I've got past, but I'm focused on my race. Again, same with, how he... When he was on the rear end of Sebastian Job at the end of the race, he thought about my race. What can I gain from this? I could gain second position behind Sebastian Job, or I could get past Sebastian Job and maybe see if I've got the slips to take Kevin Ellis Jr. Really smart racing from Dom Blyer. Love to see it. Shows a really solid start for Williams, who of course lost at the end of last season 2 of their best drivers in Nikodem Wisniewski and Jakub Brzezinski, who both went off to G2.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and we've seen obviously these driver transfers, these driver swaps come into play. Williams, of course, as we said, letting go of Kuba Brzezinski as well as Nikodem Wisniewski, both of which have now moved to G2 to obviously cover off the departures of the likes of Sebastian Job, for example. But obviously we'll have to look ahead into the future as to how those moves are going to pan out. In terms of others that we can look up and down the grid, obviously we did see a very positive showing from Team Falcons. Not a bad getaway, certainly with their Audi R8 LMS, kicking off with Zemislav Lamanek. I like the intensity. I must say, if that's the qualifying pace we can expect here, Lewis, they're going to be very competitive.
Yeah, at least from Lamanek. I mean, this is the whole thing when you're dragging in drivers like Lamanek, you're never 100% sure as to how they're going to fit in to Rennsport, because it is a different simulator to what they're used to. Obviously, Lamanek more so used to iRacing, being a world champion in the Dallara series as well. So he's a fantastic talent. He really, really is. I'm very happy that he's jumped straight in. He's on the pace. Racecraft is not so much a problem. That is a very transferable skill. Racecraft does go from sim to sim, but actual speed sometimes doesn't. There's lots of examples where it just doesn't quite move over from one race to another. But either way, for Lamanek, very, very good for the Falcons team to start off with. One of our 2 debutants in that race, along with Trio Pennon, who was a little bit further down the field, but fair enough, we'll allow it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they've got a huge point to prove. They're new, effectively, to the sim racing space. Vitality as well with Marcel Chinchik. Would you expect a little more from the spring season champion of last season?
Do you know, again, as I said in that race, no, not, and it's nothing to do with pace. It's more to do with how slow and how methodical Marcel Chinchik took the previous 2 seasons, to be honest. Like take, for example, the spring season that he ended up winning. Yes, that had a in-person finale and blah, 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 blah. That's just how that one goes. But going into that in-person finale, he wasn't really the main talking point. We were all talking of Team Redline this, with Rietveld and Bennett. Talking about Williams that with Dara McCormack. And then suddenly out of nowhere, Marcel Chinchik, who only took a victory in the final round of the main season, is now absolutely coming through to take victory. I think he just knows how to take his time with a champion, taking 1 race at a time. 5th place for him it is what it is. Great to see though, him starting out inside the top 6 for a new team, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. A rebrand, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love seeing Vitality in this. That is so cool.
With probably one of the best looking liveries on the grid as well. I mean, we haven't yet had a livery quite like a yellow and black. I've obviously seen in the live chat already. It's caught the attention of many viewers. I mean, we will of course be digesting some of these liveries as we make our way through the course of the campaign. We had some very interesting liveries last campaign, which I know we were judging in our tier list on one occasion, which obviously our good friend Veracity was at the helm of. But
she got torn apart for that. Let's be honest.
Yeah, she did.
So we miss you, Jasmine.
We do miss you, Jasmine.
Mostly for your just truly awful taste on liveries.
Yeah.
Sorry. You thought the Mercedes was good? What? No, honestly, no. I like seeing the Vitality. It's very much no one, and absolutely almost no one will know the livery that I'm talking about. But Dennis Lind, GT driver, of course, British GT champion of 2020. He used to run a team in sim racing called Cetres Nita Velix. Right, and Nita Velix had a very similar colour style and colour palette that I am all about. That sort of charcoal, almost like gunmetal grey with the yellow highlights works so well. Obviously, that is the colours of Vitality, fair enough, but it just works so well on a race car. Some teams come into sim racing from wider esports, and the liveries don't quite work so well. Don't want to be that guy, maybe Guild, but sometimes it just doesn't quite click. That livery clicks.
Yeah, certainly does. So great to see them back as well in the sim racing space. Of course, formerly have been involved in Formula 1 as well as many other spaces as well. Great to see them back, though, here this time at ESL R1. And obviously looking ahead to their campaign, they've got a fantastic roster. We do, of course, have more drivers stepping up now in the near future. We have mentioned about some of the groups that we do have. Obviously, some bogey groups, you could say. I mean, we looked at the 4th group that definitely looks very spicy. And you picked that one out to be, I suppose, the nasty one, shall we say, Lewis?
Well, it doesn't look fun, does that final group? Of course, we'll get to that in due course. But we were having a little bit of a look at it, and I said to George jokingly before, I was like, pick 6 drivers from there that will work your way through. You're looking down, you're like, yeah, I think Fluke will go through. Yeah, I think Oliveira will go through. Yeah, I think Benito will go through. Yeah, Wisniewski. Yeah, House. Yeah, Beneka. And then you're like, oh right, there's still Josh Rogers, Rietveld. Yeah, okay, yeah, cool. That looks like a brutal group. That is knockout 4, which is still to come. Of course, knockout 2 looks pretty strong in its own right.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we're looking forward to the next one as well, because we've got Knockout Race 2 coming up later on. Dara McCormack featuring a return there as well. We'll be looking to come back in and hopefully add yet another, obviously another Williams car into semi-final one. They would have taken stock from that blistering performance from Dominic Bly, hoping that McCormack will be able to bring them that same impetus as well, in hopes of making it 2 Williams cars proceeding into the next round. But obviously there'll be many others as well. Jamie Fluke will be stepping up as well at some point. We've got Jimmy Antonez, who's going to be stepping up for Apex Racing Team as they make their way into the next knockout phase. But yeah, it's going to be intriguing off the back of what we saw last time. Don't forget as well, folks, you get involved in the survey. We do, of course, have a link available in the live chat, !survey, if you want to get involved and unleash your thoughts on the ESL R1 broadcast and the competition itself. We do want to hear from you guys, as you are vital to what we offer here at ESL R1, and helps us along in terms of how we develop the championship going forward too. So get your thoughts invested, and obviously a few supporting thumbs up for me, maybe not Lewis, because there we go.
At least I'm a 2-time BCSME award winner, it's fine. Taking a look at some of the highlights from the race, though, of course. Excellent drives from Sebastian Jobe. Some great battling, mostly from this man, Lamanek, George. I mean, he was absolutely flying in that race, but here comes that move from Bly. It was so well judged.
Yeah, it was. It was a terrific performance from Zemislav Lamanek. Just losing out a couple of places. Dominic Blyer would eventually capitalise, as well as we can now see. Obviously, as it certainly did burn onwards. We saw Marcel Cinchik getting into the fight alike, and Kevin Ellis Jr. gave Sebastian Jobe no respite whatsoever, leading right through towards the final lap, where things got a little spicy towards the very end. There is Cinchik, who currently sits further back, of course, remember, finishing P5, but Blyer was sensational. I mean, eventually managing to get into the top 3. Kevin Ellis Jr. be under pressure then in that instance, but the pressure was felt by Sebastian Jobe, a very rare mistake that you would see in certainly his own race, and that allowed Kevin Ellis Jr. to take advantage, with Blyer showing in behind. It truly was a spectacular Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dominic Blyer performance.
So good from Kevin Ellis Jr. there. Like, honestly, that was wild.
Well timed.
Do you think? So again, we didn't. Well, I'd want to see it maybe a couple more times about the Sebastian Joe bit when he was passed by Kevin Ellis Jr. there down at turn 2. I do wonder if that was a bit of a mistake from Sebastian Joe, as we can see Prax here. Oh, okay, this now wins. The fact that BS Competition are bringing out a couple of new liveries on there. Of course, we had the blue of Ferris Stanley. Now we've got the big red machine, Ibrahim Khan, behind the reel, ready to ruin the reputation of the squad. It's fine.
I was waiting for Kane to come out, actually, stepping out of the rig, obviously for you wrestling fans out there. But yeah, no, incredible. I mean, generally, BS Competition, we know them to be blue as opposed to red, so it's quite spicy to see something a little different on their part. A welcome return as well for Guild Esports. I do like the purple and the white. Good to see them out and about racing. They'll be hoping for a better performance this time. They do, of course, have a new face on show in their lineup as well. Marco Pajic will be behind the wheel of them this time. Has had his own successes in the past. Most notably, I think it was Hockenheim last season.
His round win?
Yeah.
It was Nürburgring spring season.
Nürburgring, that's the one.
It was after a double back-to-back victory from Dara McCormack.
It was. He won at Hockenheim.
And we just saw him on screen there.
We did.
As well, as we can now see the Vitality car. That is Erhan Yajovski, or Ethan Jajovski, if you want to go that way. It's fine. He's the right.
Absolutely. Erhan Yajovski returning, as has Marcel Chinchik. Of course, witnessed them just earlier on. But of course, looking ahead, as we now take a look at the cars, venture around on track. Qualification does start in around a minute and a half. Will any drivers take any learnings from what they witnessed from the first race, do you think, Lewis? Maybe discussions with their fellow teammates as to how to better manage their races?
I think actually not. And the reason why is I'm pretty sure they've already got a game plan as to how to manage things in this race already in their head, right? And the thing is, if you start looking at the previous race and thinking, oh, this is how that works, they probably already know enough that they need to know, that kind of looking at that might cloud your judgment as to how to do things. Stick to the game plan that you already knew and work your way into this race. There is the BMW mouse. Obviously, we didn't see them too much in the race. Yuri Kazdorp dropping back to the rear of the field. Very curious to see how Lerner gets on in this one. Obviously, now a BMW-backed team, BMW M team mouse. You know my opinion on the livery. It's not as good as it doesn't look as good on the BMW as it does on the Audi. There's too much black on it. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, it's quite the jump from them, because they're moving from the Audi R8 LMS as well from last season into effectively unknown territory in terms of competitive racing now with BMW. So we'll have to wait and see how they adjust. Obviously, it did not quite work out for Yuri Kazdorp based on what we saw before. So not ideal. Obviously, we'll look ahead now to this next race and certainly usher in, hopefully, with an interesting lineup to certainly view. Qualification will be starting very, very shortly. Apex Racing Team back once again. Here is the lineup for Knockout 2. Marco Pajic for Guild Esports. Luke Bennett representing Team Redline once again returning. Moritz Lerner for Mouse in their new BMW. Mitchell de Jong in for Porsche. Thomas Tatler for Team Falcons. Dara McCormack now for Williams as well. Ibrahim Khan for BS Competition. We do, of course, have Erhan Yajovski stepping in for Team Vitality. Isaac Price at G2 with Jimmy Antonez now for Apex Racing Team. Josh Poulin will not be racing in this event, so we will not be seeing him compete here in this race tonight, but Zholobov steps in as well for his team at Virtus Pro for his debut appearance this campaign. So Daytona about to get off with a bang as we now pan across and take a look at the drivers as they get set to run here this time around. There's Ibrahim Khan stepping back into the rig, of course competed for BS Plus last season as well, Lewis.
What's he doing with his hands? Oh, good guy. Marco Pajic here, again, round winner last year in the spring season. So Isaac Price could be Jack Keithley, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Isaac Price. You can tell by the lack of Action Man curtains.
Just not quite an action man, perhaps. We'll wait and see. I mean, Isaac Price has got plenty of raw talent and ability, and of course a much-loved member of the G2 racing team. And great to see him back as well with them alongside the likes of Joni Tormela, who's actually just completed his run in the official Formula 1 Sim Racing Championship, but will be racing here now once again in ESL R1. Zholobov now heading out on track for his first appearance in ESL R1 action, representing Virtus Pro, and he'll be looking to get a good start, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to say this. I quite like this livery. I think it needs a little bit more logos, a little bit more going on, but I think it's a nice base. White, black, and orange. It's not black and red, so that already is starting to win some bits. We don't typically see orange too much in sim racing, to be honest. So I'm all over it. I think that looks great. As we'll see him on his lap. Remember the times are looking for in the first sector. A 0.0 is great, right? If the game says a 44.0, which their sector times are just coming around here, that is great. 0.2, that's okay. It's not great, but it's okay.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to try and harness that. We did see what Sebastian Job did manage earlier on. Most of the other times were around the 0.2s, as you so rightly say. Just whether we can see another one into that early 144, we'll have to wait and see. But Ibrahim Khan also heading out on track. Zholobov, who we're currently seeing on screen, now heading down this back straight now. We'll be looking to try and unleash his very best as he now has to dodge and weave the car on the inside. It gets ready to get going as they now head through the bus stop chicane now, and this will lead them through to the final two corners out on track. Turns 12 and turns 13, which will take them through to the front stretch. And with that Mercedes AMG GT3 grunt, he's going to look to try and proceed onwards and upwards for the Virtus Pro team in their debut maiden campaign in ESL R1. Let's see if it will be a P1 time for Zholobov. It will be in the initial, but let's see whether it'll take him to the end of the session as they now breeze through, head up towards the start-finish line. And for Zholobov, it's a 1:44.503.
Yeah, that's actually not great from Zholobov, but he is on debut, so fair play. 44.1 for Jimmy Antunes, who's working his way back out into NASCAR 3 and 4. That's a bit more like it, so not quite in the point zeros, but as close as you're going to get to those point zeros, and that should translate into a solid lap time. A 1 minute 44.2, 0.1 is really where you're aiming for. 0.0 is a bit out of reach, but a 0.2 or a 0.1 will be very, very solid again. Antunes basically on debut here, 44.3. It's okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good as we now watch Antunes now head on through. Not a bad lap at all, just ahead of Zholobov by a tenth or so, just over a tenth and a half between he and the Virtus Pro Mercedes just in behind him right now. We will, of course, be seeing someone else head out onto the track. It will be the return of Dara McCormack, who was so successful in the last campaign, back with Williams. And as I said before, obviously witnessing Dominic Blyer do so well in the previous knockout race, no questions he'll be adding his name to the front end of the order. He's going to look to be challenging Jimmy Antunes' time of 1:44.334. You'd expect McCormack to be somewhere around the 44.2s or somewhere near that fact, maybe even something a little less, as now we see the Irishman make his way around the final corner and down through towards the front stretch as he heads up now towards the line. Let's see what he can get out of this Mercedes, this Williams Mercedes that has granted him so much. Wins last campaign, the first driver to go back-to-back, and he does go fast at the times registered, a 1:44.121, and breaks clear of that 0.2 as well. Not even close to that 0.3. Antunes can't even touch him.
Yeah, I'm going to say I think that might be pole position for Dara McCormack, 0.121. That is very, very impressive for the Irishman. Marco Pajic then across the line, I believe, to start a lap time rather than finish it. I think Luke Bennett might be the next one to come across the line to finish his lap time. But excellent stuff then from Dara McCormack. There is Luke Bennett across the line, 44.195 from Luke Bennett. So he gets close to McCormack and that pole position. Ignore Ibrahim Khan and Josh Boulane. Really impressive time then from Bennett, but not enough to beat the Irishman.
Yep, 700ths is all that separates Bennett and McCormack. McCormack being the fastest of the two, so we'll have a great chance to harness that pole position. We still have Erhan Yuyovsky, though, in the very mean Vitality livery, the yellow and black, once again appearing again as he crosses the line, only enough in the initial to pop in behind Luke Bennett on track right now. That is third fastest with a 1:44.198. So we got a trio of 1:44.1s here, Lewis.
Yeah, not sure who's the next driver that can get close to that. Timus Tatlow will be the next one to come through. Then we'll get Marco Pajic, Isaac Price, and Moritz Lerner. I don't know if we'll see Ibrahim Khan out on circuit. We shouldn't see Josh Boulane. We've already discussed that one. But very curious to see who can get close. Tatlow's had a couple of really good examples last season. Might chuck himself into the mix. Oh, he gets close, but not ideal. The first sector was showing to be a much stronger lap time than what we saw out of Tatlow, but a sixth on the grid, or fourth rather, will have to do.
Yeah, Marco Pajic now looking to register his lap And Thomas Tatler with that 44.3, as you so rightly alluded to. We're now going to be seeing if Payet can breach that, maybe even break into the early 144.1s to try and have a tussle against Dara McCormack in the Audi R8 LMS. He's now going to make his way through this next left-hander, try and maximise the throttle as he crosses the line. Marco Payet, a very disappointing 144.527, slower than debutant Jolobov.
Indeed. I mean, that's not great from Payet, but still a couple more lap times to come in. Of course, we've got that is Ibrahim Khan on our screen right now. Still got Isaac Price and Moritz Lerner to come through. See if Ibrahim Khan is going to set a solid lap time. We will get a lap time out of the big red BS competition machine. Up towards the line, Ibrahim Khan is going to go as he crosses the stripe. Not sure the lap time's going to count, at least not on our time sheets. That might be a bit of a bug on there, but not sure where Ibrahim Khan has ended up on that lap time.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see at the very end of the session. We do still have Isaac Price out on track and driving the Porsche for G2 Esports, a different car for them at this time around. Of course, last season driving the BMW as well, alike as so many did. And this time, they'll be hoping that they can get the most out of it. Be interesting to see how the Porsche fares around this Daytona circuit. As now crossing the line, Isaac Price, only enough for, certainly according to the timing screen, 9th fastest, but we know that is 7th fastest with that 144.404. Better than Jolobov and better than Payet. Moritz Lerner still yet to register his time, however.
Yeah, obviously, I think Lerner is the last one to come through for Mouse. So is there going to be an improvement from him? Should be a tall order. Obviously, we're watching Isaac Price come to a stop here. Love to go back to see Moritz Lerner across the line, who I believe, there he goes, up to 6th place. Moritz Lerner goes, so he missed that one across the board. But Mouse up to, actually, we don't know where Ibrahim Khan is, but it would be 4th potentially.
Yeah, could well be. I mean, what a great start indeed for those at the front end. I mean, we look at Dara McCormack once again returning with the big lap right towards the tail end of the session. Oh, well, right at the beginning of the session, but right towards the end, no one was able to touch him. But we saw 3 cars venture into those 144.1s, which is great to see, and certainly up at the sharp end of things. I think we'll see once again very close action. Again, race management might come into this as well, Lewis. We might not see any overtakes until the very end, the bitter end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. I think, like I say, it's going to be a patient challenge for a few. But those that have qualified poorly, the likes down like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th position, those back there. Considering what would have happened in race 1, they might, if they've seen that, they might think I've got to make moves really, really early, because by the time we've got a couple of laps into the race, the top 5 or 6 had already pulled enough of a gap on the rest of the field. There was no chance for those starting from the rear to actually get themselves back involved. So if you've qualified poorly, you must get after this. Of course, overtaking is very possible around here as long as it is in one big pack.
Yeah, and ideally you want to do it in the first sector where I suppose the pack gets a little bit more constrained. It's where they start to bunch up. So see if you can take your chances through that first sector. Let's wait and see whether someone does do that. Of course, we will await to show you guys the lineup and the starting grid heading into the race. That is still to come. We'll keep you posted on that. But already some interesting takes. And obviously, I mean, again, maybe some surprise packages as well in some ways. I mean, Marco Payet, very disappointing, Lewis.
But, that's just how it goes. I mean, I think the important bit there is that they've already had the disappointment in the previous race with Baldwin getting knocked out, so there might be like more pressure mounting on the Guild Racing driver, and of course their teammates in the next few races. Matt Emery will probably be feeling the pressure. Same with Bunnerhaus. This is the kind of thing, is if your teammates kind of don't deliver in those first knockouts, you're feeling that pressure later on. If I was taking part in the series, genuinely I'd want to be in knockout 1 or 2, right? Because once you get into 3 and 4, that's when you're actually starting to feel more pressure, because if your team's already kind of either done really well and you need to join them, or they've done really badly and then you need to show the team at the front. Either way, like, there's kind of feels like there's more pressure on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's just going to build as time goes on as well. As you continue to find these results coming your way, it's never ideal because it does put you on that back foot. Let's see if Marco Payet can obviously try and get past and try and better his position. There is, though, our pole sitter, Dara McCormack, and that is someone who is so consistent in this series. And like I said earlier on, back-to-back, he was the first driver to do it. There's Erhan Yuyovsky, still donning the RAG shirt. Of course, remember, Vitality now is the name of the team. Of course, being welcomed back into the series. And Virtus Pro being represented by Oleg Jolobov as well, who's also in his maiden campaign. But not a bad venture at all. Thomas Tatler, though, with a great chance here, Lewis.
Seems thrilled. seems absolutely thrilled with the scenario. qualified quite well. Over the moon. There is someone who's always very happy. Obviously, Mr. Kevin Siggy, Mustachio, as I know you'll call him a few times in this. Love seeing Kevin Siggy in this. Love seeing him in this. Here we go then, second race. George, is this going to be a fun one down to T1? Let's see what drum we get.
Yeah, it's going to be somewhat of a battle now as they look to set themselves in tow, ready for the start of this second knockout race. Up at the front of the order, it's Dara McCormack, as they were as such, as we now witness them head up towards the line. Remember, Luke Bennett also qualifying just mere hundredths in behind. They're going to start at the very front. Erhan Yovski in behind too as they put pedal to the metal. And it is go, 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 go. Here at Daytona, it is Dara McCormack who still leads the way, making the most of that ideal front line, that tiger line heading through the first sector. But you can just see rubbing together Luke Bennett, also the Team Vitality car of Erhan Yovski as they now venture through the first sector. It is still Redline and Vitality, wheel to wheel, both of them with darker shade liveries, one with yellow, one painted in red, as they now head down this next stretch. But this is allowing Dara McCormack to peel onwards and through. Luke Bennett, though, still harnessing that second place.
Yeah, indeed. Dara McCormack trying to check out in the distance. Bit of contact there between second and third. Kevin Siggy, Erhan Yovski, the two that have been battling time and time again over the last basically 5 years, even in the GT Pro Series. Back on R Factor 2, Erhan Yovski, a two-time champion, that beating out Kevin Siggy on both occasions, this time being beaten out at the moment by the Sigster. As we see Thomas Tattler here, a couple of positions behind that, staring at the back of the Mouse driver, trying to find his way past. There is Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett, rather, second position. I was going to say, I didn't think we were looking at Kevin Siggy on the webcam.
Yeah, we were just earlier on, but it's Luke Bennett at the helm of the Team Redline car. Remember, got him very close to Dara McCormack's time. It was only mere hundredths between them, so it's all down to Luke Bennett in race trim to see whether he can close up to the Williams. But obviously, due to that infighting that he had earlier on with Erhan Yovski at the very start, they ran wheel to wheel through near enough the entirety of that first sector, and it has forfeited at least quite a bit of time between he and the driver currently sat in P1, as we now watch the Mouse car that's currently occupying its place right now. And they'll be looking to try and further their exploits as well. Moritz Lerner at the wheel of that one as we now see them head through around yet another lap completed here in this stage now. And Ibrahim Khan currently defending against the Apex Racing Team car in behind him as well, as Jimmy Antonez looks to try and unlock the true potential of that Mercedes-AMG GT3 to once again deliver a positive result for Apex, because he would have been fueled after seeing Kevin Ellis Jr. do so well only a race prior.
Yeah, indeed, as they'll all be working their way. So the only thing I'm seeing in this, Ibrahim Khan, if he gets up to the back of the Mouse car, might be hard to tell those apart. A lot of white, black, and red in there, but that's fine. I'll allow it. It is what it is. Obviously, first place here, running away at the moment is Dara McCormack, but he is starting to feel that pressure build up. The gap, it grew quite a lot on that first lap. It's closing back in. We're on the second lap of 9 here at Daytona in heat or in knockout race 2. So if you have missed knockout race 1, you can go back and watch it. It's fine. We'll update you on that as do come. But we are in the second knockout race. This is the second lap of it, and Dara McCormack is at the top of the field. Luke Bennett behind, and of course Erhan Yovski behind that. Again, the top 6 working their way through in this race.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Still McCormack at the front of the order. Further back, there is Jimmy Antonez trying to close down on Ibrahim Khan, as well as we run on board here with Thomas Tattler, representing, once again, this time, though in a different team. He was with Heroic last season, now driving for Team Falcons, and will very much be, I think, spearheading the force of this team as well. They can definitely build around him. He's got the experience in this championship. Erhan Yovski watching the front 2 like a hawk right now. Remember, he ran wheel to wheel with Luke Bennett in that first sector. Bennett now hovering all over the back of the Irishman, Dara McCormack. And just look at that slipstream, providing Erhan Yovski with that opportunity there to get close to the front 2. Luke Bennett backing off from Dara McCormack there. Now that definitely seems to me like it's tactical, maybe learning off what happened with Sebastian Job in that previous race.
Maybe. Big flashes coming from the front end of Erhan Yovski. Unlike in the previous race there, when we had the top 6 checking away, this time we certainly do not have the top 6 checking away. The top 6 obviously going back to Ibrahim Khan in 6th place. Jimmy Antunes directly behind, just outside of that top 6, the final transfer spot. Yeah, it's fairly close between the entire train, basically down to about 9th spot, maybe even 10th. As far as I know, obviously we don't have the towers, so I have to count. But I say never trust the commentator's maths, and that does include in counting.
I'm with you there, Lewis, as we're now watching them head through this next sector. Great chance here for Mouse as well to capitalise with Moritz Lerner very much part of this initial fight too. Someone who is so prudent and has competed in the realms of DTM, as we now see them head down the next straight. Once again, you can see the overspeed in favour of the Audi there, right on the tail of the BMW belonging to Luke Bennett, as they now head through this next left-hander through the bus stop, and now heading out of turns 11 and, well, in towards turns 12, coming through in towards the final sector again. It's still McCormack out in front and leading the way, and has got a considerable gap in behind him as well. Has managed to advance it slightly, but it won't be long before Luke Bennett manages to bring it all the way back in again as they head down into the home stretch. In the front stretch right now in towards turn 1. Still, it's the Williams. Will Luke Bennett opt to pull the plug? I don't think he will. I think once again the patience is going to be certainly seen from that of Team Redline, as they will perhaps await to do what Dominic Blyer pretty much did earlier on as well to well, what Dominic Blyer did to Sebastian Job in that first race, as did Kevin Ellis Jr. as they now head through towards turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3, coming through the horseshoe hairpin right now, wheel to wheel again. Jimmy Antonez this time trying to force the issue as they now power on out, and blasting past the Porsche moves up a place.
Yeah, really nice move there. Antonez trying to, like I say, just work his way back through there. We've got the tap. Obviously, it's not correct, so the top three, ignore those for now. That's why, again, we've not been giving you the timing at the moment, just because of a couple of technical issues. Can confirm, Dara McCormack is at the front. It is Luke Bennett, then Erhan Yovsky, then Moritz Lerner. I believe that it's Thomas Tatler, and then Ibrahim Khan. Then we get into Jimmy Antunes, Isaac Freisholop of De Jong and Page. Those laps complete though at the top left, that is correct. So we do have 3 laps complete. We are on the 4th lap of proceedings at the moment. So forgive the timing bug. Again, in the first round of the new championship, we do sometimes have those issues on the broadcast. The important bit though is Dara McCormack is at the front of the field. Now we 5 laps to go once we hit the line.
Yeah, certainly will. Luke Bennett's still hovering all over the back of him as well. 0.3 of a second. It still remains. The gap as it was and as it has been as well since the very start, with Erhan Yovsky as well right in behind Moritz Lerner, occupying that P6 place. Thomas Tatler still very much in this fight to a degree, but has since tailed off, in fact, and off the back of this front end, as we now see them all bunch up together. The top 4 manacled at this point now, with Erhan Yovsky getting very close and personal with the Team Redline car belonging to Luke Bennett, who once again drifts to the inside. Now, we saw a little bit of this in our previous race, where, of course, it was Sebastian Job who ran wide, and I think it was Dominic Blyer who took that Tiger line following suit with Kevin Ellis Jr. heading through turn 1. So there we see it once again, but now we're seeing a battle further down. In comes now this time Marco Pajic, trying to take down what looks to be Isaac Price, who has now been reduced to P11. So Pajic now up to 10th.
Top 4 have checked out a decent margin. Of course, there's 11 cars in this race. Josh Pillane for FaZe Clan not in this one at the moment. But it is, like we've said, Dara McCormack at the front of this. Then Bennett, Yovsky and Lerner in that top 4 group. Tatler leads Ibrahim Khan in 5th and 6th. So Khan is actually in 6th position at the moment in those top 6 spots. But that group behind is still rather close indeed. Riding on board with Dara McCormack, you can see in the mirror there in both the bottom, the LCD screen in the car, as long as along with the mirror at the top, how close Luke Bennett will be closing in. The 2 of those, they've fought an awful lot and have had a lot of wins in ESL R1, looking to add to another one to start out the season. Yeah,
certainly are. I mean, McCormack's in a good place to certainly do that, as is Luke Bennett, if he can pull off the same moves as we saw in our last race. Jajowski might have something to say about it as well. Marcel Chinchik not quite getting the opportunity to take victory last time out, but I'm sure that Jajowski will be looking to try and right that wrong. He currently sits in P3 and now trying to close down on the cars in front. Is now broken out of the slip and now looking to challenge straight away, as now we see more wheel-to-wheel action further down, but it's Erhan Jajowski taking the, well, should we say, on-track P2 away from Luke Bennett, as now once again we see battling with, Luke Bennett further down. This is the fight between Ibrahim Khan as well as ensuing right now. He's trying to challenge the Team Falcons driver Thomas Tatler as they run wheel-to-wheel through the first sector again. They remain together, heading through in towards turn 3 now at the horseshoe. Inside line for the BMW as they make contact, and Khan is round. Ibrahim Khan, and very fortunate not to collect anyone else whatsoever, but that's less than ideal, and that means he falls outside the qualifying zone to get into semi-final 1.
Yeah, I think this could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. I reckon that might be a penalty for Timus Tatler. I don't know about you, how you feel in that one, George. I feel like he was holding it a little bit tight as there's more contact here between Antunes and Mitchell de Jong, opening the door for Marco Pajic to potentially sneak his way through on the exit of the West Horseshoe. Still side by side between the two Porsches behind. G2 dropping back Isaac Price behind Mitchell de Jong as we head back up the field to see Moritz Lerner sitting behind Jofsky at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is. And I tell you, this battle for P6, essentially qualification, is really ripe and in force right now. Zholobov currently holds on to it with Marco Pajic trying to break into it. So that's going to be fascinating as to who can achieve that. We're currently running on board with Moritz Lerner, who's on the tail of Erhan Yuyovsky. You can just see them all within a second of each other right now, and well and truly within touching distance of Slipstream, as we now see, and right on board with Erhan Yuyovsky as well. Once again, Luke Bennett hovering all over the back of Dara McCormack. We did see earlier on as well Erhan Yuyovsky try and challenge. Now this is the replay of the spin. Wow, yeah, stewards might look dimly on that. I mean, it could go either way, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does seem as though Ibrahim Khan has kind of overcaught him maybe a little bit. I don't know. It didn't really have an overlap in there, but then Timus Tatler does turn in completely across them. They might see that as a racing incident. You can have that one definitely go one way or the other. Do see in chat, by the way, questions as to why is Josh Poulain not in this race. We actually don't know. I believe it's a technical problem for Poulain, who was looking for his first race in ESL R1. But either way, definitely not in this run, and so not in contention to move over. I will update you with that as soon as I get the information as to why Poulain is not in this one.
Yeah, we will update you as time goes on, folks. Still, though, this race continues. We're on lap 7 of 9. As we're now seeing Marco Pajic now once again haunting the back of Oleg Zholobov. And that would be a huge result for Virtus Pro. Could yet garner them a qualification spot into semi-final 1 here, Lewis.
Indeed, indeed. This is, I mean, like I say, it could be interesting. Race Control will have to step in maybe a little bit for that, but we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, things are pretty settled for the top 4 at least, as long as they don't make contact. That being McCormack, Bennett, Yuyovsky and Lerner. Tatler is behind. Then, of course, Oleg Zholobov. See if there might be a couple of post-race things before we jump into knockout 3. Hopefully we do jump straight into knockout 3, see what's happening in that. Race Control, obviously, we're working behind the scenes to set things for semi-final 1, and then semi-final 2, and then the final, and we're all done with it. I'm not seeing a clear favourite, though. Not only just in this race, but even like from the 2 races that we've seen so far, for the day, really. No,
not at all. I mean, everyone has, well, certainly shown their pace, and just look again, Luke Bennett just being a little cautious, doesn't want to overtake too quickly. We are on the penultimate lap of the race now, and this is the time where you'd expect Erhan Yuyovsky to perhaps think about enhancing his position, because if he jumps into P2, that gives him a shot at our race leader, Dara McCormack, as well as Moritz Lerner, who also might take his chance, because remember, there's points on offer for first place at 25, 5 more than second, which will garner you 20, and then 16 points for third. So in this stint right now, it's Yuyovsky who's going to be taking 16 points in this initial knockout, as we're now seeing once again Jimmy Antunes coming together, this time with Marco Pajic, and Pajic still retaining that P9, but at what cost? Because if he gets turned over by Antunes, that could lead to trouble.
I think it really is, though. It's 7th position. Again, it could be 6th, depending on what happens with Tatler. It could be 7th position, though, which means that they really do need to get past Oleg Zholobov, who currently runs in that in what will be 6th position in this race. Again, remove Ibrahim Khan and Josh Poulain from the tower. I was informed that Ibrahim Khan's joined the wrong number, so my sympathy for that incident's completely gone. I don't care anymore. Have it.
He deserved it, is what you're saying.
Pure incompetence.
Jimmy Antunes now still trying to chase down Marco Pajic as we now rejoin this battle with Erhan Yuyovsky further up at the front end of things. Yuyovsky P5 and just over 6.5 tenths away from Luke Bennett, who sits in 4th now. Once again, we see the mouse car of Moritz Lerner hovering all over the back of the Team Vitality Audi R8 LMS. And we've got news that Jimmy Antunes has received a 5-second time penalty due to exceeding the instant points limit. So there we are, major call towards the end of this race. But now we're going to be heading onto the final lap of action very shortly. And a great chance here now for Luke Bennett to perhaps pull the plug on Dara McCormack's race lead. And he knows he'll have to do it sometime now in order to take the maximised points in this race. Of course, 25 up for grabs. He'll want to try and lay claim to them. Dara McCormack coming through towards turn 3 of the Horseshoe. Now very shortly The BMW still can't quite find a manoeuvre. Dara McCormack playing a far tidier game through that bend than what Job did in the previous race, and it leaves the Team Redline car in behind as Antonez goes on the attack of Zholobov.
Yeah, Zholobov in that cut-off position, 6th place at the moment. Antonez, though, of course, with a 5-second time. I don't think Zholobov will be aware of that at the moment, though. But if the team do pass on that information, maybe he won't fight Antonez so hard and all that. A little bit of contact there, working down to the west. Horseshoe door open as well for Mitchell de Jong to work back into it. Very curious to see Dara McCormack might back up the group a little bit behind to give himself a better run, especially coming out of the Le Mans chicane. That's where things are very close. Did see there, just on the high side, Lerner and Yuyovsky were very close in position, but I don't think they're going to be switching. Dara McCormack and Bennett, though, that's where we need to be looking right now. Who's going to be coming out on top in the second race, George?
Well, we'll soon find out now as they start to burst their way through towards the final segment of this one now. Moritz Lerner still hovering all over the back of Johan Yuyovsky, but the group at the front has actually managed to sprint clear of Yuyovsky at this point. He's 1.2 off the back of Dara McCormack. Bennett, though, up close and personal, is going to have a lovely chance of getting a lovely exit coming through the final 2 corners. Coming out of turns 12 and 13, he took that wider line in order to maximise his straight line speed, getting to within the slip. It's going to be a drag race up to the line now. Dara McCormack, though, having that tiger line very much benefits him, but is it going to go Bennett's way as they now come up towards the line? Still wheel to wheel between them. The red line BMW can't quite do it. It's Dara McCormack, the victor here in this instance. He takes victory here at Daytona in Knockout 2, and that makes it Williams in the top 2 back to back. An immense performance there from Dara McCormack, with Luke Bennett going so close to laying claim to Redline's victory, just could not quite pull it off. But this man, once again, the luck of the Irish here at Daytona this time around, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that was honestly, I wouldn't say luck of the Irish. I think that was just some quality driving, well played. And remember, this is a team's championship. There's Kevin Siggy, not Luke Bennett, but that's fine. Do remember, it's a team's championship, right? This is the big deal that we're talking about now. The fact that Williams have started off with a 2nd place in the first race, a 1st place in the 2nd race, which means they'll get a 0th place in the 3rd race. Is that how it works? Minus 1th place in the 4th? They keep getting better somehow.
Well, they certainly do. Yuyovsky, we just saw on screen as well, a great performance on his part. Dara McCormack, though, with a sensational outing. What a performance from the young Irishman, who has been brilliant for Williams. Such a great service he's offered the team, and back with them for his 2nd season in the ESL R1. And Dominic Blyer, I'm sure, will be absolutely thrilled to see his teammate join him in the next semi-final phase, which will be coming up later on. Of course, we still have 2 more knockouts to come, but Williams again showing what they're truly capable of. Dara McCormack, a stellar drive, did not show any sign of weakness, did not make the mistake that Seb Job did heading through the first sector this time.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really solid drive from Dara McCormack. We saw flash. Well, I say we saw flashes. We saw a lot of this last year, but then it was kind of sprinkled with the odd flashes of just mistakes, especially in the full season with qualifying. So for McCormack to start off the season with such a strong performance, not only in qualifying but also in the race, that will be a big deep breath for him. And again, a real positive vibe as we see some of those highlights from the race.
Yeah, here are the highlights from that previous race at Daytona. And again, like we said, Dara McCormack in rude health right now. Luke Bennett definitely showing, though, that pace, that measured head that we saw from the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. earlier on. Just wasn't quite able to take that P1 away. But I have to say, credit as well goes to the Virtus Pro driver Oleg Zholobov, who was fighting right to the bitter end to try and lay claim to a qualification spot into the first semi-final. As we now see as well, that big moment where the BS Bus competition driver Ibrahim Khan would be spun after contact heading through that first sector. But again, you harboured no sympathy in this stint, Lewis.
Only because of the wrong number. Again, race control will probably have a couple of things to look at in that one before we move on to knockout 3. Great stuff from Oleg Zholobov as well. I do believe he did cross the line in 6th place. Here's that run towards the line, though. Luke Bennett tried anything, but I'm just really impressed with Dara McCormack. The way he kind of blocked him again. I think he must have been watching some Daytona 500 racing before he got into this one, because that was absolute class from Dara McCormack to have just timed that blocking perfectly, to have kept Bennett behind. Really smart play.
Yeah, just did not leave the door open one iota, did not give that opportunity to Luke Bennett, which is, of course, vital to his now laying claim to 25 points. So, yeah, more points going to Williams. And for the team event, this is huge for them, when we consider the fact that obviously we need to, get all the points together, accrue them all together, and they'll be looking for the same results now heading through towards semi-final one. You never know, they might go back to back. I mean, with drivers of that quality, McCormack and Blyer, it's not out of the question, Lewis.
No, absolutely not. I mean, again, what I was saying before in the previous race is that getting 2 cars into the semi-finals arguably the most important bit here. Once you're kind of there, it doesn't matter if you finish, 4th and 6th or whatever. Obviously, yes, you're going to lose a whole heap of points in doing so, but as long as you've got 2 cars into the semi-final, now you can start working for it. The fact that they've got 2 cars into the semi-finals that have both been competing towards the front, very, very, very solid position for Williams. I'd say they can work together and maybe work their way through into 1-2. Who knows? I wouldn't be shocked.
And you never know. I mean, we could see something from Dennis Schrodinger later on, as well as Daniel Pashtor later on in the evening. Of course, we still have 2 more knockouts to bring you folks, and obviously we will later on confirm those race results as well shortly. For that previous race as well. But still, nonetheless, a great performance from all those at the front. We will be getting off for race 3, hopefully very soon for the knockout phase. But a fantastic effort from all those concerned further back. I mean, Team Vitality, I think they'll be quite pleased with, certainly what they've managed to achieve so far. Marcel Chinchik doing bits, managing to get through as well to the semi-final one. Erhan Yuyovsky doing the same. Just did what needed to be done, really, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the important bit. Like, for some of these drivers, they aren't focused on taking victory in every single race. They are literally focused on just doing their job. That's the important bit. Their job, if you want to really, dumb it down, make it as simple as possible, your job as a driver in these races, yeah, you might say it's to win or whatever, but the most important bit is to get in the top 6. That is your job as a driver. In the top 6 in the knockouts, in the top 6 in the semis, work your way into the final. That is the most important bit. That's where the big points are. That's where, for the team you're doing the most work. That's where you can win this first round of the season. It is the most important bit. So for those drivers that are maybe towards the back end of the top 6, I don't think they're worried. I think they're pretty happy with what they're doing because they're just ticking off their bare minimum requirements.
Yeah, and obviously looking ahead, I mean, Virtus Pro, I think, will take some solace in knowing that they've got drivers that have the raw ability as well to battle against some of these great talents. So you still have some other names coming up. Daniel Tillich as well is someone to watch. And then, of course, further down as well, Mikhail Baikov, who I'm sure will be looking to try and fight up at the front end. Great to see some of the new blood creeping through here in this stage. So we did see it from Team Falcons earlier on in our opening event. It could not quite get that same level of success with Thomas Tatler, but he is obviously someone who will lead that team.
Yeah, indeed. Look, we know Tatler's quality. Do you remember, what was it? It was, I think it was the spring season. He missed out by only a point or 2 from going into Munich. And I remember interviewing him, and it was awkward as. But it's fine. It's fine. Obviously, moving through into the third race of the evening should be a fun one. I mean, I've made my predictions of the drivers, by the way, for the third race. I'm going to read them out because I feel not confident. I put Johan Hart down, Charlie Collins, Kevin Siggy, Yuri Toman, Dennis Schoeniger. Oh, I can't count. I only put 5 down. Cool.
Well, you got to
Michael Schmiedel. Why not?
Why not? Throw Michael Schmiedel in there. I mean, you got to give credit as well to Charlie Collins, Welshman as well. So I'll be backing him all the way.
Yeah, but he's not really a Welshman, though, is he? Where was he born?
On Welsh turf. He was on Welsh turf once.
He was. I spoke to him in Sweden because obviously he was there at Jönköping
Yes.
with the team, not driving, but just with the team. And he was like, "Yeah, no, I was born in London." And I was like, "Oh, right."
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
fair enough
he's an
then.
adopted Welshman in this stage. Here's the knockout 3 lineup though, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Charlie Collins, of course. Kevin Siggy, we will see Mustachio out on this one. Yuri Toman, driver who is competing in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland. Dennis Schoeniger up there on return for Williams. Excellent to see him. Obviously, we have seen returns this season. Obviously, Ulas Zildirim, who we didn't see back in the full season at all, returned to the championship for in an earlier race this evening. Great to see Dennis Schoeniger back. Robbie Stapleford, the Stapler, 5th place. Johan Hart, one of my picks to work his way through. Matty Siepler, then Christopher Danbeats, Michael Schmiedel, then Matt Emery, Daniel Tillich, but Nathan Tague's in there. That I honestly, I have seen him taking part in Porsche Esports Great Britain. I'm very intrigued to see how he's going to get along, Mr. Bossman.
I'm intrigued as well. I mean, what a what an introduction to this. I mean, when I was looking through, obviously, the lists of names that we would be expecting, did not quite anticipate Nathan Tague being on the list of drivers to be taking part in this. I mean, G2 Esports have got a fantastic team. They've got a fantastic squad. They've recruited 2 drivers, formerly of Williams, now Kuba Brzezinski, as well as Nikodem Wisniewski. But yeah, like you so rightly said, he has been taking part in various sim racing competitions in recent times. So who knows? Maybe this is something that will go in his favour. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I can guarantee you he's probably put in oodles amount of practicing.
Oodles? Well, how many laps is that? How many laps is
I'm not sure how much oodles is. I mean, it depends. You have to ask your local restaurant how much oodles is.
It's one of those things. Like, is it a measurement of time? You know, obviously, an oodle of laps.
Oodle?
Is that 100? It'll be a random number. Let's call it 128.
So ask the chat. How much is an oodle, chat?
Yeah. How many laps in one oodle? Please let us know. And whilst you're in chat, by the way, I think it might be pinned in there as well. If not, you might be able to do !servo and let us know what you've been thinking of ESL R1. Obviously, we did it quite a lot last season. We listened to a lot of your feedback. We've adjusted parts of the season to kind of work in favour of that, and we're still always wanting to know. So !servo and kind of jump in that way. I think it's pinned on the YouTube chat as well. You can also put in a request to bin off certain commentators like George Morgan. There is my son waiting in the wings, ready to take over. Because you're abandoning us for a couple of rounds this season. I'm not sorry about it. It's fine.
I wish I could say it was my fault, Lewis, but it's not. But yeah, looking ahead, I mean, obviously we've got a fascinating championship lying in wait. Obviously, it's a very busy schedule that we have here in ESL R1. But nevertheless, we have got our next race coming up very, very soon. And looking at some of the names, obviously we ran through the lineup of a few of them, and I have to say we've got some very familiar ones. Kevin Siggy, Mustachio is back as well here in this case, Lewis, and someone who has obviously been at the sharp end on many an occasion in the past. We saw what he can be like when he's put to the test. We saw back at Gamers 8 the furore behind him at Team Redline as well, but back again this time around, and they'll be hoping for a good run with Siggy this time. I remember back at Road Atlanta when he had that big coming together, coming through the final sector. Things got very spicy then.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember him. Was it Dara McCormack who got a penalty? And Kevin Siggy, who was the one who he got penalised from hitting, went up to race control in Yongsping, was like, "That's not a penalty." There was a bit of beef in there.
A little bit of beef.
Bit of oodle flavoured beef.
Bit of oodle flavoured beef. Yeah. How much for an oodle flavoured beef? But yeah, incredible.
Unit of management for those who cannot count. Thanks, Veracity.
Fantastic. But yeah, looking forward to this. As we said, we've also alluded to the fact that Robbie Stapleford is back as well. And so obviously someone who has just moved teams. You know, again, someone who drove for G2 Sim Racing. Didn't really see much of him, but he did show sparks of brilliance, Lewis.
Yeah, look, we know, especially in the early season, and I remember having spoken to a few drivers and stuff about Robbie, is that he adapts very, very quickly. So if we were to all do something brand new, right, that no one had done before in sim racing, Robbie Stapleford is one of those drivers who will start out basically right at the front. Okay, the problem is he'll reach to like 99.5% of the maximum ability of the car before anyone else will get really that close. The problem is then you get those drivers that will take 100% out, and he kind of just stays at 95. It's a real struggle for him to get that extra 0.5% to get up to 100% of what the car is capable of, which is, you know, it's an excellent skill to be that adaptable, that swift with it, but I'm sure it's frustrating for him to really struggle to get that final tenth or two out of the car. That said, being in BS competition, as he has done for a little while, it's a different environment for him, might help him just get that extra little bit out of.
Yeah, absolutely right. When I think of Robbie Stapleford performances, I think back to efforts back at Spa as well, where he was fighting to get into that top six and certainly giving his best. But certainly under new colours, a new team, might be a change of perspective for him. But we are now back and racing, this time for qualifying action in Knockout Race 3. And Matt Emery is going to be the first driver to unleash the time on the board. Once again, Guild Esports returning again with Matt Emery's maiden appearance here in ESL R1.
Yeah, a few drivers making their maiden appearance in this. Obviously, Charlie Collins is not one of those. He did make an appearance slightly last year, but I think Schmidl hasn't done, Chilik hasn't done, and Nathan Take, as much as he had a few appearances as team manager, as a driver maybe not. Did see in chat from Luke that he's just got back from holiday today as well, so that's an interesting one. Also, we are told by Jasmine, by Veracity, that Kevin Soggy said that he'll let her dye his hair purple. Now, I've seen a picture of Kevin Soggy with his hair bright pink. When we used to be good mates back in the day, used to do some bits and honestly, bright pink. Imagine that on Kevin Soggy right now, bright pink hair.
I think it would suit him. I honestly think Jasmine would do a good job with Siggy's hair. The problem is, if you do the hair, you have to do the moustache as well. So that's my...
I'm glad you went with moustache, I'm not going to lie.
We'll wait and see. You never know. It might work for him. He will be certainly laying down his qualifying lap as well very soon. But first of all, it's Matt Emery in the Audi R8 LMS coming through the bus stop chicane as they now head through out of this segment, now coming through the final 2 corners on this track. They will be heading out of turn 13 shortly. Front stretch will be next up, and then we'll soon see how Guild Esports fare with a new face at the wheel in this championship. Of course, we've seen 3 drivers now join Guild Esports, of course, part of formerly the Mercedes outfit. Baldwin and Marco Page not having it their own way. Matt Emery unleashes the time, 1:44.468, not the best. We, of course, have seen times that are 1:44.2s, sometimes even 1:44.1s, which are considered, you would say, the pole times. Let's see if Michael Schmidl can replicate that.
Yeah, indeed. Schmidl across the line, or coming right up towards the line now. Yeah, really disappointing there for Matt Emery, of course, on debut. Has driven for Veloce quite a lot, including in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. And, of course, in the Force Dynamics Dallara, whatever it's called, I don't know. Top level on iRacing. Either way, Schmidl across the line, 44.598. Not great. Before you jump in, by the way, with this lap time from Kevin Siggy, Henry Moore's got a quote that you might need to read in chat if you've got that open. George?
Lewis can't count, but it's a 2-time VCO Simi Award winner, so it's all right. Oh, dear.
Thank you. Thanks. Cheers to George.
Just to remind him.
Thank you.
Just to remind him. Kevin Siggy still now out on track as well for Team Redline. Be looking to post his first lap of this season. Someone who you'd expect to be at the very top end of things as well. Goes fastest, but only with a 1:44.399. Whilst it's P1 for now, Lewis, I don't think it'll be safe.
No, absolutely not. 44.399. Again, we're expecting that 44.1, 44.2 bare minimum is what we're expecting. This lap time, first sector coming in from Dennis Schoeniger's not that bad. 44.148. In previous sessions, it's maybe not ideal, but it could be enough to put him towards the top few spots here. Should be enough to get past Kevin Siggy as he comes across the line. Dennis Schoeniger will cross the line. It's not enough to get past Kevin Siggy. Oh, not getting the lap time in this session here, George.
We never know. We might not even see a 1:44.2 or even a 1:44.1. We'll have to wait and see. Nathan Tague next on the board. Let's see what he can usher in the Porsche representing G2 Esports, making up certainly a managerial and driver appearance. And we'll be looking to try and see whether he can march his zebra-shaded Porsche to the front end of the order. He's got to try and blast past the likes of Michael Schmidl, Matt Emery, Dennis Schrödinger and Kevin Siggy, but it's a 1:45 flat, which is, 7/10, near 7/10, 6/10 away from Kevin Siggy's top time right now. The 1:44.3, still enough.
Yeah, indeed. Very impressive there from, I say very impressive there from Kevin Siggy. I mean, I think even he's a bit surprised that he remains on the pole position. Still plenty of drivers left to go, including this one here. Christopher Danby's behind the wheel of the mouse car, of course. Patrick Holtzman still not with us. I think he had an injury at Bathurst Esports race. That lap time is enough, though, to put Danby towards the top.
Yeah, Dan Bitts, someone who did enter the championship last season, but this is a great showing on his part. Whilst the 1:44.362 isn't necessarily the quickest time that we saw in our previous 2 sessions, it's enough to give Dan Bitts a shot at taking P1, but this man will look to rip it away from him. Charlie Collins representing first appearance in this series proper for Porsche Coanda. Let's see if Collins can march himself to the front. He can't. So 1:44.462 goes slower than Kevin Siggy, enough for third fastest, but Johan Harth is up next, and this could be a major point here now for ART.
Didn't look particularly quick coming out of the Le Mans chicane there. did Johan Hart. Either way, he'll make his way out. Keep your eye on the time. First sector's decent. It could be enough to chuck him into it. Maybe it was just a trick of the eye that he wasn't particularly fast coming out of the Le Mans chicane, because it's still looking like a pretty handy time coming across the line. Johan Hart will move his way. Oh, where did he go?
Only enough for 6th fastest.
Oh, yeah, sick, thank you. Honestly, my brain did not... I was like looking up and down that timesheet, couldn't see him.
1:44.5, not enough to even scrape the surface of Matt Emery's P5 time. And Robbie Stapleford is going to be next up, and we'll be hoping that perhaps he can bring his best for BS competition. A great opportunity now for the drivers that are further down the order, maybe even a Yuri Toman, who has been a proven contender here in ESL R1 in the past. Stapleford now only enough for 7th fastest, still our best time being a 1:44.3, and here comes Toman now for Team Vitality.
Yeah, indeed. I did quite like the orange there on the BS competition, guys. Well, I'm liking this. I'm very curious what their next one's going to be. Hopefully bright pink. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yuri Toman is, you're absolutely right, coming through the final callback. Surely this is a driver that can definitely beat that 44.3. We've seen so many great lap times come out from Yuri Toman. Did take him a while to take, well, he's not had that many victories, but his podium count and top 6 record is actually really, really solid. Toman will cross the line, will be good enough for 3rd position. Much slower session this, as we'll see Sipila next.
Yeah, absolutely right. And still now, it is Dan Bitts currently up at the top. Sipila now making his way to the start-finish line. Still got to try and muster in a decent performance potentially for Team Falcons, who have certainly not necessarily disappointed at all in their first appearance, and a great chance for Sipila to effectively add his name to the list as well. Goes across the line, does go fastest with a 1:44.347, and just look at that, mere hundredths, mere thousandths in fact between he and Dan Bitts. Mouse now down to 2nd as here comes Tillich.
Yeah, what can Daniel Tillich do? He's coming through the final corner now. 44.347 to beat. First sector's not ideal, but could chuck him somewhere inside that top 6. Slightly slower session than what we've been seeing before as we work our way through and out onto the start-finish straight. Tillich will come across the line. Can he move his way into the mix? The answer to that question is no, but still 8th place. It's not terrible for the Virtus team. Big disappointments down there. Mostly, Johan Hart down outside the top 6. Big shock.
Team Falcons, though, stepping up yet again, this time getting a pole position in their back pocket. A great display from them. Obviously, we saw a great performance from Semislav Lamanek earlier on, but this time around, it's Matti Sipila who goes fastest here in the knockout 3, and definitely has a great handle on what could be an early visit into the semi-final 2 action. So Team Falcons certainly proving that they're not here to mess about, they're here to play. They've already seen Thomas Tatler competing. They've got Jakub Matuszewski coming up later on as well. Let's see if he can join Matti Sipila in the next round of things in the semi-final. But first and foremost, they've got to get through to the start-finish line in race trim. There, of course, Michael Schmiedel looking to get himself teed up for a run here at this race. It's going to be furiously competitive, whilst obviously the times weren't necessarily like the 1:44 ones that we saw earlier on, Lewis. They were all clubbed together. It's going to be very tight to get into the top 6.
He's trying to replicate Sebastian Job here, is Robbie Stapleford, chewing on some gum in there, trying to get himself involved there and in the moment, I guess. There was Tillich. Here we'll take a look at the starting grid then. So Nathan Tague, big boss man from the rear of the field, alongside Schmiedel on that rear of the grid. Stapleford will start from 10th position with Johan Hart just inside the top 10 with the 9th place finish. Tillich across the line for 8th. Matt Emery in 7th position. Dennis Schönegorer has returned to the ESL R1 Championship in 6th position with Charlie Collins in 5th. Yuri Toman in 4th. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that mustachio there. Kevin Soggy in 3rd position. Christopher Dambitz in 2nd place, but an excellent lap time there from Matti Sipila, right when it counted, 44.347 to take the pole position. Great lap time, realistically speaking. But I think the concerns will be it's a lot slower than what we've seen from the 2 previous pole times. And trust me, this session will not be slow when it comes to track conditions or tyres or whatever. I think there might be a couple of concerns on the grid.
Yeah, I think they will be, but if you want to win, hire a Finn, in this case, Lewis McGlade. And Matti Sipila definitely wants to try and live up to that. Yuri Toman, obviously someone who's going to be looking to try and improve. You would have expected this man, I think, to go fastest, certainly based on what we saw last season, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm very intrigued from some of the positionings of various drivers on this grid. You know, some a little bit lower down than expected, including the likes of Yuri Tomin. I know fourth position doesn't sound like it's much lower than expected, but again, I did say his top 6 percentage for Yuri Tomin is actually really, really good. In fact, I actually want to go find out how many top 6s he's got. So you talk. Hold on, actually, I've got it here already. I'm that quick. 46 top 6s, not including Yongshiping. That is very impressive.
That is very impressive. Great to see Robbie Stapleford back as well. Johan Harth looking to try and make it a trio of Apex Racing Team cars potentially to make it through. Johan Harth, obviously, someone who is obviously a proven sim racer in the past. There's Matty Sipia as well for Team Falcons. We'll be hoping that he will once again be able to hit the heights, this time in race trim as opposed to the qualifying trim, but that pace was certainly in his favour, the 144.3. And like we said, whilst it's not that 144.1, it is still, I am sure, a vote of confidence. Michael Schmiedel obviously stepping in as well, be also looking for a big run here in this initial. But as we now make our way out towards the line, we've got them all in order here now, Lewis, as we look to get racing action back underway.
Yeah, see what Siebler can do down into that first corner. I'm pretty sure that second row, though, is going to get aggressive. Kevin Siggy and Yuri Toman on it. Siggy on the inside, Toman on the outside, looking to try and funnel their way past the Falcons car at the front of the field. Already, Siggy was going on the attack to try and get past Siebler. Dambitz is able to just hang on to second position at the moment, but a big slide going through that first corner and way too deep. I'm sure the heart was pumping there from the flying Finn. And look at this coming straight through. Not just Kevin Siggy, but Charlie Collins as well from the third row of the grid. Excellent start from the Porsche Commander man.
Yeah, and he's not alone either as well. It's really been a tough start for Matti Sipia. He's now under pressure from Yuri Toman around the outside as well and has actually lost the place. So Sipia down to P5 and one away from being right on the bubble of getting through. Speaking of which, Dennis Schrodinger also going wheel to wheel, this time with Johan Harth as well. So we got the two Mercedes outfits coming together, Williams and Apex Racing Team. Both of them now working for the Mercedes Works. And look at this, Matti Sipia just sat in front of them here. They're still running wheel to wheel in that battle for 6th spot. Is now Schrodinger with the inside line, the Tiger line coming through this left. Still once again applying the pressure. Johan Harth having to give way. Schrodinger takes 6th place.
First to 5th for Matty Siebler, very big disappointment, but even more so for Daniel Chiluk for the Virtus Pro team, right off the rear of the field. I think he had a spin in contact going through the international horseshoe. Certainly saw that in the middle of the field. A couple of dabs of the brakes to make sure you're not overtaken going down into the Le Mans chicane. Half a second lead coming in from Kevin Siggy. Charlie Collins in his second ever round of ESL R1, replaced back in the Nürburgring last year. Can't remember who he did replace. Was it Mac Backham?
I think it could have been, yeah, because Matt Backham, of course, retiring from the sim racing team as such, still remains an integral part with the Porsche Commander team, but in a different role. So obviously in this case, Charlie Collins replacing him in that instance. They still maintain the same lineup as a whole, but as we now ride on board here with Yuri Toman, now once again Matti Sipia with a grand recovery, it has to be said, because he's right on the tail now of the Team Vitality car as we now see a fight up at the front end. Charlie Collins watching all over the rear. Oh, that's Matti Sipia as well as Dennis Schrodinger, both of them being careered out wide. I'm not quite sure what led to it, but both cars going exceedingly wide out of turn 1, Lewis.
Yeah, Matty Siebler getting sent round. That is a big shame. What a disaster for him and the Falcons team after qualifying excellently on pole position. A bit more elbows out in this race than what we've seen in previous runs. We ride on board with Michael Schmiedel going side by side with Matt Emery going through the dogleg. A lot of drivers have been moved up and down the order just due to the sheer craziness of this race, which does mean that you're kind of not out of it until you're out of it. And yeah, very, very, very interesting.
Yeah, very tight and very compelling indeed. Kevin Siggy, though, still at the front. His team phase. Michael Schmiedel now harnesses that P6. He is right on the bubble of careering through into our next round as we now see Kevin Siggy still at the very front of the order. Charlie Collins right on the rear, also in his debut full season campaign in ESL R1 with Porsche Commander as they now run wheel to wheel, nose to tail I should say, here in this instance on lap 2 of 9. Siggy still with a 0.2 of a second advantage to Charlie Collins as they come through the bus stop. The Porsche though glued right to the back of the BMW, with further back Christopher Dambitz as well, very much part of this in P3. Despite starting on the front row, he's now been reduced to third place, with Yuri Toman hovering all over the back of him alike as well. We've got the Guild Esports crew currently being challenged. Dennis Schrodinger trying to gain on Emery for that 7th place, as we now see further back. Now this time opening the door, Yuri Toman's going to try and challenge Dan Bitts, and I think he might have got him here. Toman managing to career onwards into 3rd place, and now venturing through turn 1. Just look at how much he's caught up with this lead battle between Siggy and Collins.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, there you go. That's a great fact at the bottom of the screen. Christopher Danby's only scored 2 points in the full season last year. Will he beat that? I mean, at the moment, he's running in 4th place, so you'd damn well hope so, especially considering Chilik and Hart so far off the rear end of the train after their respective dramas. This could be absolutely mega for Danby. So let's take a look at a replay as to what happened in all this. That was when Siepela got spun round. I mean, it happened so quickly, it's hard to even pick it apart in a replay.
Yeah, we couldn't even transcribe really what happened at that point. Just unfortunately lost the car. There's Johan Hart, who's at the tail end of the field. And it's not going to be an ideal run. Now, I'm not sure what happened to him, but obviously just got careered out wide, didn't he? He was involved, wasn't he, in that fight with Matti Scipio, and I think it's just got pretty much disjointed from the rest of the outfit. Yeah, but he actually stuck his way through and all that, so definitely more's happened for the Frenchman. I do know, I have been told as well by Ewan O'Leary, my son, who was there at the Porsche Tacor Esports Super Cup. He went to the Apex Racing facility, wisely informed by him that Johan Hart can get a little bit vocal, shall we say. So can I, so that's fine. I understand it behind the wheel, but yeah, apparently. I hope so as the commentator. You can get. Well, I mean, yeah, you should hear the language on display. It's not appropriate for most streams. Yeah, not ideal. I mean, I know the oopsie daisy. Oh no, it's good, sir. That was not a fair move there. Yeah. There's a bit. That more, was the PG translation. Very much so. Absolutely. So we now watch them cross the line once again. Christopher Danbitz still currently sat in 4th after Toman managing to get the move done, heading in towards turn 1. Toman still maintaining that P3. But still Collins hovering all over the back of Siggy right now as well, so the gap's minimal between the front two. And obviously in this battle between P3 and P4, Christopher Danbitz still not content with remaining in that 4th place, will stay glued in behind the Team Vitality Audi. Michael Schmiedel into the top 5. Robbie Stapleford with a 6th place visit so far, but you can bet your bottom dollar that Dennis Schrodinger is going to try and contest that and see if he can venture with his Williams and make it a trio of Williams cars heading into the semi-finals. Indeed. We'll say a little question in chat as well. Is this still fixed? It is indeed fixed setup. So all 4 of the cars drive differently, but they are all on fixed setup. So teams can't adjust the setup car to car. They are all balanced accordingly to make them as close as possible. And I have been told by a fair few drivers that they are actually pretty close. We've seen Mercedes take a victory today. Obviously in this race we've got a BMW, a Porsche, and an Audi up there. So read into that what you will. They all look pretty equal around the Daytona International Speedway. So here comes a potential move from Collins. Nah, he took a bump draft. Yeah, just remaining in behind, very much like what we saw in the previous 2 races as well. Just a managed race so far for Charlie Collins. Doesn't want to get too overawed by the occasion. Of course, this is his first time running in the top team at Porsche Coanda. Wants to start off in the right way and gives them an opportunity at getting a car into semi-final 2. As we now watch Christopher Danbitz, as you alluded to, obviously only 2 points scored last season, coming into this one on the cusp of potentially scoring already 13 points, dwarfing what he did last season. Charlie Collins now hot on the heels of Kevin Siggy once again. Mustachio still working his magic right at the front of the field, with Charlie Collins still making his life a little bit miserable. Johan Hart receives a 3-second time penalty due to causing a collision, so already the steward's working hard, as now we see some action with the Williams, this time of Dennis Schrodinger. I knew he was coming eventually, and Robbie Stapleford now under distinct pressure, but the face car, Michael Schmiedel in hand, has lost 2 places, Lewis. Yeah, indeed. They're also being joined by Matt Emery in this fight. These 4, again, they're fighting over the 2 final positions to transfer into the semi-final, the second of the semi-finals this evening. Of course, at the moment, Robbie Stapleford and Dennis Schrodinger, the 2 that are within that top 6 finish. There's a bit of a look to the inside coming in from Schrodinger, who almost dived there, but I think that was more in defence to keep Schmiedel behind. Matt Emery in tow. 2 of these will be going through, 2 of these will not be going through. That's the pain of this format. Top 6 move, bottom 6 don't. Simple as that. You don't go into a last chance qualifier, into a best of the rest kind of race. If you are not in the top 6 in this race, you are not seeing any more racing action here. You get to go off and try and work out what's happened with Scotty Scheffler. Yeah, absolutely right. Rested? Well, apparently so. Incredible. Dennis Schrödinger. I think we were already talking about him the other day, actually.
Yeah, we were, actually.
Incredible. I think we better stop cursing people. As we now watch and see Charlie Collins sat in second place, still stays there. And once again, it's this methodical approach where P2 will sit in behind and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Kevin Siggy managing this race well. Yuri Toman trying to creep closer and closer, is now only just over 9/10 away from Siggy right at the front. Collins now glued to the back of that BMW as he has been over the last few laps. There is Christopher Dambitz as they head down through towards the line right on the tail of Toman once again. Toman, of course, managing to get the move done earlier on when he was in that position not too long ago. And once again trying to close that gap up as we now see the fight starting to ensue once again. Robbie Stapleford keeping a trio of cars in behind him. Dennis Schrödinger being part of it. Michael Schmiedel looking to try and enhance his cause as well as they head down in towards the next right-hander at turn 3. Still the Williams now in behind. Michael Emery as well becoming parts of this as they head out of turn 3 through towards turn 4.
Yeah, this four kind of actually running around in the same order they had been, despite that side-by-side going through the first turn. 4 laps left to go in this race. There's still plenty of time for them to switch over completely. Got to say, the top 4 group, right? Siggy, Collins, Toman, not surprised, right? Because I know how good Charlie Collins is, so I'm not actually that surprised that those 3 are there. The fact that Christopher Dambitz is actually keeping up with them, it's no disrespect to Dambitz, who is a good driver. We've seen this before. We've seen flashes of this. But the fact that he is able to keep with 3 of the best drivers on this, I'm amazed and shocked. I think that is an excellent drive thus far. And so now we've said that, now obviously here come the 5-0.
Yeah, absolutely right. As they now head through in towards the next chicane. Still Siggy up at the front. Just look at them, though, catching up down at the rear end of things of that top 4. Obviously, Christopher Dambitz managing to join Yuri Toman as they look to try and reduce the gap between them and Charlie Collins, who currently sits in P2. It's now at over a second, though, between Toman and Siggy right at the front. Charlie Collins still waiting patiently, lap 6 of 9. As they now head in towards turn 1 shortly. Still Siggy, though, just marshalling off any attack here from Collins. Doesn't need to worry too much at this point. But heading through the left-hander at turn 1 through towards turn 2 and turn 3, they'll venture again. Lap 7 of 9, and we're coming into the penultimate lap. 1 lap around, another 2 laps to go before the very end of this race. And Siggy, if it continues like this, it'll be another win in his column and for Team Redline.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, Siggy's been so impressive in his tenure in ESL R1. We've seen him so many times pulling off incredible victories here and there. The thing is, when it comes to like championship challenge, he always kind of like competes until, I don't want to be that guy, but until the last moment, and then it kind of all just doesn't really click when it needs to. I can see that very much changing. Has won 7 races, 21 podiums, 42 top 6 finishes. And do remember, when I'm saying 46 top 6 or 40 or top 6 finishes, if it's above 40, that means that over 50% of the race that you take part in, he's in the top 6. That is actually, honestly, that is a great record in this championship. Of course, the person with the best record of all, it's definitely Josh Rogers, isn't it?
Well, he took him to the Winter Championship last season. It's gone close. Of course, I remember back at Katowice when we got this underway, it'd be the 2 protagonists. People talk about Max Benneker and Joshua Rogers, certainly at that time, being 2 of the mainstays in the world of sim racing. I think as time has drawn on in ESL R1, Lewis, we've seen even more drivers enter that fight with the likes of Dara McCormack, and you never know, many others that might creep up, even Marcel Chinchik after he won the Spring Season Championship, as we now see them venture on to lap 8 of 9 with Kevin Siggy still at the front of the order. Charlie Collins aggressively glued into the back of the BMW once again, still not opting to make the move just yet, but he does still have an additional lap after this. We're on the penultimate lap now. It's still Siggy, Collins and Toman.
Yeah, indeed. No major switches at the moment in this grouping. Big switches in the background, though. There's a bit of a squeeze coming out there. Dennis Schrödinger may have moved a little bit. Schmiedel out wide departing that first turn and now has to fend off Matt Emery. Whether they'll race control, we'll see if Schrödinger actually had enough of a car ahead of the FaZe Clan car. We'll have to wait and see from race control on that one. We'll take a look at it on replay as we cut back to it. My gut instinct is Schmiedel's not really there.
No.
My gut.
Currently sat P8 in our timing tower, but has now been reduced downwards now, 7.2 off the front, but we rejoin the the battle up at the front. 2 tenths now separating Siggy and Collins. Penultimate lap will become the final lap, and this is where obviously Collins is going to have to look to march a charge as they head down through towards the latter part of this circuit now, before then beginning one final lap of action. Kevin Siggy still at the helm of it, and then further back we're looking at Yuri Toman, who's currently in 3rd place, detached himself somewhat from the front 2, with Dambit still very much in this fight, with lap 8 very shortly coming to an end. Siggy still in charge, 3.5 tenths though separate he and Collins right now, so you'd fathom that this is the time for Collins to strike.
Yeah, I get a feeling he might be closing, like building. It sounds a bit counterintuitive, but if you build a little bit of a gap, you've got quite a lot to work into here. That might be what Collins is doing to maybe go for a move down into T1. Obviously, starting the final lap of the race here, I think Collins might have looked for something. Nah, he's backed out of it again, so still not trying to pass. This is back down the order, the battle for the final transfer spot between Matt Emery and Dennis Schiniger. Now back up to the battle for 3rd position. Yuri Toman with Dan Bitts directly behind. Still no switch. Charlie Collins behind. He's got to fancy something at some point, though. I'm sure there's going to be a drag race towards the line, but I'm not sure he's got the straight line speed advantage to take from Siggy.
No, I don't think he can. I mean, we've seen this from the Porsche in the past. Generally, towards the very end, it does tend to struggle as well. Management really does come into it. Kevin Siggy doing enough, though, to keep the BMW at the front end of the order. Ideally, Collins, I think, would prefer to have that clean air up at the front, though Siggy, I'm sure, would make light work of trying to close the gap again and then making that overtake happen. Maybe Collins is going to leave it to the very last minute. Will try and remain in the slip as they now head through into the next left-hander, still clubbed together in this case. Collins still remains in 2nd. Toman getting closer in 3rd place. Managed to breeze within that 2nd gap between he and Kevin Siggy as now they head through into the final few corners on this final lap. And here comes Collins again here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. See if Charlie Collins can actually take this one. He's going to take a little bit of a look, lifts out of it though, as we work our way down into the Le Mans chicane. Heavy onto the brakes, throw it through the left-hander, then through the right, then through the right and through the left again. Much tighter line coming in then from Charlie Collins. It's a better run on the exit as he takes to the high side going through NASCAR 1 and 2. Covered off immediately by Kevin Siggy. The victory for the 3rd knockout race. Which way is it going to go? Of course, red line were denied in the first race of the evening by with Sebastian Joe behind the wheel. On this occasion, though, it doesn't seem as though they are going to get denied. Big run off the corner from Kevin Siggy. It is going to be a drag race between the pair of them. Are they going to get denied at the line? It's going to be so close as we cross over. It is going to be Charlie Collins by 7 thousandths of a second. I thought he had the drive, and look at how excited he is.
He looks absolutely thrilled, doesn't he? Well, a fist bump there to celebrate. It's Charlie Collins in his maiden appearance in ESL R1, and it's a maiden victory as well on debut. Fantastic performance here from him, and Porsche Coanda as well can enjoy this one. Coming off the back of Joshua Rogers, his teammate, winning the championship in the Winter Series last season. There's Yuri Toman, obviously, I would imagine a little bit perplexed, managed to finish strong, but incredible effort and managing to get past Kevin Siggy right at the very depth. Lewis McGlade, a fantastic Porsche Coanda performance.
Yeah, I mean, again, very impressive from Collins there. Just a very well-timed move. Literally came down 7,000 a second. So, yeah, very, very well-timed. Red line might be a bit frustrated now. That's the 2nd race that slipped through their fingers on the final lap, but it is what it is. You're absolutely right. Yuri Toman there. Let's talk a little bit about him. A 3rd place, or finishing 3rd place again, another time in the top 6. I'm looking through the stats as well. He was the only driver last season to finish every single race. He was in all of them. He managed to get his way through every knockout, every semi-final, into every final. The only times he missed the top 6, of course, then were in the finals. Throughout the main part of last season, obviously had a bit of a mare in the season finale. We won't talk about that at Yongshiping. But the fact that he just keeps that record up, just so impressive.
A model of consistency without any doubt, and I'm sure Vitality will be looking to that obviously when it comes to the team's title race. But for a newbie to come in like Charlie Collins, in a high pressure cooker scenario here, Lewis, given that there's such a high level of prize money on offer, we'll take a look at some of the highlights now as well. Obviously a great getaway, well, not necessarily a great getaway for Team Falcons at all after Matti Sipia, his great run in qualifying. It just all seemed to fall apart during the course of the race.
Yeah, had a terrible run through lap 1, and then there was this contact with Dennis Schöneger and Johan Hart down the inside and spinning him out, unfortunately, from pole position, which is a shame for the Falcons team, who'd actually looked really strong in that qualifying. This was the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Obviously, 2 of those being the transfer spots. An excellent battle. Robbie Stapleford keeping the Williams car behind, Dennis Schöneger behind the wheel of that one, and just fending them off as we were approaching those final laps and seeing these battles turn up a bit more. This was, I think it was the penultimate lap of the race, wasn't it? With a little bit of a squeeze out wide for Schmiedel.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky moment for Michael Schmiedel, as we now see then the battle wheel-to-wheel ensue between Charlie Collins and Kevin Siggy, and just over the line by mere thousandths of a second, it would be Charlie Collins who would take victory. The first one for Porsche Commander as well this season, which I'm sure will mean a lot to him. Honestly, I'd imagine with that momentum carrying through to semi-final 2, I mean, there's a great chance for him. As long as he gets his qualifying pace right, Lewis, there's a great chance that they can do well, because ideally they need to be around that 144.2, maybe even a 144.1.
Yeah, I think if we're going to speak of major things from this group, I think the major concern of this group is how much slower the pole time was compared to the previous 2 races. It doesn't sound like a big deal because you're only in the race that you're in, right? So you kind of got to focus on what's the pole time in that one. But the fact that it was such a margin slower than the previous 2, that is a concern, especially considering the next race, by the way, we're going into is arguably the strongest. Is this one going to be slower as well, or basically is semi-final 2 going to get dominated by all of the knockout 4 drivers?
Well, let's hope not, because of course we've got some of the biggest names you'll see in this championship taking part in that next qualifying round. So it's going to be intriguing to see who's going to get it. But I mean, what a performance from Charlie Collins. I mean, you've got to give credit, I suppose, to Kevin Siggy, still very much up there. Big points on the table, 20 going to Team Redline now as well, which is obviously huge as far as their championship is concerned. They, of course, have got Luke Bennett as well making their way through later on as well. And they've got such a great squad. Sebastian Job also getting through as well. So Redline is still going to be that force that we'd expect them to be. But here at this point now, moving ahead, they've got a great opportunity. Let's take a look at the results. Do you want to take us through them, Lewis?
Certainly will. Charlie Collins taking a very well-deserved victory by 7,000 of a second. Kevin Siggy in second place. Yuri Toman inside the top 3, once again picking up yet another podium. And of course, again, another top 6. Another time he's moving through into the next race. Dan Bitts scored 2 points last season. Scored a few more for that position. Absolutely excellent drive from the Mouse driver. Stapleford and Schöneger, those drivers up there. Again, there might be a couple of questions for Schöneger as to whether he's actually going to move through, or race control might mess things around on that one and give him a penalty, because there was a couple of incidents in all of that. Emery, Schmiedel, Siebler from pole position down to 9th. Bossman Nathan Tague inside the top 10 with Chulik and Johan Hart. We didn't actually see what happened to Johan Hart, so I'm sure I'll receive a message at some point being like, what is this? Blah, 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 blah. And I will update you as soon as I do.
Yeah, maybe a few not necessarily viewable words, I suppose. To
there might be a few. There might be a bit of French in there. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Yeah, very passionate human being is Johan Hart. I suppose that's one way to put it. But I mean, looking ahead to this next round, obviously there's a few teams I think they're going to be looking to try and gamble off this. We've got such an incredible lineup. Maybe not the smartest thing to put all your eggs in one basket and put your strongest drivers in this one, because obviously it's going to be quite contentious up at the top, Lewis.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing of like when you're putting in your drivers, you don't get like, it's not as if there's like a few rounds where everyone puts in their drivers and they look at it and be like, "Oh, let me adjust my my driver line." That's not how it works.
All at the start.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone just goes, I'm going to put Jamie Fluke in this one, I'm going to put Kevin Ayers Jr. in this one, blah, 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 and you work your way through, and then you submit them, and then you take a look and you think, oh my God. And Knockout 4 looks really, really strong. Again, it's... Sure, you've got Josh Rogers, you've got Max Benneker in here, obviously 2 of the champions from the previous year, one from Gamers 8, obviously Max Benneker, and one from the full season in Josh Rogers. That's fair enough, you've got the top lot. It's not even the fact of like picking the race winners hard work, it's picking the top 6 is hard work, because every time you pick a 6, you're looking at drivers that are below that cut line thinking, no, they're a top 6 driver.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty there that can make their way to the top 6. You definitely highlight many of these, in fact, to go to the very top. But, you know, there's obviously going to be some names last year that obviously won races. It'd be curious to see how Enzo Benito fares in his new team at FaZe, because he's moving in from Team Redline. How do you think he's going to find that adjustment?
I actually look. Some drivers kind of react to the pressure really, really well. Enzo Benito is one of those drivers. He does react to the pressure of Team Redline very well, and he is obviously still representing Team Redline. But the fact that he's gone to FaZe, the pressure's kind of off, right? He's there. He's kind of going to settle. I'm not saying this is like him. It's his retirement, home off he goes. No, obviously he's still there to win, etc., etc. But the kind of like some of the pressure's off representing Redline. He's there to represent himself and get himself onto the map again and find his form. Because especially in the full season, it feels really harsh. But he was arguably the thing that let Team Redline down a little bit in that. And the thing is that's not because he's a bad driver. He is absolutely not a bad driver. He is one of sim racing's greatest drivers across all platforms and across all disciplines. He is a fantastic talent. Just didn't quite click with the full season. So it made sense when they bring Sebastian Job in that he's the one that's kind of like, there's this other team. Do you want to go off on there? There's only 4 spots in a team after all. Same as football. You only get 11 starting lineup. Sometimes you've got to be benched.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at that Redline team as well. It is literally full of some of the best sim racers in the world. When you consider, the likes of, Bennett and then of course you add Job into the equation. Jeffrey Rietveld, obviously furiously quick. We all know how good Kevin Siggy can be on his day. Enzo Benito, of course, someone who formerly, do like that moustache. Obviously Enzo Benito, someone who's come from the world of F1 sim racing in his own right, then transferring over into GT3 cars, etc., and really giving his all for Team Redline alike. And obviously they all run and race for Max Verstappen, who owns the Team Redline brand. And looking ahead now to this final race, they're going to be in with a great chance. But here is our lineup for Knockout 4. Bono House representing Guild Esports. Again, another Mercedes driver moving across to this new team. Redline with Jeffrey Rietveld. Kaiki Oliveira now moving across to BS Plus competition. We then, of course, have Nikodem Wisniewski, who's also moved from Williams into G2 Esports. We've got Enzo Benito, who's moved from Redline into FaZe. Jamie Fluke remains at ART, with Thibaut Casubon now newly named Vitality, with Max Benneker still remaining at Mouse. Daniel Pashtor at Williams. Joshua Rogers, our champion from the winter season, now back again with Porsche Coanda. And we have, of course, at Team Falcons, yet another new name that is coming to join the grid. Jakub Matuszewski with Bykov representing the Vitus Pro team as well. That is Mikhail Bykov at Virtus Pro. But yes, a hench lineup here at this stage, Lewis. I'm really intrigued as to who's going to take the top this time.
Hench lineup.
Hench.
Oh, fair enough. When we had a little bit of a discussion about this race before we came into this one, we discussed which 6 drivers we thought was going to go through. For me, Fluke, Oliveira, Wisniewski, Benneker, Rogers, and Casabon. Now, when you did your 6, you missed out Kaiki Oliveira, and I questioned that. I was like, that's a weird one. You don't think Kaiki Oliveira is going to go? I think he had the 3rd most races last season in the main season. He finished, he only missed 3 races. It was the semi-final in round 4, and I think he got knocked out. Oh no, sorry, it was the semi-final in round 1, and he got knocked out in the knockout phases of round 7 at Road Atlanta. I was going to say awkwardly here, but no, he actually finished on the podium here at one point. But the thing is, his top 6 record last season, it's only really second to like Yuri Toman and Sebastian Job. It's equal to Josh Rogers. That's how good Kaiki Oliveira was when it came to consistency. But this race looks just horrific.
It does. I mean, when you club together these goats together, I mean, just the fact where you see names like Max Benneker and Josh Rogers in the same knockout group speaks volumes about how good this truly is. But then you've got other names, race winners like Jamie Fluke, who is certainly capable of bringing his very best. We saw how emotional he was after Road Atlanta, how much it really meant to the Apex Racing team to score such a big result. And then also on top of that, Thibaut Casubon, someone who was improving through the course of last season, might not necessarily shown his best at the very start, but came in place of Risto Capit and came in and brought together some really tremendous results. So maybe this time he can give his best here at the very start of a campaign as opposed to the very end of it.
Yeah, I mean, very, very, very interesting. I can't remember what it was that we've got to say about Rietveld. Now I've got to go and find out what it is, because I can see already Veracity is not particularly pleased. Apparently he's Rizless, which, to be fair, you obviously saw him in Sweden. And obviously we met him quite a few times last year. Absolutely Rizlis. We've also said that we've
I did
got to
put
give a
Rietveld in my
shout-out
top 6.
because this is easy for him.
Yeah, I did put Rietveld in my top 6, to be fair. So, I mean, I did. I did.
He's a good driver.
He is a very good driver. So if anyone's taken an L here, Lewis, I think it's you. So I think.
Yeah. Well, Verassi hasn't told me her top 6, so it's fine.
That's true. Yeah. I think she needs to give us her top 6 first before making an opinion.
We're still involving her in this broadcast.
Yeah, very much so. She's part of the fabric of ESL R1. There is Team Vitality, Audi R8 LMS back in and on track, and it's Thibaut Casabon at the wheel. We did allude to him obviously improving as the season went on last campaign. Of course, he has been part of this team now for quite some time, and has obviously been at the forefront as well, also competing in various different championships. Has actually shown to be quite a proficient performer at the highest level at the moment. And we do have, of course, Williams back again this time. Only this time, Nikodem Wisniewski not with Williams here, moving across to join G2. We've a couple of key names there, Lewis, with both Jakub Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski. What do you make of that move from Williams to G2 as such?
I think it's interesting. Obviously, when Wisniewski and Brzezinski were a part of Feeder Sport Poland back in the day, when they were battling with a certain Lewis McGlade in a championship. just throwing that one out there. When they were battling that goat of a driver for a championship in the Virtual Endurance Championship in Season 8, when they moved from that to Williams, they moved as a team over to Williams. And then when they moved from Williams, again, they've moved as a team. Did really well in the ADAC, or was it DTM Esports, rather. You can see there in the background, winner of round 4 at the Nürburgring, Nikodem Wisniewski. That was last season. A quality driver in this championship, someone to focus on. According to Veracity, Rizlis Rietveld is winning this one for sure. The question I have, though, is that of those 6 drivers, Fluke, Oliveira, Wisniewski, Benneker, Rogers and Casabon, which one of those 6 do you replace Rietveld with? This is my point with this 6. It's like, who do you go, oh no, it's definitely not going to be them? Oh, he's got more of a beard. He has. He's really taken on board the beard, so... I mean, I'm not sure whether I can come up with a nickname like that for Jamie Fluke as opposed to what I pulled off for Mustachio, Kevin Siggy. There's Kaiki Oliveira. This is someone who very much you backed in terms of the stats. One of the most consistent performers. Represented Furia very well last season, was their team leader right through the course of the campaign, and back this time at BS competition, Lewis. Yeah, I'm assuming that his car must be yellow and blue, as we've got the very off-centered pretty boy of Enzo Benito. Still got a Team Redline chair, so at least there's that. He's allowed to keep some of the brand, so that's fine. But obviously, you can. We'll see what you can.
A very white wall he's got, isn't it? You can see a lot of the wall.
A lot of the wall. I would almost say you can see too much of the wall.
I would agree. Virtus Pro lining up again this time. Mikhail Baikov at the wheel for his team, and there you can see his car out on track as well. The Mercedes-AMG GT3, and they'll be hoping to see if they can get themselves another car into semi-final action. Let's wait and see. But at this point, obviously this is where, well, it's pretty much nut-cutting time here at this point, because of course we are in the final phase of the knockouts, and it all comes down to this. The next string of races will be semi-finals, and Baikov is going to be the first driver to nestle in a lap time here at Daytona.
Yes, indeed. By the way, if you are wondering as to how long it'll be after knockout 4 in the semi-finals, according to race control, by the way, there was originally going to be a nice 40-minute gap for us to have a big breather on. Apparently it might be 15 minutes now. That's obviously for the drivers as well. That's a very shortened gap for them to deal with. So that might be, to be fair, for the drivers that will be going out in semi-final 1, they've had a large gap. They've had to wait out knockout 3, knockout 4, as well as heading into this one. So that's fine. That's fine. They'll be having a bit of a breather as we'll see them through. I mean, you can see the 12 drivers now, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Give me your 6 drivers who's going through. I want to see 6 names in chat from this, and you can't put Rizlis Rietveld 6 times.
Yeah, no, it doesn't count. As we're now watching Baikov make his way around the latter few corners. Of course, we've still got 7 minutes and 15 to go. 1 lap, remember, each of these drivers have to set in order to register their very best times here at Daytona. Coming in now to these latter corners. You'll now have to rush through towards the bus stop section, and Mikhail Baikov tying up nicely, very aggressive over the curbs as well, certainly leaving nothing to chance. Needs to try and maximise that delta pace. And then coming through the final couple of bends now through turns 12 and turns 13. He'll head towards the front stretch and then issue in that first time. Already now we're coming into the final 6 minutes and 40. In comes the Mercedes-AMG GT3. First appearance, of course, tonight here for the Virtus Pro team. Let's see if Bykov can lead from the front, remain in front as well. But he's got a hell of a force, hell of a team behind him. And that's a 1:44.821. That is not going to trouble the field behind Lewis.
No, indeed not. So 44.8. Don't get me wrong, you still can't beat that time. Yeah, maybe I can. How many seconds did I beat you by at Spa in the TC? That's fine. We're not going to talk about. Max Bennigan. Max Bennigan then up towards the line. 44.1 in the first sector. Big BMW logo in the background, being blown out in a bit of a dark room. 44.379 across the line. Ooh, that's not great.
Not ideal at all. A 1:44.379. You'd probably expect a little more from Max Bennigan. Jeffrey Rietveld, someone who you'd expect to be at the front end as well, and trying to bring his best for Team Redline. Let's see if he can usurp Max Bennigan right at the very front end of the order. Has only a small matter of the final sector still to go. Hug in the inside, as you'd expect, making his way up towards the line. Where will the BMW sit? Heading up through. Yes, he will go faster, but only still remains in the 1:44.3. Still no 1:44.2 or 1:44.1.
At least he had a chair in the background for his fans to sit on, which you could see that they were all there. There was no one. Anyway, Potter House, next one out towards the line. Obviously got the Guild shirt on. Had disappointment for Guild earlier on throughout the day. James Baldwin knocked out, which is a big shock again with Emery and with Marco Pajic. Can he do the deed? Across the line, second place, 44.3. I mean, it might be enough to stay in the top 6, but that's obviously, I don't think it's going to stay on the front row.
Again, we're still waiting for that 44.2. It seems to be elusive right now. It just goes to show, maybe, that Sebastian Job is just on another level. You know, are these really, is this really the tricky group, or was it Group 1 or Group 2 that were the ones to watch? Let's wait and see. Thibaut Casubon from Team Vitality now next across the line as he now hugs that inside, as many of them do. In the Audi R8 LMS, let's see what Casubon can offer. Can he topple Rietveld? Only enough for fourth fastest. Still, though, the top 4 all within a 1:44.3. Next up, Enzo Benito.
I mean, you say Sebastian Job, but let's be honest, let's chuck Kevin Ellis Jr., Dara McCormack, Dom Blyer also into that mix, because they were, Luke Bennett as well, they were all on the same, it's a very similar sort of pace. It's the first half where it seemed a little bit faster. Here comes Enzo Benito, fresh colours, shake of the head, not happy. I'm assuming it's going to be a 44.4 or 5. It's going to be a little bit further down than where Enzo Benito goes, exactly on the money, 44.4. That's why I'm as good as I am. Brazilian colours on this car. It's not nothing else, but I like it less.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying the variants though that we're seeing here at a BS competition. Great chance here for Kike Oliveira to add his name to the front now, because of course if he can break to within that 1:44.3, he will topple Jeffrey Rietveld. Let's see if he can achieve that. You wouldn't be surprised to see him there, because he has pulled off wonders before. Coming up towards the line, not this time though. 1:44.4 from Kike Oliveira, not even fast enough to break ahead of Enzo Benito.
Yeah, I mean, I will say with that livery, it's very much like the BS Turner livery they had, only with a bit of green on there as well. It's fair enough. I like the BS Turner livery, but I think the green as well. Either way, here comes Jamie Fluke, big beardy Fluke now. Coming across the line, race winner, of course, with the, I think he registered the highest heart rate in ESL R1 last year on his way to that, and there he comes across the line with potential pole position.
Yet another blissful result here, potentially on the table for ART, and now they're flexing their muscles with a 1:44.2 at the very front of the order. That is a time that is 8 thousandths of a second faster than Jeffrey Rietveld right now. But can Nikodem Wisniewski, moving to G2 Porsche, as opposed to the Williams Mercedes he was with last season, can he push himself to the front in a new team, in a new car, up towards the line? Can he? No, only 4th fastest, but still registers one of the faster 1:44.3s, this time with a 3:68. Next up is Jakub Matuszewski.
Yeah, Matuszewski coming out onto NASCAR 3 and 4, and out onto the tri-oval again. You can see he's running a triple screen setup, but he's running it as a single monitor, weirdly enough. I think it's to do with performance and stuff. Obviously, Red Sport still being set up and made ready, optimised for everyone as he comes across the line. I think it's a good lap from him. He goes into 3rd. Falcons are looking pretty quick, I've got to say.
They've got a good team, and it looks like they're enjoying the Audi R8 right now. So let's see what they can bring to the table. Still, of course, semi-final action to come. They've still got to get through knockout 4. Now here comes our Winter Series champion, Joshua Rogers, who, of course, holds no qualms about securing big results. He just witnessed Charlie Collins, his teammate, taking victory in our last race just now. Can Rogers unleash the power in his Porsche and take it to the top? Daniel Pajtor has just gone 5th fastest with a 1:44.348. Rogers will be looking to try and trump the lot of them to maybe even take P1 away from Jamie Fluke. This is going to be extraordinarily tight. Can Rogers bring it here now on this occasion? Coming up now towards the final couple of corners, needs to keep squeezing that throttle, keep the burners down as he looks to come up towards the line. Can Rogers perform at the front? No time registered. He will be the last driver to register a time. He doesn't look overly happy, it has to be said. Is it enough? No! That's a major shock for Joshua Rogers. Only 9th fastest with a 1:44.4.
First sector was really mediocre. A 0.2 in that first sector is really poor for a driver of his calibre. So he'll be starting from outside the top 6. And, well, the beard's helping. And not just that the Mercedes helped them take that step last season. Now, maybe, obviously, he's always had a bit of facial hair, don't get me wrong, but it's a bit more grown out now. I think it suits him. Just saying.
Yeah, I think so too. And it certainly proves to have helped, because now he starts at the front here in this battle between some of the best drivers you will see here in ESL R1. We still haven't seen that elusive, though, 44-1 that we saw earlier on from the drivers that we saw in our first knockout event. But Kike Oliveira will be hoping for a better run this time in the race, and will represent, I'm sure, BS competition in the best possible way. Daniel Pajtor, who went 5th fastest in that initial, will be looking to try and push higher for the Williams team. Should he stay where he is, it'll still be qualification, and Kajibon will be looking for improvements as well, Lewis.
Pretty sure there was a little model of Colin McRae's Ford Focus up there as well, which I'm all about. I love that livery. There is Thibaut Casabon, who has actually been really impressive in Porsche Sports Career Cup Deutschland. So see if maybe he can throw himself into the mix, move his way forward. I mean, hey, I think Thibaut Casabon's a good shout for getting something actually quite decent. You know, I don't think he's going for the championship, maybe even in the driver's side, but I think he still might get something decent, George.
Yeah, well, let's take you through the starting grid for knockout 4. From the very back, it's Mikhail Baikov starting in P12. Kike Oliveira joins him in P11. We then have Enzo Benito for FaZe in 10th. Joshua Rogers in 9th as well for Porsche Coanda. Thibaut Kazubon in 8th. We then have Max Benneker in 7th spot for Mouse. Then further up, Nikodem Wisniewski starting P6. Daniel Pajtor in P5. And then further up in 4th, it's Bono House for Guild Esports. It's then going to be Jakub Matuszewski starting in 3rd. Then to the front row, Jeffrey Rietveld in 2nd, but on pole position, it's Jamie Fluke and the Apex Racing team. They'll be looking to bring home yet another stellar result, much like Cohen Ellis Jr. did not too long ago. I tell you what, they're looking good, Apex, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, the Apex Racing team starting out with a victory in Knockout 1, maybe ending a victory in Knockout 4 before we move through into the semi-finals. Could be a big moment for the squad, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the racing is a very different style to what we'll see throughout the season, but it's a really, really solid start. I've got to imagine what the heart rates are like for some of these drivers now. They're building up for their well, again, as much as we've already done 3 races, this is their first race of this season, so it's a starting point for them.
Yeah, certainly is. There's Bono House moving from Mercedes into Guild. And they haven't had the easiest day today, it has to be said. And as I said, a team that was founded by Golden Balls himself, David Beckham, of course, a former World Cup player for England, captain of England football team alike. There's Maximilian Benneker for Team Mouse, and hopefully trying to pull off the same exploits as what we saw Moritz Lerner do earlier on. Kike Oliveira with a great effort, no less, last season. Hasn't had the easiest of starts here for this knockout race 4, and Daniel Pajtor from P5. I tell you what, I really don't know where this is going to go in this race, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, it's just, I see, there you go, look at that model. Whoa. It's nice. It's nice. Whatever it is, it's nice.
Fun fact for those of you who are into Colin McRae, Nicky Grist actually lives just down the road from me.
Does he really? Well, I know someone that was coached, that got their driving licence after being taught how to drive by Stig Blomqvist's co-driver. So, you know.
Things around about.
Chucking in some more rally facts. Flashing Loeb's greatest driver on planet Earth. Any other ones you got for me?
Nothing else. I mean, obviously, I got to see Sebastian Loeb's Peugeot, I think it was, over in Monaco, which was enjoyable, which was actually in the garage belonging to the Prince of Monaco. So there we have it. Not a bad little fun fact for you either. As you know, see, I think that's upstage you. As you know, put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go again. And up at the front, Jamie Fluke leads the way, and Team Redline joining him wheel to wheel as well. Again, Enzo Benito further back for Team FaZe, also in the very much in the sea of cars that are now in behind. But Matuszewski getting a brilliant start, moving into P2 ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld, who's now been demoted down to third.
Jamie Fluke out massively wide going through the international horseshoe. That get a good drive off of it, but wasted an awful lot of time there. Matuszewski closes his way right the way back in, on board with Bunnerhaus, working his way through into fourth position, side by side with Daniel Pastor. Henry Moore, Guild Racing driver, did tell me before this race that we were going to see a Guild Racing driver take victory this evening. So Bunnerhaus has got a lot of work to do over the next few races.
Yeah, it wasn't a Peugeot either, it was a Citroen. I do apologise.
No, it's fine. You know your stuff.
As we now watch him coming through the latter sectors now here on this opening lap. And now at the front of the order, it's Jamie Fluke who leads, Matuszewski in second, Jeffrey Rietveld being closely tracked now by Bono House. They're going to run wheel to wheel through the latter points of lap 1 in towards lap 2, but they're bringing along Daniel Pastor as well. Matuszewski at the front end trying to get close to Fluke as they head in towards turn 1. We're going almost 3 to 4 wide now as we enter in towards turn 1 on lap 2 of 9, and now you can see Bono House making contact, and that is huge contact with Max Benneker, who's also spun. Two veterans in the world of sim racing spinning, coming in towards the second lap and venturing off into the grass.
Yeah, that one's going to need to be seen by replays time and time again. Bunnerhaus maybe not really knowing that there was a car fully alongside, even though really he needed to give a little bit more room than that, at least from that one angle that I saw. I'd need to see it time and time again, but it is what it is. Either way, big lead for the top two now. Look at that, 1.8 seconds for the top two. Josh Rogers already up to third spot. Let's take a look instantly on the replay. So big contact a little bit behind. Now you've got to give more room. Car's there.
Yeah, you do. You do have to wonder, both Bono House and Max Benneker are going to be certainly perplexed with that one. Daniel Pastor currently in for the fight of his life right now, trying to run on the outside of Jeffrey Rietveld, who's lost place after place. Remember, starting on the front row, he's now down to 5th and could face the prospect of losing 5th to Daniel Pastor, but it's still Jamie Fluke out in front, still between the Williams and the BMW. They stream together through towards this next right. Rietveld with the better opportunity to hold the line and hold position. Down the inside now, also being followed through is Thibaut Cagibon, who's looking to try and perhaps even trump Daniel Pastor for his P6 place, but Pastor this time will have the Tiger Line heading through this next left-hander. They're all swapping and interchanging, and now in comes Nikodem Wisniewski. I tell you what, this is the busiest start that we've seen all night, Lewis.
Well, again, the big squeeze coming in as Thibaut Cagibon's trying to pinch him as close as he can to the double yellow, but I think he's going to have to accept that he's losing his position whether he likes it or not. So at that point, I'd go high, drop back straight in. Instead of doing that, what he's tried doing is holding the high ground and allowing Enzo Benito to go through more contact on a straight, which I'm kind of against. I'm like, oh, what are you doing, making contact on a straight? But either way, the way through, and now he spins Enzo Benito round, I think. Oh, no, he doesn't. Wow, I don't know how Benito didn't go round.
Yeah, well, it looked aggressive. I mean, coming through the front end, but managing to hold position, and Enzo Benito doing enough to take 8th place was a good move, actually, to try and make that happen coming into the bus stop. So managing to hold on, but now he's going to face the threat from Thibaut Cagibon this time. The only issue is, whilst they're all fighting, it's going to mean that they're going to drop away from those further up. Remember, Daniel Pastor sat on the bubble for qualification into semi-final 2 in 6th place. Nikodem Wisniewski in the rear of those as well, as we're now watching Joshua Rogers, who in the initial 3rd place right now and has recovered greatly. Kike Oliveira also up into P4. Remember, he started at the back row.
Yeah, indeed. 9 out of 12 drivers in Knockout 4 made the cut last season, advancing the major. Again, more hints that this is a very, very strong grid, but it's not had the quality of a strong grid. It's been very mediocre in terms of racing quality, but it is what it is. Great stuff, though, from Joshua Rogers to get up into 3rd position. Tall order for him to close down on the race leader, though, especially if Matuszewski kind of... If he plays the smart card and basically just bump draft to the back of Jamie Fluke, that group behind is never catching.
No, not at all. Still at the front, though, Fluke holding position. Matuszewski with a very impressive opening performance. I mean, it takes a lot of bottle to make the move that he did on Rietveld in the opening lap, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, huge. scenes. I think, he's not bump drafting. Let's see if there is going to be a bump draft behind though from that group. And Daniel Pajtor on the rear end of Jeff Rietveld. They've both got a decent gap to Nikodem Wisniewski, who is the only driver, in my opinion, is the only driver that can put a spoiler to the top 6, because I don't think Enzo Benito is going to be able to close in. Thibaut Casbon certainly isn't.
No, not at all. Still remains 9th place and 3/10 away from Enzo Benito. Benito quite a ways detached from Nikodem Wisniewski, so very much the fight is between Wisniewski, Pajtor, as well as Rietveld in that quest to try and make it into 5th. With Wisniewski is going to be quite highly pressurised, because for him it's about getting qualification into semi-final 2, so it's very important that he manages to close that 0.4 of a second gap and maybe even try and tackle Daniel Pajtor for a place essentially in semi-final 2, as we're now seeing them come nose to tail once again. Jamie Fluke still at the head of the order. It is basically he and Matuszewski with a little gap then to Joshua Rogers in 3rd, with Keke Oliveira haunting his rear wing right now as we now ride on board here with Jakub Matuszewski. Good opening stint here from Team Falcons, and I must say they've taken really to this championship like a duck to water.
Yeah, no, honestly, they've been very, very impressive. The fact that they've all had drivers that have been right up there. Josh Rogers did not miss a single semi-final last season. As I said before, Yuri Tobin had done all of the races last season. Obviously, Josh Rogers did miss a couple of finals, or at least I think it was one final rather last season, getting knocked out in the semis, but did make all of the semis, so there is that. Jamie Fluke here. The only thing that will bring even those behind, like Enzo Benito, Casbon and Bykov, back into this actually, is if the top 2 aren't actually that quick. Right, Fluke and Matuszewski, they're getting caught by Rogers and Oliveira, but the groupings behind aren't really changing. And so what could happen is that grouping of Rogers, Oliveira, Rietveld and Pajtor, and to be fair, even to some degree, Wisniewski, could close up. And once they get there, it could slow the entire group down back into the clutch of Benito. That could be the chance for Benito and the likes to rejoin in that grouping and maybe sneak their way into the top 6. It's one of those whole things, it's never over till it's over.
Yeah, no, they need a bit of good fortune basically to just try and close that grid, that group of cars back up. But obviously that's going to be very unlikely to happen as we now see them come through on lap 5 of 9. Once again, Daniel Pajtor waiting in the wings behind Jeffrey Rietveld in that battle for 5th place. Since then, Wisniewski has detached again, 0.8 of a second between them now. So Nikodem needs to try and dig deep and find something in order to bring himself into this mix. There is Josh Rogers, currently sat in 3rd, and I think just content with that positioning. I think it's just a case for him just to get into that semi-final and leave the fighting to be had between Jamie Fluke and Matuszewski.
Yeah, indeed. As we'll see, Rogers. I mean, could Rogers win from 9th on the grid? I don't think we've had any wins. That is a stat to go through. I don't know if we've had any wins from lower than the top 6.
No,
I can't recall any. You can see there the new drivers here in Knockout 4, which means the drivers that have been here in the previous season, basically they almost all of them got through into the season finale at say Munich then, but no, Yonkers. I know where we've been.
Well, 2 of them are from new teams as well. Obviously, we factor in Virtus Pro and Team Falcons. They, of course, bringing new drivers to the championship with obviously Daniel Pajtor on his debut appearance for the Williams team. Of course, they've had quite a few changes over time alike. Of course, Dominic Blyer coming in late last season and now coming in full-time for this campaign has been impressive, and from what we saw in the opening race certainly shows that he hasn't lost any of the raw talent or ability that he had towards the tail end of last season. Is now Jamie Fluke still with the advantage up at the front. Matuszewski in 2nd still. 76,000 now starting to stretch out as they come through turn 1. Not too concerned yet, Matuszewski, with regards to making the move. Joshua Rogers still hanging around and remains in 3rd place, but it's starting to build up in behind. Keke Oliveira just close to his rear right now, but has obviously still got to remain cautious with the fact that Jeffrey Rietveld will be looking to obviously heighten his claim here in this top end of things, with Pajtor still very much in this fight. But I'm looking at Nikodem Wisniewski, who's going to work here. Just get the feeling he's starting to detach himself.
You can see there with Rietveld, he's so good at driving. He can drive without looking at the screen or moving. Obviously, his camera disconnected a little while ago or something. They'll have to well, I'm assuming it'll be his link has kind of failed him a little bit, and he can't refresh it because he's obviously in the middle of driving here. But it is still pretty funny to look at Rizlis Rietveld looking off to the moon.
Absolutely.
That is his nickname now. Thank you to Jasmine for that one.
Yeah. If you want to know who's responsible, it is Jasmine. So now watching Matuszewski in second. Now once again all over the back of Jamie Fluke. Lap 6 of 9. And they'll be coming through bus stop again now. Who's going to get the better exit? Obviously, Fluke is going to have the clean air, which will help him apply that throttle a little more aggressively than what Matuszewski's going to certainly apply it as. But coming through the final 2 corners, of course, it will open the door for Matuszewski to close that gap up back again as they now proceed to move on to lap 7 of 9. 4 knockouts in total to decide the semi-final grid. Still Rietveld, as you can see, still looking hopeful as ever. There you can see the Williams belonging to Daniel Pajtor in behind Jeffrey Rietveld as they close up that gap again in this fight for P5 right now. Rietveld still holding position, Pajtor waiting in the wings, obviously not too concerned right now, but their next lap, their new lap is now back underway. 2 to go before you reach the very end.
2 to go to the end.
That's what I said.
There's 3 to go to the end. It's fine. 7, 8, and 9. It's fine. Don't worry about it, George Morgan.
We did say counting is not a commentator's best friend.
No, it's so true. It is so true. Never trust a commentator's mouth, even if it is counting from 1 through 10. But that is absolutely fine.
Struggles.
Josh Rogers very much involved in this fight. Don't get me wrong, we're not the smartest bunch as commentators. Rogers, though, will be knocking at the door. Do you know what? I don't know. I don't know if we should count him, but I'm actually going to say, because of how he started from 9th from the grid and his work to win this position, I think Rogers is the favourite for this race now.
I think he could be. I mean, he's managed the race superbly and he's brought himself to within 6.5 tenths. So, you know, he's in a stronger position now than what he was. He's right on the rear now of Matuszewski. So this could be a late burst here for Josh Rogers. A great opportunity to perhaps even do something that we didn't think was possible before. And now perhaps is possible now after that, you know, dramatic opener where we saw Bono House and Max Benneker come together. Truly sensational stuff here in the closing stage of the race. I think he's got a great chance, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's why he's one of the best drivers in sim races. Why he's defending champion of the full season is Josh Rogers. Now closing his way into the back of the Falcons car. Will he make a move inside, outside? We'll try something here, or will he just bump draft? Maybe he'll try and push Jakob through. Enzo Benito has retrieved a 1 second time penalty due to contact, due to overtaking outside of the track bounds. That'll be adjudicated post-race. There is the move around the outside into second spot. I don't think that was particularly fought hard by the Falcons driver.
No, not at all. 3rd place now for Matuszewski, and Rogers now bursting on into second. A fantastic move. And one that was necessary, but the win is on the cards, and we're on the penultimate lap now, lap 8 of 9. 2 laps to go, should we say, as we now venture through the first sector. Yeah, thank you very much. A-star. As now come through in towards the next right-hander. Further down, Kike Oliveira, I must say as well, very much like Joshua Rogers, impressive performance.
Yeah, indeed. As we see more of this train from Rizlis Rietveld towards the back end of it. His little look on the replay as Josh Rogers moves straight to the outside, committed to it. The reason why I say you can tell the Falcons car did not fight that too hard is purely based on the fact of if the Falcons car did want to remain side by side, absolutely could have remained side by side there. Matuszewski could have done that, but was like, let's sit back and let Rogers do his thing. And I can tell you one thing, Jamie Fluke would have been like, oh, not him again. Not Rogers again. Where's he keep coming from?
Well, I don't know where he's managed to pull this one from, but it'll be a sensational victory if he does pull this off. But they've still got some ways to go yet. I mean, at least a whole circuit, as we now right on board with Joshua Rogers heading down the next segment and soon to cross the start-finish line to begin the final lap of the race. It is still Fluke in control, and you can just see there Rogers just warning, just getting closer and closer as they come through turn 1, trying to enforce Fluke to make a mistake as they now beckon their way out of turn 1 and turn 2 in towards turn 3 at the horseshoe section. And now, will he risk it? Not quite, but he knows that he still has that final run through that final sector in order to launch his charge at a potential P1.
Yeah, let's see if there are going to be moves. The top 6 separated by absolutely nothing in this one. Nikodem Wisniewski too far off the rear end to do anything. He needs a bit of luck, needs a bit of contact from this grouping. But where are those chances of contact? Running into the West Horseshoe, running into that Le Mans chicane. And outside of that, there isn't really anywhere. Yeah, sure, maybe on the start-finish straight is they're all banging wheels trying to cross over to take victory, but I just don't see it happening. Josh Rogers, do remember back to Charlie Collins, who took victory literally on the line by 7,000 of a second over Team Redline in the previous race. Josh Rogers could be on for very much the same thing here against Jamie Fluke, though I think maybe the straight line speed might be slightly better from the Merc versus the Beamer, but I actually don't think so. I think they're pretty equal when it comes to that. We'll find out this time. Bye.
Yeah, we certainly will. And heading down in towards the latter sector now. It's a trip down the backstretch before they venture into the chicane, and it's still Fluke who's in charge, looking to bid for yet another race win for Apex Racing Team to put them in a position where they could yet achieve yet another final appearance with a very strong outfit that has given them grand results in the past. But Joshua Rogers is lurching closer and closer, and this would be truly an unfathomable victory should he pull it off, and just squeezing him to the outside is Jamie Fluke. But Joshua Rogers with the run takes the outside line. The question is, who's going to be first across the line? It's Rogers. Rogers takes it 15 thousandths of a second between them, and Porsche Coanda, a carbon copy of Charlie Collins not too long ago, and they've taken their second victory in this knockout phase at Daytona.
Look at the Coanda branded in-ears that he's got as well that go under the headset, so he's blocking out all the sounds. I'm pretty sure that would be Charlie Collins coming round to say congratulations. He's not, yes, I know he's jumped out of the rig very quickly. I think there's been a little bit more time in it because he did cross the line a little bit earlier, I do believe, because he had a photographer coming over to take photographs. Now, I'm not going to lie, if a photographer came up to me whilst I was crossing the line side by side with Jamie Fluke, I'd be like, what are you doing, mate? I'm driving, which is pretty much what Max Benneker did back in Gamers 8.
Gamers 8, yeah.
Where he was not particularly happy with the camera workers.
Or like I suppose when we went to Katowice, and I think James West was trying to get an interview with Crimsix. Who could forget that?
That was quality. Excuse me, sir, I need to turn. Honestly, a most iconic line in sim racing from Crim there. Very good, very good.
And it was in his first professional outing as well for FaZe, which was tremendous. I mean, to come out with that, what a moment in terms of this championship. But let's take a look back at the highlights. I mean, an exceptional drive from from Joshua Rogers. I mean, we run out of superlatives for this man. He was brilliant back in the final of last time out in the Winter Series at Jönköping, and once again showing his class again, Lewis.
According to Veracity, though, Jeffrey is the winner in our eyes no matter what. Whoever our is, take it from them.
Well, there we go. Let's take you through the results from Knockout 4, everybody. Joshua Rogers, a victor once again here in ESL R1 here at Daytona as well, ahead of Jamie Fluke, who finishes a very, very decent second place, with Matuszewski finishing in third, Jeffrey Rietveld in fourth. Kaiki Oliveira does make it through to the semi-final, with Daniel Pajtor, yet another Williams, heading through to semi-final action. Nikodem Wisniewski just misses out for G2, with Enzo Benito out for FaZe in 8th, Thibaut Casjabon in 9th, Mikhail Baikov in 10th, Bono House in 11th, after coming together with Max Benneker, seeing both cars' career down through the field. Disappointment for Max Benneker, who of course is, essentially Gamers 8 champion.
Yeah, big shock. A big shock indeed. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Obviously, we caught up a little bit before we went racing with Seb Hawkins with the Guild Racing team. It has not been their afternoon. Let's put it that way. There's some serious disappointment in that, which is fine. They'll take after this round. They'll debrief it a little bit and be like, what's actually happened.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, folks, we got more action to come as we make our way through. We've witnessed some drama already in the knockout phase, but in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and you will be able to catch up with the runners-up race now very shortly. Well, welcome here to Daytona, everybody, and we have got our runners-up race about to Well, about to get started. At the front, it's Nuninghoff with Octavia representing the front end. So it's Beamer against Mercedes up at the front. Nuninghoff driving that Mercedes AMG GT3. Then the BMW M3 being driven by Octavia under the safety car conditions. The first time that we've actually seen this through the course of ESL action and also Rennsport action alike as well. But very soon it's going to venture out into the front stretch, but into the pit lane, allowing the front two to get things underway. And it looks like now as they fight over track position, we are going to be seeing them put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And indeed, Nuninghoff out in front. We got Katia in third place. Ottaviani now sat in second as well, just within 0.4 of a second. But Nuninghoff starting to sprint clear here, Lewis McGlade, and looks so far in control.
Yeah, I think Kattler was on the front row alongside Nuninghoff, actually, but Nuninghoff with an absolutely excellent start there. Got that one navigated really well. Wonder what happened there with Martin Merguli, who I think was the one on the inside run on into the first corner, where he was miles away from the grouping ahead. I think he was supposed to be starting in 4th, but ended up basically starting in 6th place because he wasn't where he should have been. So very interesting there, but did get a quality start courtesy of it because he wanted to work into it. Again, like you say, first safety car start that we've had, or pace car start, I think is the real word you want to use in American word terminology. Great start.
Yeah, fantastic start indeed. Very clean and very orderly. We have got a gap, though, starting to formulate further down between Wisner and Maguli for that 4th spot. Obviously, Maguli currently sat in that 4th place. Wisner further back, 2.1 behind, as we're now riding on board here with Ottaviani, heading straight into the back of Nuninghoff as they run wheel to wheel now through towards the next left-hander. Still, though, 2 BMW sitting in 2nd and 3rd. I must say, Katia getting a cleaner run through the chicane, which will tee him up, I think, for a smarter run on the outset as they now beckon their way through the final 2 corners. Still Nuninghoff out in front. Just look at the slipstream gain here from Ottaviani, who once again sits on the rear of that Mercedes AMG. Katia now breaking out of the trend, breaking out of the slip, now switches back to the inside as they head down this straight now. It's BMW together, wheel to wheel through this next left, and a great opportunity here for Katia, who I think now has finally managed to take that 2nd place away from Ottaviani.
Yeah, Ottaviani going to try and go around the outside. It's definitely going to get hung out to dry by trying. So, of course, Alessandro Ottaviani did take part in the Le Mans Virtual Series, the end of, not last year, 2022. And in fact, one of the other drivers that he was battling with in all that, because I think Martin Merguli certainly did Le Mans Virtual 2023. So they've got some endurance racing history, and they've raced each other time and time again elsewhere in sim racing. Great to see them racing here on Rennsport. But Nico Nuninghoff, the arguable favourite for this one, running in 1st place. Curious to see what Gal Valero can do as well from 6th. Of course, he's a part of the Apex Racing team as well that do race in the main series in ESL R1. So curious, maybe he's trying to show himself to the team and see if he can work his way past all this grouping.
Yeah, obviously Apex Racing Team returning back with a very familiar lineup for ESL R1, with Jimmy Antonez stepping in alongside Jamie Fluke, Johan Harth and Kevin Ellis Jr. Of course, they lost Elvis Rankin towards the tail end of last season, but still nonetheless great to see them represented so strongly as they were. Who can forget their tremendous run at Road Atlanta last season, where they would go on to take victory, and we saw a very emotional Jamie Fluke around that time as well. But still Nuninghoff out in front as we now watch Ottaviani make his way through the next series of chicanes through bus stop, and then heading down in towards the final bends once again of turn 12 and 13 before teeing up a run through sector 1. It is still, though, Katia sat in 2nd. Let's see if Ottaviani can benefit off the back of getting involved in that slipstream. We'll have to wait and see. There's Edmondson, who's currently 6.1 off the lead and approximately 3 seconds outside of Valero, who's in 6th place. So he's got a little bit of catching up to do here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think you're going to be able to around here. It's just too tight. 8,000 of a second separating the top 2 across the line. I think that's because Kattler was going for it around the outside of T1, but it's actually opened up the door for Alessandro Ottaviani to sneak one straight back down. He's going to have the inside run, though, once they get into the international horseshoe. See if Alessandro Ottaviani is going to try and cover off Kattler, but that's going to be a bit of contact between the 2 BMWs fighting over 2nd position. There's a bit of a squabble here between them.
Yeah, very much a squabble. Wheel to wheel they are going to stay, and it's Ottaviani and Kattler now coming toe-to-toe for a battle for a shot at P2, and they do finally sort themselves out. Nuninghoff still in control. Ottaviani now managing to gamble and take that 2nd place away from Kattler, who's now back into 3rd. It just seems to me it's going sideways there, Ottaviani. Very nearly losing the car. A little bit of understeer, maybe a slight tap, a little bump draft perhaps from Kattler in that fight for 2nd, as we now see Wisner trying to look around the outside. Just could not quite maintain the pace, could not find the grip in order to escalate his placing up to P3, but still a great show of determination, and at the same time, just raw aggression and a potential opportunity at a podium place. Of course, he'll be looking for that, but the two BMWs making it very difficult as they now dice together heading through this next segment.
Big moment, though, for Nuninghoff to have such a big gap being made. There's Wisner moving to the inside and getting a move done on Kattler. That was absolutely excellent going through the Le Mans chicane. Fantastic move from Wisner. Don't rule out Martin Marguli and Garl Valero, who have now definitely joined the rear end of this fight. I thought Garl Valero might have been, he was about a second off the rear end of this train. Thankfully, been able to close his way back down into it. But with 3 laps complete, it's going to be a big lead for Nuninghoff. Curious to see as to whether this grouping is actually going to work a little bit more together to try and close the gap down to the race leader.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, the gap now sat at 1.2 between Ottaviani and Nuninghoff in his Mercedes further up, as we now see. And watch as Wisner looks to try and gain once again, has done enough to keep Kattler behind. And now he's going to try and challenge Ottaviani as they come through the initial chicanes, as they now break away and down through towards this next dogged right-hander. Things are going to get a little tricky now, but the BMW with that favourable inside is going to give them the tiger line and the run on the escape and opening the door for Kattler to retake P3 as they make contact further back. And I tell you what, a little flash to the light, so I don't think it was necessarily a flash, might have just been the camera angle as they broke away through, but very close to coming to an end, and certainly Wisner was in jeopardy, very nearly lost the car.
Same with Valero, nearly into the back of Marguli there, just the rear end of shot going into the West Horseshoe here. Just a little bit tricky there. That was a dicey bit of contact, but again, that's kind of what you expect when you're getting this fight. This is exactly what we're going to see in the main races as well. You know, when you get the big boys out on circuit, it's still going to get this elbow out combat. I am told that BMW and the Mercedes are certainly like they're arguably the 2 best cars around here. All of the cars are separated by a very small margin, but it does seem as though it's leaning slightly in advantage towards the BMW and the Mercedes, although I am told the Mercedes does understeer an awful lot in that middle sector, just causing a couple of problems. Probably doesn't go too well if you're going to bump around like that.
A little bit of a concertina effect, wasn't there, heading through that portion of circuit, but obviously Daytona does offer plenty in terms of slipstreaming. We did see them all bunched together. Of course, under the heavy braking zones, things come to a very heavy halt, and you do have to try and manage your brake usage through the course of the race. We are on lap 4 of 10, still plenty more to go. Still though, Nuninghoff out in front and has nearly broken clear by 2 seconds as Kattler now gets a very nice run on Ottaviani. Opts not to open the door this time though, but will have the line coming through the inside should he choose to use it. I think in this case he's just happy to wait in behind Ottaviani as they head through the first few corners. Still though, Wisner in 4th with Marguli now dropping back and well over a second now. 1.2 here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed, going back a little bit further down the order, you've got Loudon here in 9th position, you've got Mosin, Joachim Thunders not too far off the rear end of it. Mosin we've seen plenty of times on racing, does an awful lot of racing over on that neck of the woods, but great to see him out here, 10th position at the moment. Probably not ideal, but certainly focused on potentially moving a little bit forward, at least, you know, at a bare minimum, unless you want to be inside the top 10. Even though it's only a 12-car field, you've got to remember this field is not separated by that much. Same as what we see with the pro guys as well. On board now with Wisner on the back of Kattler, still running BMW in 2nd and 3rd. Those Mercedes can't quite get the whole shot on them.
No, they can't. It's a little tricky. I mean, the BMW very much providing a useful buffer to prevent the Mercedes from jumping into the podium places. Though Nuninghoff is still representing that Mercedes car up at the very top as they run wheel to wheel through the very tight chicane. Now that was risky from Wisner, but you've got to risk it for a biscuit. And certainly in his case, just missing out narrowly. Though they do come out of it, no one harmed through the course of that. But Wisner has dropped back to 0.7 of a second behind Kattler for that 3rd place, and now the other 2 Mercedes started to make their way through as they now venture down this next stretch once again, and this time Marguli now hot on the heels. We got Valero there in 6th, also looking for a potential overtake. They're getting all bunched up once again. They've got to be so cautious coming into the slow apexes.
There's a bit of bump draft in there. Garl Valero will also try and get past Martin Marguli down into the 1st corner. Great move from Valero there. The one now moving up into 5th position. I mean, if Wisner was risking it for a biscuit, I hope it was a chocolate biscuit for that level of risk. That was an awful lot going on down into the Le Mans chicane, down into the bus stop. You can make moves in there. We've seen it earlier on in the race, even from Wisner. But if you're going to do it, you have to have a full overlap before you get down into the corner. He's actually fairly lucky that he got the bump draft coming in from Martin Marguli behind, because if they hadn't had the bump draft, he was dropping right back to 6th.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, that would have certainly ended his race to a certain extent, but Nerninghoff has no such concerns. 2.3 now becomes 2.4 out in front, and Catilla sat in third, also a couple of seconds near enough in behind Ottaviani, but he's currently got bigger concerns because Visner has been haunting his rear spoiler, and the BMW M3 is going to be under some distinct pressure. Visner has obviously shown that he's not afraid to try and make the big plays, and now hot on the heels now of Catilla, and is going to get the run down this next stretch once again. Now remember, they came together at the chicane not too long ago, and now around the outside it's going to be the turn of McGurley to try and venture in, as well as Valero, who's trying to open up the door. And this time Valero not able to make the move happen. He's going to go wheel to wheel with the sister Mercedes around the outside, but a great effort from Visner to keep Catilla in behind as McGurley and Valero do battle here, Lewis.
Yeah, it was a terrible exit from Gar Valero going through that. Obviously he was looking to try and make a move. Right at the end of it, was half committed to it, and it's what's going to allow potentially Martin McGurley to work his way past. But look at the top, the two ahead of them just clearing off into the distance. Side by side around here is not conducive to good lap time. Should be in favour of Gar Valero here with the inside run coming down into T1. We ride on board with him. You'll see him hook up the apex, and you'll see that Mercedes drop back behind of Martin McGurley. Did you say BMW M3?
I think I did.
Yeah, I think you did as well. I was a bit taken aback by that. It's BMW M4, but that's fine.
My mistake.
Don't you commentate on GT3s, George?
I do. I don't know why I had the M3 stuck in my head, to be honest with you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're now watching them around on lap 7 of 10, and still at the moment it's Nerninghoff out in front. There's Ladler in the Porsche, currently sat in that 8th place and still ahead of Loudon, who's in P9. Now the gap's starting to formulate down at the bottom end. Still, it's Nerninghoff in real control. There's Schroeder. They're down in 12th place, with Thunder still occupying that 11th spot. So 8 seconds now approximately between them. And Valero, as we're now panning right into the midfield, still being closed up by McGurley. Of course, they're in a battle for 5th place. And that gap once again starting to shrink as now the two Mercedes now come nose to tail. Question is, though, will they look to pounce even prior before the chicane entry as they now burst on through? There's Ottaviani, who's into second, 2.8. Now away from our leader, Visner, 4.2, then behind as well. So that's another 2 seconds that's starting to spring. So we are seeing those gaps now formulate here now, Lewis, with 3 laps to go.
Certainly so. Like I say, it's just it's kind of what you expect in this, where it's a tight pack race, but the more you battle, the more those separations appear. Maybe not the wisest moves from some earlier on in the race. As soon as Nerninghoff got over a second, he's been able to check out into the distance. He only has 3 laps left to go at the World Centre of Racing before taking victory in the very first runners-up race. Here comes a look to the outside from Catilla. No way to pass Visner down into the first corner. I am told that the first corner, by the way, is a lot easier to drive. Or not. Easy is probably not the right word. It's better to drive than it was when we came here last in the ESL R1 because of how you can, how trail braking and stuff works now in Rennsport. So there's been a whole host of improvements that all the drivers have found very enjoyable, including all the new content as well. To see Fiji being announced the other day. Ooh, I do like myself a little bit of Fiji.
A little bit of spice. Yeah, it's nice to see a new addition. Obviously, many of the drivers have been talking about new tracks coming into the championship. I'm sure we will see plenty more just around the corner. We've got only a couple of laps to go now. Nerninghoff still out in front. There's Ladler, who we've currently seen. There is our race leader, who is in real control right now. Can flex his muscles, probably just take things a little smoother. Knows that he hasn't got anyone necessarily within slipstream distance, so he can just sit tight and just maintain the gap, maintain the lead advantage. But a very cool, calm and decisive drive from Nerninghoff here at this stage, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he did really well in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland, which the favourites in that, you are talking, obviously it was one Mr. Max Benneker, but we did also have Thibaut Casmon, Yuri Toman, Moritz Lerner, and that will take part. And to be fair, on various occasions, Nico Nerninghoff held his own. Certainly with the likes like Moritz Lerner, certainly saw him battle along with Lerner at various points. Maybe not quite as fast, fair enough, but coming into this race, this is still a strong field. Having the likes of Alessandro Ottaviani, of Gar Valero, Martin McGurley, all that lot, like it's a strong field. But realistically speaking, coming into this, Nico Nerninghoff with his experience on Rennsport was always going to be the favourite as we head on to the penultimate lap of the race and continue to see the battling for 5th.
Yeah, coming into the final lap now, and certainly Nurninghoff up at the front, 2.9 ahead of Ottaviani, and is in very cool, calm, in a very cool, calm position. As now McGurley now threatens to move up the inside, a little tap in the rear again, but McGurley now finds himself around, just tapping the rear of the car in front, and unfortunately, he's now lost out as certainly as a consequence of effectively making that move. Nurninghoff, though, out in front, still now increasing that gap to nearly 3 seconds with Ottaviani in behind. He's got a gap, though, to Wisner in third place, but that fight for third place is far from over here now, Lewis, because Catilla is haunting him with that 3/10 gap.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, some of these gaps, whilst they might be growing towards the front, they certainly aren't with the groupings behind. Very tight margins. I suspect we're going to have a little bit of a drag race towards the line between a few drivers, George. Which is exactly what we want. This is what you expect around Daytona. But honestly, very, very impressive drive from Nico Nurninghoff coming into that Le Mans chicane for the final time. Just dominant, George.
Yeah, coming out of the bus stop at turn 11, looking very smooth indeed, and no one could stop Nurninghoff on this occasion as he comes around turn 12 and turn 13. It's then one final run up to the front stretch and the start-finish line and the checkered flag as they now head up towards the line. It has been a stellar drive from Nurninghoff, and he will cross the line and also take victory here at Daytona. A fabulous effort. Ottaviani home in second. Catilla crosses the line in third.
Yeah, very.
And welcome back, everybody, to ESL R1, the spring season back underway. And after witnessing some really furiously fast knockout races, of course, we witnessed truly some drama all the way through. But next up, we have semi-final action to come. George Morgan, your commentator, once again joined by Lewis McGlade as well. And Lewis, I think a few surprises, especially after the last knockout.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you've got to remember with Guild being out in all four, basically. But still, the odd surprise here and there. I think the big shock at the moment, Max Benneker, gone.
It was all about that turn 1 incident, wasn't it? Coming out to the first corner in towards turn 2, where we saw Bono House and Benneker come together. Of course, Bono House, an experienced sim racer in his own right. Max Benneker, one of the best in the world, should we say, in the world of sim racing. Unfortunately, both coming a cropper towards the very end. And Guild, this is not the best way to start your time as a team in this championship with all your drivers being out of the competition.
I think you mean the Le Mans game, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure it was down there rather than T1.
Apologies.
Any opportunity to throw you straight under the bus, and I am. I'm there. I honestly, I'm never so swift on anything in commentary except proving you wrong. It is like my number one favourite.
I appreciate it.
But no, obviously, either way, again, there was contact between the pair, and that was the important bit. Not a great start for Guild in this kind of. Looking at the struggles of the Mercedes AMG team last season, kind of seems like it's the same thing, which tells you that it's not the car. It might just be something to do with the approach to the drivers. Obviously, we know that this is the whole thing. They are all good enough to do it, but it just doesn't quite work. Let's take a look at some standings.
Yeah, here are the team standings now. Team Redline, no question, up at the front. They've been consistent performers right through. Maybe, though, bottling out a few leads, but still, they hold the top of the team standings with 69 points. Porsche Commander in second, so the two forces once again colliding, but Williams looking so strong as well. And don't forget, they've got a good number of cars now making their way into the semi-final, and very good prospects as well. 61 points. Vitality in fourth place. Apex Racing Team in fifth. Team Falcons, an impressive debut. Really good maiden season so far. Mouse missing out on Benneker coming through to the semi-final action after seeing him dip out, heading through the Le Mans chicane, as you quite rightly say, Lewis. BS Plus Competition in 8th. G2 Esports in 9th. Guild really going to struggle because, of course, none of their drivers are going to make it through. Virtus Pro in 11th, with FaZe Clan at the back end of the order. It has to say, tough visit for some teams. I think one team, though, that could take solace in their opening performances, Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, what an excellent welcome into ESL R1 for the Falcons. The other thing as well is they might be looking at this thinking, like, it could have been better as well. When they'll look at some of the results, especially with what happened to like Stiepler from pole position to then get knocked out. It could have been better for the team. Other teams as well, got to remember, after the first two races, it would have been Williams leading, courtesy of an excellent start, second and first place. What can they carry on as we get ready for semi-final one?
Yeah, here is the lineup for semi-final one. Jakub Brzezinski will mark a return for G2 Esports. We do have Luke Bennett then for Redline. Marcel Chinchik lines up for Team Vitality with Moritz Lerner and Mouse. Sebastian Joe back again after just losing out to the top 2 places in our first knockout event for Team Redline. Dane Warren back again as well with Thomas Tatler for Team Falcons. We have then Dara McCormack for Williams, Erhan Yovsky for Team Vitality, Kevin Ellis Jr. impressive in our opening race as well for ART, and Dominic Blyer once again returning. I must say, Williams look like the dark horses of this event. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled with Dominic Blyer being so good around Daytona, and Zholobov coming back in as well. That's for Vitus Pro, so they've at least got one driver making it through as well, Lewis, with a great chance as well, because anything can happen in these races.
Yeah, I mean, look, the important bit from there is that we've got 2 Redline cars, we've got 2 Williams Esports cars, and of course 2 of the Vitality. Everyone else is there out basically solo, and so that's going to be maybe a little bit tricky. It gives those teams that have 2 cars, it gives them a huge advantage because they can bump draft each other. Work to the high side, get past everyone. I wouldn't actually be shocked if we see those teams that have 2 cars in this actually get all of those through. Like if it was 3 teams that went their way through with the 6 drivers to a team, I wouldn't be surprised because of how this track can work if you've got 2 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. We're now watching them through. Speaking of 2 cars, of course, Dominic Blyer being one of 2 Williams drivers coming through semi-final 1. So let's see what they can do. Obviously having, I would say, 2 of their best drivers with McCormack and Blyer. Big yawn there for Sebastian Job. Doesn't want to really fall asleep at this stage because was unhooked from his P1 spot in the opening race and dropped to P3.
I mean, clearly this driving is exhausting. I mean, it is. But to be fair, again, he's not been in the car for a while. It was in the car in the first race of the day, which was 2 hours ago. More than 2 hours ago, I think. It was a while ago for Sebastian Job, and so I think take a little bit of a breather, have a little bit of a yawn. There is Dara McCormack, race winner from Knockout 2. Something's happening outside as the window's open. It closed that window. Also, to be fair, it's quite hot, so maybe don't close that window. I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see. Luke Bennett as well back in too. But as we know, pan our pictures across Daytona this time around, we are getting into qualifying, and Virtus Pro first up to nestle in their lap time, and great to see them back in as well. And it's going to be Zholobov who's represented them in these final echelons here. Of course, we've got 2 semi-final races to bring you to decide the grid for the final. Remember, top 6 in the semi-finals will move into the final, making up the final 12-car grid to see who's going to score the big points and also score the big round result. But it all comes down to this, and naturally every driver wants to come out on top, and certainly if you're Virtus Pro and if you're at the same time Oleg Zholobov, you'll want to get off to a decent start here at Daytona and potentially put yourself in the final equation.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the time for you to deliver for the team. When you're a brand new team, you got nothing to lose in this. That's what you got. I think that's the most important thing to remember at a time like this. You have absolutely nothing to lose. It doesn't really matter. Like, being respectful, this team is not going to be fighting for the 140,000 euros for winning the team's title. They are not in contention for that. That's just being realistic. They aren't. So that means that weight's off your shoulder. You don't care. Like, you're out here for you to represent the team to obviously get some more points. Fair enough, but it's like whatever. Just go out there, push the car to the absolute limit, see what you can get. Maybe you'll sneak a final appearance. Maybe you'll sneak some very healthy points for the squad. 44.2 there in the first sector. It's not ideal for Zholobov. Ignore that car there. He can't make contact with it. That's just where they start from, and he also can't even see that. That's a bit too hot.
Yeah, the rear sort of stepped out a little bit there. Very nearly lost the car, and that will, I'm sure, be detrimental to his time. And you can see the frustrations in the bottom left-hand corner. Oleg Zholobov not happy whatsoever with that lap, and I think for good reason as well, coming through the final 2 corners, and will head down towards the front stretch and across the line as well, and usher in his first time of this session. But obviously it's not going to be ideal. So it's a 144.4, not as bad as I was expecting, to be honest, but still, nonetheless, we have seen drivers that competed in those first 2 sessions that pulled off the 144.1s and the 144.2s, so I do expect that to be beaten, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, especially like considering, like say, the pace of knockout 1 and 2, definitely. So you talk of Tashes, by the way, in sim racing. We speak of Mustachio. How about this one for Moritz Lerner? He's been having that one for a little bit. I had a good conversation with him about it. I'm not sure his halves too into it, but whatever. Lerner then up towards the line. 44.2 in the first sector. Up towards the line, he's going to go 44.445. So it is faster than Zholobov, but it's not great.
No, it's not breaking in even to that 144.3 that we have seen as well quite consistently. Luke Bennett might be the first to do it, though. Coming through now in towards the latter stages of this lap for Team Redline. As he now curtails through this next left-hander. Can he land a blow to Moritz Lerner? He certainly can with a 144.137. That's the one we've been waiting for. So it's Luke Bennett with the advantage up at the front, and that's going to be a very tricky time to beat.
Slowdown penalty's already been dished out to Dane Warren for exceeding track limits on this lap. Again, the lap is still valid, but he's given a slowdown penalty for exceeding track limits, exactly the same as it was in the previous season. Great lap time there from Luke Bennett. I actually believe, so obviously Dane Warren has a slowdown penalty. I think the next lap that we'll actually get that's representative will be Marcel Chinchik, because both Dane Warren and Jakub Brzezinski, as you can see there at the bottom of the screen, so the drivers that will be coming around to set their next 2 lap times have both received slowdown penalties for exceeding track limits. So the next relevant competitive lap time will come in here from Marcel Chinchik. 44.191 in the first sector. It is decent. It will be in contention for a potential pole position. Although I don't know, George. I'm going to say I reckon this will be a 44 point. I'm going to give you a good guess here. Okay, here we go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
267.
267. Wow, that is a
267.
very precise guess on your part.
If this happens, I'm myself going to take the headset off. I'm going to go for a cup of tea. I'm out.
Buy a lottery ticket. Incredible. The Hungarian now coming through the final few corners now. Let's see what Chinchik can nail down, because the 144.137 set by Luke Bennett is truly a time to beat, but it's going to be very tricky to beat. Marcel Chinchik, though, has proven to be quick in his time. Unfortunately, it's not your number here, Lewis McGlade. It's a 144.307. But now his teammate, Vitality teammate Erhan Yuyovsky, is up next.
With a mega first sector as well for Erhan Yuyovsky. This could be in a challenging time for Bennett, as you can see his reaction there. I don't think he's particularly pleased with the lap time set, so I'm going to assume it's going to be slightly behind Bennett, maybe a 1.18 something as he'll cross the line. Let's see what it's going to be for Erhan Yuyovsky. Oh, never mind then. It is enough to go ahead. He did not react as if it was the case. Erhan Yuyovsky on the provisional pole.
A fantastic time that's over 7 thousandths faster than Luke Bennett from Team Redline. Thomas Tatler not with quite the same opening sector, but it's not terrible. And the Finn is looking in, well, I must say his reaction isn't necessarily positive, but still, Erhan Yuyovsky through that shade as well. He went fastest of anybody, as we now see Tatler make his way up towards the line now. Where can Team Falcon situate themselves in towards the very bitter end? Just in behind Marcel Chinchik with a 144.358. I think they'll take that, Lewis.
Certainly will. Heavy hitters, though, still to come. Blyer, Ellis Jr., McCormack and Sebastian Job all ready to come and cross the line. Remember, Blyer finished second. Ellis Jr. was victorious. McCormack was victorious. Sebastian Job finished on the podium. These are big, big, big hitters coming at the end of this session. They're working their way up towards the line. Dom Blyer, 44.124 in the first sector. It's pretty decent as he comes across the line. Only 5th. Very disappointing for the pole driver.
His first sector wasn't brilliant and might have been the precursor for what was to come, but Kevin Ellis Jr. looking very dialed in on his opening sector, but a shake of the head for Big Kev is surely, that's not a good omen whatsoever, but still sharp as a button. He'll be looking to come straight back after winning in his first knockout round. As he heads down this back straight now, once again, be looking to try and nestle in his lap time front stretch, I should say, as he now beckons his way through this next left. What's he going to muster? Heads towards the line, 3rd fastest. Can't even break into the 2s. A 144.3. The first sector looked so good, but it fell apart towards the end. McCormack looking confident.
I wonder where he's about to go in this session. I'm going to assume this is a 44.0 coming in from Darren McCormack with that reaction. Do remember, of course, the webcams slightly ahead of what we're seeing in the game. McCormack out into the tri-oval. This is going to be the fastest time, surely, from Darren McCormack. What a reaction from him as well. McCormack across the line. 44.071. Incredible.
That's a fantastic lap time there from the Irishman. That places Williams 1st and 7th, at least for now. We're still, though, waiting for Sebastian Job to head up towards the line. He's the only driver yet to put his lap time to the table. I don't think for 1 minute it's going to be enough to pip Dara McCormack, but never say never as he now makes his way up through towards the final corner here in this stretch, leading through towards the front stretch. Where can the BMW sit now, coming out here at Daytona? Is it going to be enough? No. Fourth fastest, second row, red line bound together.
Oh, wow, very, very impressive, though, in that session from this man here, Dara McCormack. Is he turning things on for the third season? Obviously, when you account for the spring season last year, for the fall season last year, the spring season then this year, is he turning things up? Of course, did compete for the title back in the spring season, had a few struggles in the fall season, particularly with qualifying. Well, he's put that one to bed, hasn't he, with that kind of lap time. Erhan Yovsky seems a little bit miffed with his lap time, still goes onto the front row of the grid.
Yeah, I must say, what a performance from Erhan Yovsky. His reaction might have been more about Dara McCormack crossing the line and pipping him. Who knows? I mean, it has to be said, he was unlucky not to take it in any other session, especially the last one, maybe even the one before, that would have granted him pole. There is, of course, Luke Bennett, who's marking a return for Team Redline, who have got 2 cars on the second row of the grid. So let's wait and see what they can do. Obviously, this could be a big day for them. They're currently fighting for the team's title, have started brightly, and see if they can continue this through towards the latter stages of this evening's festivities. But still a long way to go. We still have yet another semi-final to come after this one, and then we have the final race to determine who's going to win this first round. Kevin Ellis Jr. back again as well. He was a little frustrated. His first sector, incidentally, in that qualifying session was brilliant. Just could not quite hook it up through the final 2 sectors, ending up with a 44.3 here. But here's the starting grid, Lewis McGlade.
Yep, certainly is. So Dane Warren shockingly from the rear of the field. Brzezinski back there as well. Oleg Zholobov, 10th position. Moritz Lerner starting from 9th before we get to Don Plyer, who we know can work his way through the field around here, but still will roll off from 8th position. Thomas Tathler outside of that all-important top 6. Then those drivers that at the moment, if the race finishes as they start, they will be the drivers moving on into the first final of 2024. Marcel Chinchik from 6th position. Kevin Ellis Jr. race victory earlier on today. Will start this one from 5th. Sebastian Job got denied in knockout 1. We'll start from 4th with Luke Bennett starting alongside an all red line row number 2. But starting on the front row, Erhan Yovsky, and then with a whopping 44.071, it is Dara McCormack after victory in knockout 2, starting this one from pole position, looking for very much the same thing. George, can he do it?
Well, I definitely think he can. If he can harness that pace once again, this time in race trim, I think he's got a great chance. But, you know, this is someone who has proven himself on several occasions. The first man to go back-to-back in racing action in ESL R1. And no doubt he's going to look to take yet another round victory and bring big points to the Williams team. Erhan Yovsky is going to be looking to do the same for the Vitality team as well. Still harnessing the RHG jersey as always. Remember, it's RHG still, but they've got essentially a brand new partner in Team Vitality. There's Luke Bennett representing Team Redline in that all Redline second row. No doubt they're going to be looking to try and break into the front end. I mean, I suppose the advantages of having 2 cars in this fight, Lewis, is that you can perform the teamwork as such to try and, I suppose, be a boon, I suppose, for your teammate. Try and, you know, raise the stakes, you know, especially if you're Team Redline, to increase your points gap at the front.
Yeah, indeed. Either way, they'll take to the starting grid and head their way back out, especially when you've got red line starting together on row number 2. That is going to be very advantageous for them because they will be able to work together immediately. The Vitality cars aren't that far apart. The Williams cars, though, are far apart. That's the important bit. You can see there, bottom left and top right of shot. Heading back out into the tri-oval then, controls of Dara McCormack, starting this one from pole position alongside Erhan Yovsky, all red line on row 2 as we get underway for the first of the semi-finals. McCormack will lead our way down into the first corner. Luke Bennett already filling the mirrors, heading down into that first turn. Erhan Yovsky to the outside as we work our way through the first corner. Slips and slides from those on the second row between Bennett and Sebastian Job, but Dara McCormack will lead us down towards the international horseshoe for the first time. Luke Bennett defending from his teammate in the air, was able to keep Sebastian Job behind, but look at Kevin Ellis Jr. scooching round the outside of Sebastian Job, trying to take over 4th position. Can't do it.
No, he can't. And I must say, Dara McCormack getting the start that he needed. Yuyovski still remains in second, but the two red lines still bound together. Kevin Ellis Jr. watching all of this happen in front of him. We've got wheel-to-wheel action between Dominic Blyer and Marcel Chinchik, who's spun, and he's collected Thomas Tatler. Tatler has been spun as well, so a major moment. Team Falcons, who have been riding high on cloud 9, now see their hopes get dashed with the spin from Marcel Chinchik. And once again, it's not ideal for Team Vitality in their return to sim racing.
Defending Spring Series champion then dropping right the way down. Chances of moving through to a first final of this season is over with that for Marcel Chinchik. Shame for Thomas Tatler as well, right the way down. Oleg Sholobov actually not picking up any spots because he's already dropped back behind the two that qualified behind him. Dara McCormack then works his way into the Le Mans chicane for the first time, leading from Yuyovski, Bennett, Job, then Ellis Jr., then Dominic Blyer. Did get a message, by the way, from Johan Hart, who said goodnight and sent a photograph from bed. He's like, cool, he's out, he's done. After not qualifying to get his way through, he's like, cool, I'm going to stick this on in the background and I'm out. Peace.
Well, there we go. Johan Hart, obviously, yeah, straight to bed for him as we're now watching a trio of cars clubbed together. We've got more action further up as well with Gajowski and Bennett coming together. So Team Vitality looking to flex their muscles, toppling that Team Red Line car in behind. It looked like Bennett was going to try and launch a challenge for that second spot, but Gajowski now answering back and now in second place in behind Dara McCormack, maintaining that from the start. And obviously Gajowski just denied that pole position, obviously due to Dara McCormack's sensational lap time that brought him the 1:44.0. The Williams now still out in front, has not been perturbed, remains at the helm of the field, with Gajowski now back into second place for Team Vitality. Bennett now in third with Job in behind, who's just detached slightly. He's got Kevin Ellis Jr. to worry about. ART starting to try and urge their way forward and bringing along Dominic Blyer, who I must say got very helter-skelter right to the start, was involved in that massive foray through the first sector, where of course we witnessed Chinchik and Tatler come loose.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, look, right now the top six have got a 7/10 margin back to Moritz Lerner. The chance of Lerner, Daymore and Jakub Brzezinski to close back into this group is still fairly high, but that depends really on this. If Gajowski goes for a move here, he's not going to. He's going to go on the bump draft. If he were to go for a move and to make it side by side, that's where it will slow this entire train down. At the moment, playing the wise game, as we have three of the real top guns from, well, really four. Yeah, let's not count out Sebastian Joe from that one. And to be fair, Kevin Ellis Jr. The proper top guns of ESL R1 running first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Yeah, they've been right towards the front. Can't wait to see this finale, especially if we get the likes of Josh Rogers up there. It is wide open for these drivers to really chuck themselves into the mix.
We could be in for a very, very busy final as well, as they now head in towards the start-finish line again to commence the next lap 3 of 9. And Gajowski right in the wheel tracks once again of Dara McCormack, bringing along Luke Bennett for the ride as well. Sebastian Joe 5/10 away from the leader in behind, still being tracked though by Kevin Ellis Jr., Dominic Blyer there as well. There's a long train all the way down towards Dominic Blyer in 6th place. There's a whole 1.3 seconds between Lerner and Blyer himself as well. At this stage, this top 6 will head through to the semis, and then Moritz Lerner will not be heading through. Needs to try and close that gap to Dominic Blyer, because as it stands, he's going to be forfeiting his spot in the final.
Yeah, indeed, and that is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Again, top 6 move their way through. We'll have to wait and see. 2 laps already complete, obviously halfway through the 3rd lap of proceedings. And it was Dara McCormack who led basically all the way through knockout 2, continuing to lead here, but it's because people aren't going on the fight. Do you reckon that they, in the final, do you think they'll be this patient, or do you think they'll be going straight on the attack straight away?
It does make me wonder whether they might be a little more urgent in the final. We'll have to wait and see, because certainly if you're starting from the back, you'll want to try and spring any advantage you can. Kevin Ellis Jr. backing off as a whole, very similar to what we saw Gajowski do earlier on. No question as to why. Obviously, they want to try and leave their charges till the very last minute, but bear in mind, Kevin Ellis Jr. is down in 5th, so whether he's looking to perhaps gamble, try and raise the stakes here in this initial. There is Dara McCormack as well at the head of the field. Has still got Gajowski tracking him, and then the 2 Redline cars in behind. I'm just waiting for Redline to do something here, because of course they've got 2 cars right up close and personal to one another, of course holding those positions in 3 and 4. So whether they try some sort of teammate maneuver, I'm not quite sure, because of course they can utilize the drag and at the same time perhaps bring 2 of their Redline cars side by side to that of Gajowski further up in front. But first and foremost, Job has got to try and get closer and closer to the back of his teammate. Or is this Job, do you think, trying to back the field away from Bennett, who's ahead of him here?
I mean, I would say no, because that's a really silly thing to do, and I'd be confused by that strategy. But I don't want to be that guy, but like Luke Bennett's not that much quicker than Sebastian Jobe. In fact, I'd say it's very much the other way around. So I have to assume this gap between them is more of a tactical thing. Maybe it's making sure that the two teammates don't make contact with each other. They're working with each other enough where it's like they can almost guarantee that Jobe's going to keep Ellis Jr. and Blyer behind. But it's kind of also giving Bennett the chance where he can go on the attack a little bit more. They're maybe just reducing risk rather than anything else. Trying to play some made tackling. It could just be about purely reducing risk. Do remember at the moment, they're taking both their cars at the moment through into the final and looking strong in doing so.
Well, I mean, it hasn't necessarily just been race wins that's garnered them the current P1 spot in the team's title race. So whether they just keep on persevering as they are, just make sure that they're in the final. I suppose that's the best way to pick up points, especially in this championship. So I'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. Obviously, Jobe's still very much in this fight. Of course, still P4 and only a second away from Dara McCormack, and even closer to that of Luke Bennett further up as well. Now this time we've got the Williams trying to close up. Kevin Ellis Jr. holding on to P5 with Dominic Blyer showing in the wheel tracks again of he. Now a whole tenth, well, less than a tenth in fact between them as they hustle down this straight. And now they're joining the red line car ahead. So this is Sebastian Jobe who's in trouble now because in comes Big Kev. Kevin Ellis Jr. around the outside heading in towards turn 1 in the Mercedes. Ascends higher than the BMW and now trying to pull on yet another Mercedes into this fight again. This time Dominic Blyer, but he can't get it done. So now it's Jobe down into P5 and it's now Kevin Ellis Jr. up in P4.
Fantastic move from Kevin Ellis Jr. straight around the outside of T1. I can only imagine that Sebastian Jobe didn't fight that one as hard as he could have done, but maybe he wasn't close enough to his teammate to have picked up the slipstream. Don't know why Sebastian Jobe might be struggling. It's obviously big air quotes with the whole word chucking around struggling. We are halfway through this race though, 4.5 laps complete at the World Centre of Racing as we work our way back towards the NASCAR 1 and 2 turns where we pick up the average speed. Here's another look at that move. Just an excellent move, so well timed and such large bravery to fully commit straight around the outside. Just shows the incredible car control of Kevin Ellis Jr. But wise again from Sebastian Jobe not to try and run run out wide or whatever. He kept his car completely under control.
Yeah, terrific effort there from Kevin Ellis Jr. and did exactly what he needed to do and now holds that 4th place. Sebastian Jobe now down in 5th, and Jobe can't afford to give up too much because, of course, if he loses out to Dominic Blyer, that puts him on the bubble of elimination. Blyer is still going through in this stint, but of course, if Jobe falls back too much, then he could leave himself open to Moritz Lerner in 7th right now. And there's Lerner as we speak, and you can see him in the bottom left of your screen. And still maintaining the pace ahead of Dane Warren as we now look to the front end. And now once again, Yujovski waiting in the wings, not keen to spring the trap just yet as we now venture onto lap 6 of 9 now. And it's still McCormack out in front. And at this point, still in very much control of the race here and now. As they head through towards turn 2, they've got the horseshoe coming up, the Rodriguez International Horseshoe at turn 3, where you can make some zealous overtakes from time to time, but obviously these drivers not looking to risk too much in this, should we say, not necessarily very late stage of this race. But McCormack looking strong, out in front and in charge, as he was in qualifying when he nestled in that rapid lap time.
Yeah, indeed. There's a defensive line coming in. Luke Bennett obviously feeling a little bit of pressure from Kevin Ellis Jr., who's already got past one Team Redline driver here today. Don't know if that's flashing of the lights or just the camera angle. I think it is actually flashing of the lights from Mohan Yujovski. Maybe just trying to get in the head of Dara McCormack, thinking, I can flash my lights and this pesky ACC driver might start feeling the old pressure from me. But alas, at the moment, dealing with it very nicely is McCormack, as you would expect from a driver of his calibre. 6 of 9 laps complete, about to head on to 3 to go. Once again, I think Yujovski's not going to go for anything here. The Macedonian will settle for 2nd position. But that will change, especially going on to the last lap. That will almost certainly change. It's just a waiting game at the moment.
Certainly is, as they now head through the chicane at the bus stop. And it's still McCormack who now leads and just bringing that gap out wider. But we all know what's going to happen. As soon as they enter out of turn 12 and turn 13, Yovski can pull it together closer again, as now we see Kevin Ellis Jr. getting very close to the back of Luke Bennett, and Bennett actually opening up the door slightly and is actually going to try and challenge Erhan Yovski, and it's red alert for the Team Vitality Audi R8, as now also coming into this is Kevin Ellis Jr. Things are starting to kick off as they venture through turn 1. They're going to run wheel to wheel. Yovski actually now plumbing for the lead this time, away from Dara McCormack. Does he back out of it? He opens the door this time for Luke Bennett, who keeps Kevin Ellis Jr. at bay as well as they head in towards turn 3. Yovski shutting the door. In comes as well. Now Luke Bennett down the inside here of Kevin Ellis Jr., who took it wide coming out of turn 3, and the hairpin. Kevin Ellis Jr. taking third place back. He very nearly lost it.
What a stunning move from Kevin Ellis Jr. Because he went for a move, or rather pushed Luke Bennett into a move onto the start-finish straight, that actually kind of caused Yovski to actually make a decision and go for it. It took the decision, well, basically it took the decision out of Yovski's hands. That's what almost caused that to be a little bit messy. 6 cars though running first through 6, 1.2 seconds separating all 6 of them. That was close to being something a little bit more dodgy, a little bit more sketchy, all because just one driver of the group had a look. That was it, and that almost set the entire group into chaos. Crazy.
That's cause and effect, isn't it? And certainly as the laps come into their dying moments, you're going to see those that are further down in this top 6 perhaps make those decisions. Kevin Ellis Jr. now has broken ahead, clear of the cars belonging to Team Redline, now reduced to Ps 4 and 5. Remember, they started on the second row of the grid in unison, and now Kevin Ellis Jr. on the move. Yet another sterling display here in ESL R1 on his account, and he could yet be in the pound seats for a potential victory here in semi-final 1. Who knows? He might try and risk it once again this time as they look to venture on lap 8 of 9. It is still Dara McCormack who leads the way, but they're all bunching up at the front now. Kevin Ellis Jr., despite not plumbing for the move this time, has got Luke Bennett going around his outside and forcing the hand of Yovski yet again. Redline feeling that they have to go for it. He's going to try and do the double Luke Bennett. He's already managed to burst past Kevin Ellis Jr. now rubbing side by side here with Erhan Yovski coming down in towards turn 3. He's going to have the heavy braking zone that will play into his hand because he has that inside and will apply the throttle and try and flex the Audi R8 as it makes its way through towards turn 4. But Yovski, with enough in the tank, is flashing his lights relentlessly at Dara McCormack, who leads the way.
Max Verstappen will like seeing that one from one of his drivers. Here comes a big move down the inside from Bennett. Bit of a squeeze, way too much of a squeeze from Yovski there, as Bennett was really almost fully alongside. Now Kevin Ellis Jr. will sweep straight around the outside, and trust me, Max Verstappen will be paying attention to this, by the way, as he's even talking about doing the Nürburgring 24-hour this weekend whilst doing the Imola Grand Prix. It is what it is, but he's definitely keeping an eye on his team in this one and won't be too pleased to see Bennett dropping back behind Kevin Ellis Jr. Sebastian Job also dropped back behind Don Blyer, curiously enough. Redline struggling a little bit in this race, curiously enough. Not 100% sure as to what the dealio is with that one. Let's see if there's going to be a move here. Luke Bennett closing in. See on replay as to what happened. This was just after that move to the inside where Bennett tried getting past Erhan Yovski, but of course an excellent move straight back through. Kevin Ellis Jr. then up to third position and half a second of a lead, George, coming in from Dara McCormack as we come round to start the final lap of the race. Is he going to be able to hold it, though?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, these guys now in the top 6 feel they can go for these moves now because there's such a gap between P7 and P6. In comes Kevin Ellis Jr. on Erhan Yovski, and the process of doing this has got the slipstream that could then eventually close the gap on Dara McCormack. Kevin Ellis Jr. now up to second, late on the brakes coming through turn 1 and reduces that gap by a monumentous amount between he and Dara McCormack. The Irishman still out in front, but can he hold on with Kevin Ellis Jr. breathing down his neck?
That's incredible. That's honestly, this drive from Kevin Ellis Jr. is really, it's up there with one of the best. The question is, can he take victory? Again, you've got 2 drivers running first and second, 2 drivers that have taken victory in race 1 and race 2 this evening. Who's your bet on coming out on top of this one? Is it Dara McCormack? Is it Kevin Ellis Jr.? Is it maybe even Erhan Yovski chucking something into the mix here? I just don't really know.
Well, I mean, I think on paper and also at the same time, whilst obviously Dara McCormack is such a quick driver, you can't help but think that Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to have that slipstream advantage heading through the final 2 corners at the end of this very lap. So you've got to give him every chance here, and I think McCormack knows it as they come out now around towards the oval section where they'll then meet the chicane. And I must say, a great chance here for Apex Racing, as you can now see Kevin Ellis Jr. getting closer and closer to that rear spoiler on that Williams of Dara McCormack.
100% going to be a drag race out towards the line here as they'll get ready to go through the Le Mans chicane. Kevin Ellis Jr. just 700ths of a second behind the Irishman. They work their way through into the chicane, work their way out of the Le Mans chicane. Don't necessarily count out Yovsky and Bennett. We're going to have drag races towards the line. McCormack 1, knockout 2. Kevin Ellis Jr. knockout 1 is where he was victorious, and he has such a speed advantage working out here. He's going to sit behind. Remember, both of these are Mercedes Works teams, so maybe it might be better for them to come out 1 and 2 in this one. I don't think Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go and pass Dara McCormack. He's tapping on the brakes, sitting behind, settling for second as Dara McCormack takes the victory. That was curious.
That was a curious moment. Dara McCormack, a victor here in semi-final 1. I'm actually perplexed that Kevin Ellis Jr. didn't go for the move. He had every chance. He could have taken victory there, Lewis. What do you think was behind that?
I think that's a bit of the Mercedes Works teams. Yeah, obviously, again, they're both backed by Mercedes here. I think there's a little bit of communication between the pair of them, a little bit of organisation between the pair of them, and thinking, look, let's not risk anything too silly here. Let's, play our cards right. We'll battle in the final, but let's make sure we get there first.
Yeah, truly mind-blowing. We just saw Johan Jovsky as well. Johan Jovsky currently in shot now for Team Vitality. Truly an epic race, really, and something I think we've been waiting for right through this broadcast. Team Redline forcing a few moves here, Lewis, but coming out second best.
Yeah, they didn't look super strong in that race, curiously enough. Maybe the BMW's not got the straight line speed. I actually don't know the top speed of each of the cars, so I'm actually going to hold fire on judging as to which one's the fastest in the straight line. Obviously, we do know that one major thing to talk about with the BMWs is, and again, this was a thing of last season, and there have been a lot of changes between last season and this season. The BMW wasn't particularly good in its tyres last season. That was one of the major talking points of it. It kind of overheated the tyres going through the race. I wonder if that's still an issue for the BMWs, and even then, I don't think it would be an issue for them round here, but it's maybe something to think about. I actually don't know, though.
Yeah, it could well be. You never know. There could be various factors that come into it, but we do know that tyre wear was definitely a large discussion. How about this as well? Marcel Chinchik, spring season champion from last year, getting spun coming through on the opening stages of the race. And not only that, Thomas Tatler getting collected as well, Lewis.
Yeah, I'd need to see that one from angles way before the incident even happened to see how much Chinchik was overcooking it. Either way, this was McCormack leading the race. This was the move when Kevin Ellis Jr. started making some moves and really putting pressure on the group. Obviously, assisted a little bit through there by Don Blyer up in the 4th division. What a move that was, straight around the outside of Sebastian Joe. One of the best drivers that we've had in ESL R1. In fact, second on the stats list of most wins, most podiums, etc. Just showed him what's what.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to factor in now Kevin Ellis Jr. is one of the big players in this series this year because, of course, he was someone who was putting the building blocks in towards the early stages. Maybe the switch to Mercedes was that bright spark that they were looking for, and it definitely seems to have worked. Coming toe-to-toe as well, once again, with Luke Bennett earlier on, and once again, we see Luke Bennett diving down the inside coming out of turn 3, and then Kevin Ellis Jr. would come straight back in on the attack as Bennett and Jovsky would come together coming out of turn 3 again. It just seemed that Bennett was trying all these aggressive moves, trying to affect the field up at the front end, just could not quite pull it off. I mean, it looked for a few moments that he was going to pull off double overtakes coming out of turn 1 in towards turn 2, in towards turn 3, trying to carry the speed, just could not pull it off. But I would say the race was all about this man, Kevin Ellis Jr. What a performance, brushing past the likes of Johan Jovsky. He put Luke Bennett at bay, and then at the same time managed to come home with a P2. It could have very easily been a race win. Take us through the results, Lewis.
Certainly could have been very close to it, but either way, McCormack taking victory for the second time this evening. Kevin Ellis Jr. only having to settle for second in this one after a victory in the first knockout race. Jovsky in third, Luke Bennett in fourth, then Don Blyer and Sebastian Jobe fifth and sixth, meaning 2 Williams cars will move their way through into the final, 2 Redline cars will move their way through into the final. Vitality and the Apex Racing team. Dane Warren just outside of the top 6 looking in, though. Bit of a shame for Porsche Commander, who have no one moving on from semi-final 1. Neither do G2 Esports, Jakob Paczynski moving over to the squad. Mouse, Moritz Lerner. Maybe we're talking about the same thing with Mouse. It's not really the greatest start for them. Lerner down in 9th position. Oleg Zholopov in 10th, exactly where he started. Big talk of that one, though, was the spin there for Chinchik, taking Tatler with him. The pair of them finishing in 11th and 12th, not moving through for the spring season champion. Big shame for the Hungarian, of course, in a team as much as representing Vitality, but also still representing the man himself, Mr. Roman Grosjean.
Yeah, obviously someone who is an avid sim racer in his own right, Romain Grosjean, former Formula One driver and IndyCar driver, of course. But obviously, not necessarily a result they would have wanted. Yovski's still very much in this fight, but losing out Chinchik, that is a huge loss on their part, certainly considering how much he brought to the team last year. Obviously carries a lot of, brilliance and as a driver, and was very much part of their huge grind to get positive results in the first spring season, as well as the winter season, as well as Gamers 8 too. But we can look ahead, and obviously I think we're going to be in for a thrilling finale as we make our way into the final round. But before then, we do have, of course, the next semi-final upcoming, so that will decide the next 6 that are going to join the current qualified 6 here, Lewis. And I must say, after watching what we saw earlier on, I think we're going to be in for some spice.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think based on what we saw in especially knockout 4, where things were very elbows out, I'm assuming that semi-final 2 might be a little bit, rough and tough, which, some people might like, some people might not. But it does mean that we're going to have that build up towards the finale, the first final of the season. And remember, it's a teams championship as well. Going out of the knockouts, it was Team Redline leading the teams championship, of course. So still got both cars moving through from semi-final 1, so at least it's a positive on that side, but maybe not scoring the points haul that they were expecting from such a performance. I think there might be a couple of concerns for the Redline squad going into the final race of the day.
Yeah, I think there are. I mean, I do wonder whether Sebastian Job is showing a few frailties as well, to a degree. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean,
is he washed?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say he's washed, but I mean, I'd say that there were a few indicators to suggest that perhaps things aren't going to be as straightforward as perhaps many believe them to be. I mean, Luke Bennett, I would argue, I would say he was more impressive in that last one. He was trying to make those big moves, trying to force the issue, but it just wasn't working. Made a few mistakes. I just think Kevin Ellis Jr. was ready for it. He was prepared, as was Yovski, keeping that red line car behind him. And I must say, I think this is a better Erhan Yovski than we saw last season as well. I just think everything he's done so far, he could yet be their key man at Team Vitality.
Yeah, obviously he was a big part of Marcel Chinchik's championship challenge in the, especially in the final back in Munich, which you abandoned us for. Of course,
I did. I apologise.
Something else, a wedding.
Yeah, I got married. Unfortunately.
No. Let's treat it more like sim racing. Obviously, you've got to be a bit like Rizlas Rietveld here, rather than that. That's fine, whatever. But in that scenario, obviously, Haniowski helped Marcel Chinchik an awful lot by literally holding up the entire field and making a really boring race for all of us, but giving a championship to Marcel Chinchik in incredible fashion. Now it might be Haniowski's time to ask for the return favour from his teammates in this one, but we'll have to wait and see. I kind of agree with you on Sebastian Job. I think he was a little bit anonymous in that race, and to be fair, has Sebastian Job been anonymous for 2 races in a row? Not really. So I think he's going to be right in play going into that final.
Yeah, and he's going to need to be, I think, in that case, because you've got other big hitters like your Dara McCormack, who's going to be right up there. I've been really impressed with Kevin Ellis Jr. so far. I think if there's one driver, I think, that has really made a statement so far this round, I think it's been him. I mean, flying the flag for Apex Racing Team. They have, of course, got other drivers that are going to be looking to do exactly the same, the likes of Jamie Fluke, who obviously is someone who has tasted success in his own right as well. Who knows? I mean, it looks like, Apex in, ART are back with more venom than they had last year.
Maybe. I mean, look, they seem to be taking one step up each time, moving their way forward. Maybe Jamie Fluke's going to show us a little bit more of that in the next semi-final, which is obviously coming up 4 minutes until we go into qualifying for semi-final 2. Then we'll be deciding our top 12 drivers. We've already got 6 of them, and then we're deciding our top 12 drivers going into the final, George.
Yeah, and here is that lineup for semi-final 2. Charlie Collins coming in for Porsche, Coanda, Kevin Siggy coming in as well for Team Redline. Yuri Toman looking to join Erhan Yovski and Team Vitality in the final. Will need to firstly, though, try and get himself into a good qualifying position and also finish the race in the top 6. Jeffrey Rietveld back in as well for Team Redline, making it a double-handed Redline lineup for semi-final 2 again, with Kaiki Oliveira for BS Plus and Jamie Fluke back again for ART. 2 Williamses, we've got Dennis Schrodinger and Daniel Pajtor, and then Robbie Stapleford comes in as well for yet another 2 double-armed BS Plus as well. Joshua Rogers in for Porsche Coanda, Christopher Dan Beats as well for Mouse. Obviously hurting after the loss of Max Benneker earlier on tonight. And then, of course, we have Jakob as well Matuszewski representing Team Falcons, who were unfortunately down a man in our last race as well after Thomas Tattler lost out in those early stages. But a great chance here for him to perhaps right the wrong and give Team Falcons something to shout about, because I must say Matuszewski was very impressive in his knockout round.
As was Stambitz. I mean, I've got to say, fourth place in his, super impressive. Can he pull off the same feat? But the team to beat in this one almost certainly is the Porsche Commander. But Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers, they are the team to beat. This is practice, by the way. So obviously, in a couple of minutes, we're moving into the qualifying, but just setting things up for practice, getting into the mindset to push for this quali session. Yeah, I think Porsche Commander are the team to beat here.
I think they are as well. I think they've looked really, really strong. And then when you look across as well, there's Team Redline, who is still obviously with their two drivers as part of this. And they can't help but feel that they are a force right now. Really impressive Matuszewski in his first outing in knockouts as well, and managed to bring his car to the forefront. But whether he'll be able to do it in I would say, a more competitive lineup, I would say, in this semi-final as opposed to what he had in the knockouts, we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, for Team Falcons, I think they can take solace in knowing that their performances today have been pretty positive. I think Thomas Tattler, you can't really take that last race as gospel, Lewis, because at the end of the day, he was taken out.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously, moving into the next track of the season, we're not 100% sure as to where we're racing, but one of the 6 circuits we've got this season, obviously Daytona Road, Atlanta, Orchard Road, then we've got the Hockenheimring, Spa and Monza, the 6 circuits of the season. Not sure which one we're racing at next, obviously Wembley Daytona. But going into that one, they're going to hope they've got the same kind of speed as around here, because this is such a different circuit than when we go racing in quite a lot of places. Might not quite have the speed as they do here, but that said, they've been so impressive here, why not?
Well, who knows indeed. And bear in mind, there's a lot that can happen from the opening lap to the very end. And BS Plus competition also impressive, having 2 cars that have now made their way through as well. So very soon we will be coming down to qualifying. We're only a matter of 45 seconds away, and very soon we'll be in amongst it to decide the next 6 that will head through to the final. First of all, qualifying, and it's those drivers that have brighter over a 1-lap pace. And I'm looking at the likes of Team Redline. I'm expecting Jeffrey Rietveld to improve, I think, a little more. I think just building those blocks again from what we saw previously. But like you said, Christopher Dambitz as well, someone who I'm sure will be looking to try and register an improvement. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Porsche Commander as well. Charlie Collins, that man, as well as his teammate Joshua Rogers. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with, and both of them winning in similar fashion in those last 2 knockouts, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. There is Josh Rogers. Obviously, they're all racing from the Commander facility, which, did I say, Granau? It looks like a nice, sharp, nice area. Oh, look at him. He knows he's on camera. He must know he's on camera. Yeah. I got told by his girlfriend he's the best looking guy in the grid. I think she might be slightly biased. Weird.
Yeah. What about Siggy? I mean, come on. With a moustache like that.
Are you going to put Siggy ahead of people like Enzo Benito? I mean, look, I will. Okay, I will. Kevin Siggy will be my number-1 driver if he has pink hair. There is Rizlis Rietveld, who's probably not on anyone's #1, but he's a good-looking boy, isn't he?
Got a chance to actually catch up with him in Sweden fairly recently, and he was doing some engineering for AlphaTauri in the F1 Sim Racing Championship. There's Kaiki Oliveira, who's also representing the BS Plus competition, and will be looking for another good race this time around, and I'm sure applying his expertise, and alongside Robbie Stapleford, there's actually quite a solid lineup that they have at their disposal. Who knows, it could yet be 2 drivers that make it through into the final action, dark horses of this particular event, and that's not because of their logo. There is Jamie Fluke, beard and all, beardy Fluke.
Go on, son. I wish I could pull off a beard like that. Whoa, what a guy! What a Chad, as the cool kids would say. You got to respect it. You got to respect it. He's actually Jamie Fleeks. He's a weird one. He's a very shy person in real life, and that's why I'm gonna destroy things right now. If you did respect Jamie Fleek, do you remember how he eats a pizza? Did you see him eating a pizza in Saudi Arabia?
I think I missed out on that, but you can obviously make us aware of how he eats a pizza.
Just imagine you get 2 slices of pizza and you slap them one on top of the other and make basically a pizza sandwich. To which I walked past, I had to stop, turn around and be like, what is that?
I mean, the only thing I tend to do is just tend to roll up the sides, and then the cheese doesn't pop out with everything.
Very, very typical. Very typical. Oh, that's how you eat pizza. Someone who eats a pizza crust first, get out. But you know,
You're supposed to hold it after that.
Yeah, exactly. What part do you hang on to? The crust is the bit that you eat last to hold on to. Anyway, sorry, it just pieced up. I'm still. That was like 6 months ago.
I can tell you're still fuming, Lewis, after that.
I was going to say it was 6 months ago. It's actually probably closer to a year ago now that we were out in Saudi. It was July, wasn't it?
I think it must have been. Yeah.
10 months ago, and I'm still fuming.
How time flies. And Lewis McGlade is still angry. Incredible.
Always angry.
Angry at this stage.
Now, all I'm thinking about now is having a pizza after this.
There we are. But there we have it. Yuri Toman, and he's going to look to check out here. That's the man from the Czech Republic, looking to try and host yet another positive result. And coming through now in towards this next left in-swinger. Great chance for Vitality to get off in the best trainer thought. A 44.093 is definitely a positive stance in that first sector. Let's see if he can complete the lap in the same vein. Obviously in the Audi R8 LMS that has brought them so much success, with Marcel Cinchik unfortunately being unseated. Toman's going to look to right the wrong this time as well as he heads up towards the line. It's a 44.214. That's not bad, Lewis.
It's a pretty good start to the session from Yuri Toman. Daniel Pajtor up next, 44.079 in the first sector. Hey, that's pretty good as well. Coming out now through the final turn and out towards the line. Let's see if there's going to be an improvement on Yuri Toman's 44.214. He is the kind of driver that can do so. No, he is not driving with the force. Again, just the desync on the camera. As let's see what Pajtor can do across the line. It is a woohoo! It is quicker by a whopping 1,000th of a second.
That is extraordinary. A whole 1,000th now places Pajtor right at the front. And again, a very competitive lap time. And I'm sure Yuri Toman is going to be a little disappointed. I'm very keen to see what Christopher Dambits can bring to the table. We saw how successful he was in Knockout 4. Let's see if he can knock them all out here in the semi-final 2. Let's see. Now he sets a 44.181 in Sector 1. It's all about Sector 2 and Sector 3. It's not the best Sector 1 that we've seen, certainly, but he might be able to harbour something in the latter sectors. Can he go faster than Toman? No, but he does set a 144.284. I'm liking this from Dambits at the moment.
Yeah, that's actually quite nice from Dambits. I mean, yeah, sure, it's not great compared to Pajtor and Toman, who's done 213, 214. But the fact of, again, coming into this round, he'd scored 2 points in ESL R1 in the full season. The fact that he's there is ideal. Still looks pretty happy on Robbie Stableford. I wouldn't be if I'd set that first sector time that mediocre, but
oh, wow.
44.672. Meanwhile, Porsche in the YouTube chat absolutely starting an absolute riot, sticking pineapple on pizza in there. Woo!
God,
I'm okay with it. I'm not going to lie.
I don't mind a Hawaiian, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, me too. Jamie Fluke with a 44.169. Again, not the best first sector, but again, if he can get something decent out of the latter two sectors, it could be competitive. I know for a fact that it's probably going to be more competitive than Robbie Stapleford's lap of a 44.6. Does go higher than Robbie Stapleford with a 144.370, but not the twos that we've been seeing. But in comes now Williams' Dennis Schrodinger.
Yeah, see what Schrodinger could do. Obviously, he's got his teammate up there already. Already seen the two other Williams work their way through into the final. Can we see two more join them? Can we see two red lines join them as well? Because we've already got two of those passing their way through. There is a look at Dennis Schrodinger coming up towards the line. Let's see if there's going to be a big improvement. I think he's going to go behind Fluke. Oh, it's just ahead of Fluke, actually. He's still a 44.2, which is decent. Just maybe not where he was expecting to be.
Yeah, Mustachio's up next. Let's see what Kevin Siggy can do here in this semi-final 2 qualification round. Of course, Redline double-barreled here in this one with Jeffrey Rietveld coming up later on. But Kevin Siggy will be looking to try and bring his very best as he makes his way up towards the line. Let's see how this one fares in the BMW M4. Coming up towards the line now, only enough for 5th fastest, a 144.352. Not necessarily something we'd expect from Siggy, and I think, as far as he's concerned, not his best lap.
Very disappointing there from Kevin Siggy, but again, he was in knockout 3, wasn't he? That was actually a little bit slower than was expected, so maybe that's a little bit of a hangover from that. Let's see what Charlie Collins can do out towards the line. We'll see the smiley face of Josh Rogers. Maybe he can do something special as well. Remember, he did qualify 9th in the knockout race. Charlie Collins across the line, 2-3-3 up to 3rd. Very tight up the order.
Yeah, it's very tight up there as well. If you take a look at the amount of 144.2s that we've seen already, all the way down to P5 with Dennis Schrödinger, still no one faster than Daniel Pajtor, who I think will be absolutely elated with his lap, but Joshua Rogers, a victor as well in his own race. Saw his teammate Charlie Collins managing to succeed only the race prior, and now it's going to be the turn of Joshua Rogers, the Winter Series champion, looking to try and usher his name to the front order. Can he topple Pajtor? No, he can't. In fact, it's not a great lap. It's a 1:44.512. Not something we'd expect from a driver of his caliber.
I mean, you say that, but then he literally did exactly the same thing in the knockout phase, so maybe we can see it. Matt, I think he's happy. I think he's very happy. 44.055. He's already crossed the line. He's either really happy or absolutely devastated, and I'm not sure as to which way this is going to go. Maciejewski get it across the line. Let's see what it's going to be from the Polish driver. Is it good enough? Oh. It is good enough for pole position. A 2:02 for Jakub Maciejewski.
Absolutely tremendous indeed from Matuszewski, managing to get a time that is 11 thousandths faster than Daniel Pajtor. Has reduced to second place. He's going to be absolutely gutted, Daniel Pajtor, that he couldn't lay claim to that pole position. Jeffrey Rietveld comes up next for Team Redline. Can he at least go faster than his teammate Kevin Siggy, who set that 1:44.352? He needs to try and trouble that top end. That 44.1 is not ideal, however. He doesn't go faster than his teammate. It's only a 1:44.4. Still, it's Matuszewski for Team Falcons on provisional pole. Can Oliveira stop him?
I don't think he can, not with that first sector. You can see a little bit of a shake of the head. I think it might be somewhere inside the top 6, though, although Keke Oliveira did struggle a little bit in the final sectors in his previous lap. Do remember, he's got one of the best top 6 records of any driver in ESL R1, certainly over the full season. Really did get into things with fury. Keke Oliveira then across the line. Ooh, not great. 9th place.
No, not great at all, but it is going to go to Jakub Matuszewski. His debut season here in ESL R1, debut season for Team Falcons, and it's a maiden pole in his first outing. It has to be said, a phenomenal effort on his part. Truly, truly astounding. Breaking into that early 2:02 as well, and achieving that pole position that he is obviously garnered, and that puts him in good stead for the final. And how about this young man as well, Daniel Pajtor? Based on last season's form, you wouldn't have placed him there either, Lewis.
No, quality drive, quality performance there. Clearly starting out the season, done the work in the off-season, that is for sure. And whilst we had that excellent qualifying session, everyone in chat was talking about pineapple on pizza, including Mark Stewart's given me a second reason to absolutely love Scotland.
Oh, right. What is that, Lewis?
Number one is obviously the golf, obviously, St Andrews.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Obviously. He's also said, I'm going to order a 16-inch pizza. A what? A 16-inch pizza? That, for you metric folk, that is 40 centimetres.
Goodness
40
me.
centimetre, that's enormous.
We're going to be announcing a pizza partnership soon enough when we'll be working on commission, Lewis. So we continue.
My goodness me. Getting a 40 centimetre Hawaiian pizza just to irritate. I'm going to say this now. Anyone who doesn't like pineapple on pizza, well, most of you, it's because you've never had it. Anyway, moving on to the important bit of the race. What are we expecting in this one?
Well, let's first and foremost take you through the starting grid. Starting from the back, it's Robbie Stapleford in 12th, and he'll be joined by Joshua Rogers. Quite the shock. He's going to need to get moving in the opening stint. Jeffrey Rietveld in 10th with Keke Oliveira in 9th. We then have Jamie Fluke in 8th place with Kevin Siggy in 7th. Then in 6th is Dennis Schrödinger with Christopher Dambeats in P5. Then further up, second row of the grid, Charlie Collins, impressive with that 1:44.2. Joined by Yuri Toman in 3rd for Team Vitality. But on the front row, Daniel Pajtor for Williams starts 2nd. But in their debut season, Team Falcons have got a pole sitter. It's Jakub Matuszewski, who takes it with a 1:44.202, very nearly breaking into the ones. A fabulous effort, and now has a great chance of persevering into the final. And I must say, what an occasion it is for Team Falcons. New team coming into this. It's a very aggressive, shall we say, format here in ESL R1, Lewis, but they have really risen to the occasion.
Yeah, honestly, that's so impressive. For them to have put a lap time together like that, fair enough. I mean, yeah, sure, it wouldn't, like, that's not going to be the lap time that you need to grab pole position in the final. I can guarantee it. In fact, I think you are going to need a very, very low 1 or a 0. I think, to be fair, I think you're going to need a 0 to get a pole position in the final a little bit later on. But what a lap time. What a time to put it in as well, to put you into prime positions to move through into the final again. It is a team's championship, and Falcons jumping in for their first season of the ESL R1 to look that strong. So impressive. What about this guy, though? Once again, disappointing in quali.
Yeah, hasn't been ideal for him, but there is the man on pole, Matuszewski. Rogers is going to have to put the burners on. He needs a good start here at Daytona. It's very tricky to do because generally everything happens in a slipstream. But there you see our front two there. Daniel Pajtor on the right-hand side of the Audi R8 LMS belonging to Jakub Matuszewski. The pace car now drifts into the inroad into the pit lane. And now they'll run 2 by 2. Noah's Ark leading up through towards the start-finish line. The question is, who will get the better run in towards turn 1 as we put pedal to the metal? And it is go, 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 go. Great start from Daniel Pajtor. He's going to try and challenge Matuszewski in towards turn 1, but given the fact that he has the Tiger Line, Matuszewski, he's going to hold position. Yuri Toman manages to move up to second after getting the idyllic line through and brushes past Daniel Pajtor. Charlie Collins also throwing his hat in the ring, taking the wider line through turn 3 at the Horseshoe, but it's still going to be Pajtor with his nose in front of the Porsche, and now venturing in, Dennis Schrodinger getting a good start.
Yeah, indeed, that's pretty solid for Williams at the moment, running in 3rd and 5th. Bit of a disappointment for Pajtor to have dropped back a little bit, but it's only the single position. It is what it is. As once again they head their way through the West Horseshoe side by side for 4th position as Dennis Schrodinger was trying to get past Charlie Collins. Dambit's now trying to fend off Josh Rogers, who moved, what was it, from 9th to 3rd, basically on the opening lap of proceedings in the knockout phase. Almost trying to do the same thing again.
Well, he's done well so far, as you say, 8th place right now, and trying to close up to his teammate Charlie Collins, who's in a fight of his own. As you can see, they're starting to get a little busier now in semi-final action. Christopher Dambit has got Dennis Schrodinger for company, but also Jamie Fluke in behind. Has already seen Kevin Ellis Jr. make his way through to the final stage. They would love to get 2 cars into that section of the competition, as well as we now see them make their way through the bus stop chicane this time around. It's still Matuszewski who leads. 0.3 of a second away is Yuri Toman, with Daniel Pajtor 0.3 behind he, with Charlie Collins in 4th, also trying to get closer and closer in behind. Dennis Schrodinger moving the Williams up as well. They've got 2 of them in the top 6. Currently, they will see them both also move into the final, as now we see Toman hot on the heels once again of Matuszewski, but opting to remain in behind. The question is, will we see some aggressors further back, much like we saw Luke Bennett do for Team Redline?
Yeah, indeed. Well, we've seen Merc victories this evening, 3 of them. Obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack twice. Was in Porsche victories twice this evening. Obviously, Josh Rogers and Charlie Collins. Could we be seeing an Audi R8 victory? Matuszewski and Yuri Toman. Hey, maybe setting up for a BMW victory in the final. Who knows? It would show how equal the cars are, respectively, around this circuit. At that point, no one can complain about BOP if you're all winning races. It's just how it goes. But you can see at the moment all the BMWs in this race running in a whopping 9th through 12th. What a disaster for them at the moment. Rietveld and Siggy back there with Oliveira and Stapleford.
Yeah, I mean, plumb last near enough, both Redline cars, and Rietveld trying to get past Kaiki Oliveira in order to try and at least retain 10th place, but it's proving to be rather tricky. Joshua Rogers, once again on the move. He's up to 6th place now, Lewis. He's a man on a mission right now.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely flying is Joshua Rogers. I mean, he's desperate to work his way through to at least keep up the streak, keep getting through into the finals. I mean, you got to say with Rogers, large questions at him, at least with qualifying pace. But then, to be fair, I've got to say his qualifying pace last season was not great. The amount of times we saw him qualifying poorly. I remember thinking, I'm like, this is not the Josh Rogers that I know. But race-wise, I mean, he's still got it. Look at him. He's up to 5th.
Yeah, he's up to 5th now and very much in touching distance of his teammate Charlie Collins, who's also furiously fighting all over the back of Daniel Pajtor, as we now take a look at Dennis Schrodinger now in the rear of Joshua Rogers. On the run down now through towards this next left, and now Matuszewski forfeiting nearly 3 places, and he will forfeit 3 as well. Collins now moves up to 3rd. Toman leads. Pajtor now remains in 2nd here at this point now as they make their way through turn 1. A major moment. Matuszewski forfeiting the lead and now down to 4th place.
That, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever hear the term freight trained on a broadcast, that is it. Absolutely freight train. He's just driving on the start-finish straight. 3 cars with slipstream and a little bit of bump drafting behind all just fly around the outside of you, and there is nothing you can do. Big shame there for Masiewski, but to be fair, he's still in the slipstream, he's still in the train, he's still in the hunt. The worst thing he could do now is let that get in his head. If he doesn't let that get in his head and just goes, right, do you know what, that's something, whatever has happened, you're fine.
And bear in mind, of course, he will have the slipstream in his own right now. Essentially, it puts him in a great place because he can then fight deeper into the race. So we'll just see how he manages it. Obviously, just settling in behind the back of Charlie Collins' Porsche. And the Team Falcons driver, I'm sure, will remain composed. Looks okay right now. Just will have to try and manage this situation as best he can. Daniel Pashtor now in the back of Yuri Toman this time around. Charlie Collins in third. Obviously quite happy to maintain that third place as they come through the bus stop now. And just see there, a little more aggression there from Daniel Pashtor. Looks a little more content with sort of pushing in and being a little more aggressive over the curbs. And Charlie Collins in behind, locked in the rear too. I get the feeling that this is going to be the calm before the eventual storm. We have, of course, already seen a storm at the very start of the race, where, of course, now we've seen Joshua Rogers gain and gain and gain. He's now right on the rear of Matuszewski here at this stage now, Lewis, as they now head in towards the final moments of lap 4. Well, out of the final moments of lap 3, beginning lap 4.
Can you read out the position that Rogers is in now?
He's up, well, can you believe it, down to P7.
Yeah, exactly. He's just been passed in the start-finish straight by Dennis Schoeniger and Jamie Fluke. Just saw that happen. Again, if you're a big Josh Rogers fan, don't worry about it. All they're doing is they're switching positions at the moment, allowing the slipstream to be carried around the outside. Again, if you've watched cycling racing, particularly with team time trials back in the day, literally just like that. Just allowing the two to pass, let them get through, let them carry that speed down into T1, sitting behind, let them bump draft as well. We have seen the Apex Racing team and Williams have been working together as well in this one, so I'm assuming that the target for them is to make sure that Pashtor, Schoeniger and Jamie Fluke, all 3 of them, all 3 Mercedes Works team, all of those make it through into the final. I think that is the goal, not just like Williams are focused on themselves. I think they are focused on working with Jamie Fluke a little bit here, as we saw with Kevin Siggy, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack in the previous race.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. We're going to be coming into the halfway point now. We're on lap 4 of 9 and right at the halfway point of the circuit as well, pretty much, as they head down in towards the chicane this time. Yuri Toman still leads the way. Daniel Pashtor still very focused and intent on the back of the Audi R8 LMS, being closely pursued by Charlie Collins in the Porsche as they head around turns 12 and turns 13 very shortly. As you can just see Collins getting closer and closer. Will he opt to open up the door? Surely Daniel Pashtor won't be. He'll be remaining in behind Yuri Toman through towards turn 1. And then for the back, Matuszewski still retains that P4 position as they now hurtle through over the start-finish line to commence lap 5 of 9. We're now into the second half of the race proper, and bursting through turn 1 yet again. Toman still with that lead advantage, but round the outside now once again we have what looks to be the Porsche of Joshua Rogers and Jamie Fluke now in the Mercedes coming together, but Fluke doing enough to retain the place.
Rogers just leaving himself in a really risky place there on the outside of T1, just giving that one a go. Dan Bitts is now in tow, and to be fair, Dan Bitts is dragging Rietveld, Stapleford, Siggy and Oliveira. All 12 of these drivers after half of this race complete now. 4.5 down, 4.5 to go. Once we, as we pass the halfway point, in fact, I'm wrong on that one. It's fine on that. 3.5 to go. No, it is 4.5. Oh my God, I am right. It's very confusing. No one's out of it, is what I'm trying to say. No one is out of it. Sorry, my brain. Have you seen that? Was it that it's
correcting yourself now?
All the maths appears on the screen as she looks really confused. That is literally me right now. I am that me.
Well, let's hope we don't have to do too many permutations come the end of the season. Can you imagine? Incredible. Yuri Toman still with that lead advantage. Pashtor still content with waiting in behind, but obviously we're still in the very early phases in the second half of the race, as now Charlie Collins looks to try and push closer and closer alike. We'll probably see some movements further back as well. Dennis Schoeniger and Jamie Fluke. Rogers really needs to get back into gear here, because as it stands, he will be vacating his position into the final. Needs to get into that top 6, Lewis, and Jamie Fluke is currently stopping that from happening.
Yeah, certainly is. At the moment, just fending off the defending champion, obviously the full season champion, who at the moment now is sat behind the Apex Racing team, and just staring at the rear end of a car that he's seen quite a lot of. I distinctly remember a big battle between the Apex Racing team and Coanda, obviously at the Daytona 24-hour on iRacing. There was a battle this year, fair enough. Williams ended up winning that one. But I think it was last year when, might have been the year before, when Coanda's streak and dominance of that event basically came to a close by the hands of Apex. So they're well aware of the strength of the Apex racing team. The big concern, though, will be about the whopping 1 second gap between Maciejewski and Dennis Schillinger. That'll be where the concerns are coming in a little bit from Jamie Fluke and Josh Rogers. And they'll be thinking, maybe we need to pass the Williams here.
Yeah, well, Dennis Schillinger is currently a thorn in their side right now. But, of course, remember, as you so rightly said earlier on, that Williams and RT do share a common cause in terms of the Mercedes outfit. So let's wait and see whether that does play a factor into what we might see towards the end of this race. And because it could be the case that Joshua Rogers takes full advantage of that situation and maybe even rushes past the pair of them. But, of course, there's still a few laps to resolve first before we get to that point. And still, it is Yuri Toman who leads, Pajtor retaining the status quo in second as well. Charlie Collins in third, with a gap now between he and Matuszewski, which is now stretched to over 0.6 of a second, with Schrodinger then in behind in P5. And that gap is already a second as well. So it's very much starting to detach. Schrodinger and Fluke and Rogers making up their own fight right now. And don't count out Christopher Dambitz, who has yet to spring his movements just yet. So we can just see there, look at that. Pajtor right on the rear of that Audi R8 LMS coming through the final corner, crossing the start-finish line now. They will begin their next lap. Lap 7 of 9. And it's 3 to go, including this one, as Toman sprints through turn 1. And here now, enter the battle between Jamie Fluke, Joshua Rogers around the inside as well. Dennis Schrodinger still holding on, but a little nudge onto the grass, and Jamie Fluke loses out.
Yeah, I think he'll say that I was clear on that one, was Rogers. You know, there wasn't really a car there, even though there was, but there wasn't really an overlap to kind of demand track position. Fluke should have backed out of it as per normal racing. But I still maintain if there's a car there, like regardless of what the overlap is, you've got to give a car width or whatever. Realistically speaking, within the terms of the rule books, I'm pretty sure what Rogers did there is absolutely fine. Just maybe a little risky and a little not very nice. He is now inside the top 6. Do remember, top 6 moves through into the final. That is the important stuff right now. We'll take a look on the replay and see exactly what the dealio was. So we're on board with Fluke here. See, it's his front, the bumper of his car is alongside the rear bumper of Rogers's. Rogers has to take the racing line at some point, so read into that where you will.
Yeah, interesting. We'll have to wait and see how that is going to paint the picture towards the late end of the race. Fluke currently outside that top 6, so currently will not be heading through to the final. You have to wonder whether that incident has caused him to fall off, though he has closed the gap, though, back up to the back of Joshua Rogers, so hasn't lost out a huge amount just yet, and will have the benefits of the slipstream as well off the back of Joshua Rogers in the closing laps. Lap 7 of 9 will soon become lap 8. Daniel Pajtor in second. Williams still with 2 cars that will make their way into the final, should it remain like this. Yuri Toman still in first as well, with Pajtor now in behind, as now we see Charlie Collins just breaking out of that aero just slightly as they burst through towards turn 1, but still the Audi R8 LMS controlling the lead out in front. Daniel Pajtor in the bottom left just aggressively correcting the wheel as he makes his way through the first sector. There is Joshua Rogers with Fluke all over his back as well, coming in towards turn 3 and venturing out of the Rodriguez International Horseshoe again before they then venture in towards turn 4. Matuszewski now has to try and defend, because Schrodinger is going to make him work for every ounce in this closing stage.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some tough fights. Less so, I think less so at the front. I think we're going to see the standard wait until the start finish straight slipstream all the way past, blah, 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 blah. That should be fairly settled with that grouping. For the likes of Matuszewski, Schrodinger, Rogers, Fluke, this is going to be a bit more elbows out. 2 of them are going to be, or 3 of them rather, should actually be moving through into the final. Will be relatively happy with doing so. 1 of them will be exceptionally disappointed with missing out on moving through to the final. And we've only got a lap and a half of this iconic raceway to decide such a thing.
Well, as it stands, it will be Toman going through with Pajtor, Collins, Matuszewski, Schrodinger, and also Joshua Rogers at this point, but still don't count out Jamie Fluke, because he's right on the rear of Rogers right now to try and book his ticket into the final. Obviously, we'll look to do that. As it stands, both Porsches will be heading through. There is Daniel Pajtor on the back of Yuri Toman. as they bring lap 8 to a close very shortly. As you can see, they're making their final run onto the front straight here in lap 8 of 9. It'll soon become lap 9 of 9, and we will be on the final lap with Toman leading the way. The question is, does Daniel Pajtor chance his armour to move in the opening sector? Might leave it late here in this next stint in order to try and usurp the Audi, but here in this instance now, Schrodinger and Joshua Rogers very close and bound together, with Jamie Fluke just a little gap in behind there as we currently ride on board here with Joshua Rogers making his way through towards the next right. Still Schrodinger holding on to that P5 place. Matuszewski also the cork in the bottle in this, and I must say the rest of the field are catching up too here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it is all closing up on this final lap of proceedings. So, we'll have to wait and see how this one's going to piece its way apart, working their way out through the West Horseshoe at the moment. Yuri Toman continuing to lead as things stand. Obviously, like I said, Yuri Toman hasn't won too many races. He only won 3 last year. 1 final, 1 semi-final, and 1 knockout race. So, the fact that he finished every single race last year just shows how crazy things are. Let's see if he's going to win this one, though. Here comes Pajtor.
Yeah, Pajtor now hot on the heels of this Audi R8. Bear in mind, they do still have to take the final chicane at bus stop now, so he will wait until they've broken through past that in order to then utilise the slipstream to potentially take down the Audi for the race win here at Daytona this time. And what a moment it'll be for Daniel Pajtor, who I must say, a different performer, vastly different performer from what we saw last season. And we've got some movements. Jamie Fluke, I think, might have gone round because he's dropped to last. Incredible moment. So we've lost Jamie Fluke, but as they make their way now around the final 2 corners, Charlie Collins coming into the fight. Will Pajtor get the run down through towards the start-finish line? Let's wait and see. It's still Toman who leads the way as they make their way out towards the line now. Pajtor opening up now as they cross the line. It's Yuri Toman who wins here at Daytona in semi-final 2. The Audi takes the checkered flag. He takes a big sip of water trying to fix the dehydration, but I'm sure he's absolutely elated with that one. A big result for Team Vitality, who see a car go through to the final, and that's 25 points going their way as well. Daniel Pajtor is going to be a little disappointed to a regard as to not being a race win, but he has stamped his ticket into the next round, and it's 4 Williams cars that are going to be competing in final action, Lewis.
Instantly checks the camera, makes sure, I'm looking good. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I'm Daniel Pajtor, don't worry about it. I said we don't know what happened with Jamie Fluke there, so those drivers a little bit further down in the top 10 might have a couple of questions to deal with race control, so that'll all be dealt with before we get into the final, because we have to decide our top 6 to get there. Big shame there, big disappointment for McBeardy.
Yeah, absolutely not ideal for McBeardy, who unfortunately now sees himself out of any final equation now. And I must say, from the stellar performance of Kevin Ellis Jr. now, it's very much a Jekyll and Hyde scenario in this semi-final, where they've got one driver who's on the cusp of winning in semi-final 1 to one driver who now finishes plumb last in this semi-final 2. So Jamie Fluke is obviously not going to be happy, and you can obviously say the catalyst to a certain degree was the big moments as he came together with Joshua Rogers earlier on. As we take a look at the highlights, Lewis.
Yeah, see what we can pick apart from all this. Obviously, running through the top end of the field, Charlie Collins going on the attack. This is Josh Rogers making a move down the inside of Jamie Fluke. Big move going down into the international horseshoe to work his way up the order. Almost got himself comfortably inside the top 6 and almost closed back in on the lead grouping. Alas, big battling in this group was what basically slowed them down, George.
Yeah, it certainly was. A tremendous effort, certainly on those. Matuszewski losing out to 3 cars straight away, heading through in the early stages of the race. And this was the moment where we saw Jamie Fluke and, of course, Josh Rogers coming together, coming through the first sector. Again, they would come together later on as well, but this time Fluke being on the outside out of turn 1 would eventually find himself onto the grass after rubbing side by side with Joshua Rogers. Rogers managing to hold position, but a huge moment, it has to be said. And obviously we have seen, I would say, the action step up somewhat in semi-finals, I would say, Lewis. Again, a sense that maybe they'll go again a little further into the final where, there's greater points to be won. I mean, bear in mind, if you win in the final, it's an additional 10 points on what you get in the knockouts and obviously the semis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's this is where things get a little bit more elbows out, just courtesy of how things stand. But this is how things stood in the semi-final too, George.
Yeah, and the results look a little like this. We have got Yuri Toman in first place, Daniel Pashtor finishing in second, Charlie Collins finishing in third, and Dennis Schrodinger and Joshua Rogers and Matuszewski. Matuszewski finishing P6, was on the bubble of perhaps even losing a spot for Team Falcons, but they have got a driver now making their way into final action. We do lose, though, 2 cars from Team Redline, 2 cars from BS Plus Competitions. That's Rietveld, Dan Beats out as well for Mouse, Oliveira, Stapleford out as well. We, of course, lost Kevin Siggy and Jamie Fluke after that incident. Not quite sure what occurred there, but obviously a massive loss there for ART. But they'll look ahead, I'm sure, and support Kevin Ellis Jr. in the latter stages. But still, no less, a great performance from Yuri Toman. Vitality haven't had it all their own way, though. Good performances from both Yuyovsky and Toman to give Vitality a chance in the final, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Primed, though, for Williams to take over the championship lead on the team side of things, because they've got all 4 cars in the final. And, you know, when we're talking of the Drivers' Championship, when we were, you know, dealing with an 8-round championship last season and how that all played out, in that scenario, you know, getting 4 into the finals, like, oh, it's really cool, but it doesn't make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. If you're doing it consistently, sure it does, but realistically, it's kind of like, cool, it's a nice thing. In this, that's a big deal, especially when you know, Sebastian Jobe and Luke Bennett didn't look crazy strong in semi-final 1. The fact that they've lost 2 drivers in this one, this could be a huge bit for the championship, which again, the team's championship is just 3 rounds. It is next week, and it is 3 weeks, 2 weeks after that, so 3 weeks from now. That's it. Just that's how we deal with the championship team side of things. It's just 3 rounds of racing.
Yeah, and obviously, given the fact that it is the shortened format, Lewis, obviously that means scoring as many points as you can in the final to maximise the bonus points, you should say, I suppose, in contrast to the knockouts and the semis. It makes it that more urgent, does it not?
Yeah, exactly. The fact, you know, when we were racing in the very first season, you didn't actually score points until you were effectively knocked out. So you would score points in, you know, if you got knocked out of the knockout phases, the heats we called it then you would score points. But then those that moved through didn't actually score points until they got, again, if they got knocked out in the semis, then they would score their points. And if they got into the final, then they would score their points. Whereas now, you're scoring points in every race. The difference is that the final race, there is more points on offer because the driver who finishes last doesn't score 0 points, they score 12. So there's a lot more to gain from getting into the final. So if you're getting all 4 drivers into the final, the minimum amount of points you're taking for that is like 40. That's pretty handy.
Absolutely, majorly handy, I think, for any team looking to win this title. So, you know, it's a question of who is going to actually rise above and maximise their opportunity in order to succeed here in this championship. We'll have to wait and see. We do have an interview coming up as well with the. We're just waiting for an interview, I should say. We'll obviously wait until we hear as to when he's joined us. But, I mean, it has to be said here, Lewis, a great opportunity for anyone now in this final. We've got a huge plethora of cars that have now made their way through semi-finals into the final. Top 6s now of both have been confirmed. We can now look ahead to what could be a really important moment. For Williams on one hand, because they have got some really good drivers in the mix. We've got the likes of Team Redline with 2 drivers making their way through as well. They are going to miss, I think, a couple that they, of course, dispatched here with Kevin Siggy and Rietveld out of the equation. But on top of things, now we have a couple of fresh faces, a couple of new talents now coming in. Would we be concerned a little bit with Matuszewski losing out and finishing P6 as opposed to the pole position P1 spot he had coming out of qualifying?
No, because I think, especially with how this circuit races, importantly, this circuit does race differently to how we're going to see the other circuits race that season, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. Also, there is the experience, right? The experience of jumping into this is very, very different, you know, at this circuit than others. So yeah, that will play into it a little bit. But I think he's done a great job. Yeah,
and we do have an interview now here standing by. We're joined by the one, the only, Joshua Rogers. After a very busy race last time out, coming together as well. There was some huge moments with he and Jamie Fluke. Joshua, both yourself and Porsche Commander doing well so far. Both you and Charlie Collins making it through to the final. That must mean a lot here at Daytona.
Yeah, it's not been a bad day. Obviously, qualifying hasn't been fantastic for myself, but Charlie's been putting together really well. And yeah, from a race result perspective, we're pushing on. It's a little tricky at the moment, but yeah, we're trying our best.
We saw some qualifying struggles for you in the full season at the end of last year. Is it kind of maybe a continuation of that? 'Cause I mean, obviously, you still went on to go and win the championship anyway, so who cares? Is it a continuation of that, or is there something else going on? Is there something that you're not quite vibing with getting the absolute most out of the car in qualifying?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Obviously, I mean, yeah, I don't know. At the moment, I'm feeling like the car's changing constantly underneath me, so it's a little difficult to feel confident and consistent. Not everyone's struggling with that though, so it's something that I have to figure out as well, and adapt to those changes. But yeah, it's not been an easy day qualifying today, that's for sure. I feel comfortable and consistent in practice, and the pace is there. But yeah, for sure, I think to be competitive, we have to be really hitting almost PBs. So it makes it extra difficult in that one-shot quali. But thankfully, we're at Daytona, a track we can race. Saw that in the knockouts. Saw that again in the semi-final as well. So hopefully, it can sort out qualifying for the final. And yeah. Continue to race there that way. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's been a decent day.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at your performances, Joshua, given the fact that you started where you did in two of the races, you still fought your way through the field. Race trim obviously preferable on your part. Can you tell me the main difference that you're finding with the car and how it's behaving in race trim as opposed to quali trim?
Yeah, honestly though, I think it's more Daytona's one of those tracks where strategically you can do a lot as a driver. You can position the car in certain ways, choose to go past. For example, for me there in that last race when I got in front of Dennis right at the beginning, I knew that my car was strong in sector 1 and they were much stronger in the banking, so I was doing that to try and maximize the advantage we could get to try and close up to the pack in front. Obviously that didn't work out, but there's little things like that you can do in these kind of races to really try and push yourself forward. Same with the knockout, I had Kaika pushing me along, which worked really, really well. So yeah, it's probably more a little bit with that. Struggling with traction later on in the stint, but yeah, the car's strong. It's a track where you can make a difference strategically, and yeah, it's been nice that way.
One final question before we let you have a little breather before the final, of course. A slightly different change for this season, how we've split the Teams Championship and the Drivers' Championship up. Has that changed your approach on a race-to-race basis, or your approach to kind of learning your way into the round? Do you kind of attack things differently because of that, or is it just kind of like treat it one round at a time?
It's probably more the latter. I think from a knockout race semi-final perspective, it's probably not so different. I mean, ultimately, you're just trying to score as many points as you can, whether that's for the Drivers' Championship or Teams Championship. I think in the final races, and we'll probably see now, teams that have more cars in the finals are going to be able to control the race a little bit differently, and that's probably where you're going to see the biggest differences. Not so much probably in the knockout and semi-finals. That's more just, yeah, trying to get in the top 6 and advance through to the next one while scoring as many points as you can. But expect to see, yeah, the final to be maybe a little bit of a different shake-up.
I think we can expect that, I think, with bigger points on the table. But we wish you all the very best, Joshua, and hopefully Porsche can go well again in this final round, or this final race.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Thank you. Joshua Rogers, everybody. Obviously, candid about things that have gone on in qualifying, though not necessarily happy with their performances. I mean, they'll be looking ahead, hopefully, to turn the tables in this final race, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, maybe they've not qualified so well, but they've got the race pace, as they've said. Josh Rogers moving into this race, I wouldn't say he's the favourite going into it, but if he can nail that qualifying lap, maybe I say nail that qualifying lap, if he can get inside the top 6 or so, I think he's a shoo-in to take the victory, right? I think he's right in prime position to go and take the victory. That said, I think the victory might come from Mercedes today. I can see pole position going the way of Sebastian Joe, but those Mercs, be it either from Williams or Kevin Ellis Jr. and the likes, they just seem really, really good round here. At least less so like even the car itself, but it's more the way that they are racing and that they are kind of working with each other. Saw that a lot with Kevin Ellis Jr. in the semi-final one. I think that is going to be very difficult for a lot of other teams to beat if they're all kind of working as one big contingent.
Yeah, absolutely right. And don't forget as well, folks, if you want to have your say, you can do. Use !survey in the live chat. Get involved and register your opinions on the show and us as commentators as well. In the meantime, before the final, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Alright, it's crazy, yeah. Y'all know what time it is. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. Make it real fresh. Cause we are the best. Let's go.
And welcome back, everybody. We are only moments away from our final race, and I must say, we're going to be in for a real treat. George Morgan here, your commentator alongside me, Lewis McGlade, as always, as well. And I must say, returning back to spring season action, and I must say, we haven't skipped a beat, have we? We have got now a fascinating final ahead of us here, Lewis. Big points on the table, and already we've seen some swing in different ways. Obviously, Redline, despite holding on to the championship lead in terms of the team's foray coming through into the semi-finals, they're now 2 drivers down coming into the final race.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shock, but you know, it is what it is. That's the drama of ESL R1, that things chop and change so quickly. It was a Hockenheim ring last season where we I think it was even in one of the knockout races where we lost. I think it was like 3 or 4 of the big hitters. I think it was like Josh Rogers, Marcel Chinchik, maybe even like Kevin Siggy, all got knocked out. Might have even been Dara McCormack as well. Absolutely crazy. That is this format. The knockout format is brutal at the best times. I mean, we could be talking of Williams coming out of here with a very strong lead in the championship, right? Go into the next round, they could all get knocked out in the knockout phases, and then suddenly championship's back open again. That's just how this championship goes. So you can't kind of stop following until the final round. It's just crazy.
No, you can't. And obviously, we just heard from Joshua Rogers as well, who was alluding to their work in qualifying, needing to be improved, need to be stepped up. Obviously, coming into the final race, they need to do that because the points, obviously, on offer are greater than what we've seen in the knockouts and the semi-finals. So there's a great need for them to perform now. They've got, though, the likes of Charlie Collins, who's going to be appearing later on as well. So they have got other drivers that can pull off decent results. But obviously, we know what Joshua is capable of. And obviously seeing what he's achieved through the knockout phase, despite starting towards the tail end of the field, aggressively working his way into the top 6. Obviously, if he was starting in the top 6, that venture to P1 would be that much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that whole run from 9th to 1st for 9th to 1st from Josh Rogers in the absolutely incredible. That, I'm going to be completely honest, and I think he is well aware of this. That is not going to be possible in the finals, right? If he qualifies in 9th, he's not going to be able. Realistically, he's not going to be able to go from 9th to 1st. Yeah, sure, it might happen. But it's the percentage chance of it is so low. So realistically speaking, I think your victor needs to come from the first 3 rows. I wouldn't say, you have to qualify on the front row. You have to qualify, 3rd, 4th, something like that. You can get away with it. As long as you're in the top half of the field, I think then you can take victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously, we've got such a big lineup now heading through into this final round. It's going to be very interesting to see, or this final race here in round 1. It's going to be very interesting to see. And given the fact that we've only got 3 rounds of a team's championship, it's imperative for these teams that they grasp every point or any number of points that they can. Matuszewski representing the only Team Falcons car that's going to be heading into the final. It's going to be interesting to see how they get on. They've got other teams, though, around looking to try and stop them from achieving the big points. We do, of course, have the Williams esports team. I must say they're looking like one of the strongest teams already from the opening start of this championship, and I've been impressed with them, despite them only being P3 in the team's championship coming out of the knockouts. Given the fact that they're so well stocked, so well armed, I'd imagine now the complexion of the team's title looks a lot different after the semi-finals now.
I'm going to take a wild assumption they are leading the championship right now. I think they've done enough to kind of put themselves in that spot, right? The fact, again, if you'd have looked at it after the first 2 knockouts, this is not me trying to make a dig at either of them. Obviously those that were out in knockout 3 and 4 is what it is, because they did put on a great show. But after the first 2 races, they would have been leading the championship, right? Now, Daniel Pashtor has definitely delivered for the team. Dennis Schoeniger also, moving his way up there. So they have done their bit, definitely in the semis. They'll almost certainly be leading the championship now, going into a final where they've got all 4 cars. I actually don't see a scenario where they don't lead the championship leaving this round. But yeah, obviously I can be surprised.
Certainly can. I mean, if we consider this right now, obviously we expected this from Dara McCormack and Daniel Blyer as well in many ways. But you look at, the other drivers that come through. Of course, Dennis Schoeniger, not necessarily showing a lot in the first season, was eventually swapped out through the course of that campaign. And then, of course, we have Daniel Pashtor, who's new essentially to their lineup as well. They've said goodbye to Nikodem Wisniewski, and obviously he's moved onwards, as well as Kuba Brzezinski as well. You bring in Schoeniger, and then you bring in as well Pashtor into the team, effectively papered or certainly perceived to be 2 of their weaker drivers. But the fact that they can perform like that, if that's your weakest side of your team, and if they're performing, you're in a fantastic position. We can take a look at the standings now just to give you guys an idea as to what that result for Pashtor has delivered. And look at that, folks. 129 points out in front. They're the only team that has broken 100, and they've added 29 on top of it. Team Redline now, after losing 2 cars in that last semi-final, only on 97, still retains second, but look how much they forfeited to Williams.
Yeah, indeed. The fact that, and the thing is as well, this event is not over. There is another race that hands out more points than the other races, right, to come, and they have 4 cars in it, right? So this is going to get better for Williams realistically before it gets worse. Again, they're going to be leading the championship, leading this round. Does not mean they're going to be the champions, right? Because how much is going to change in rounds 2 and rounds 3. That is what it is. But very, very impressive to have such a strong position at the moment. Shout out, to the likes of the Team Falcons, though, up inside that top 6. I know you've been giving them shout outs all day, but
I'm a big fan of Team Falcons, I have to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's
got to favour an underdog, haven't you?
It is for good reason when they race. Is that why you support me massively, right? When I'm in races, right?
Well, you're technically not an underdog, Lewis. I mean,
What do you mean? In a race?
Well, in commentary, I said you're a 2-time VCO Simi Award winner.
I am. Thank you. Of course. You're not so bad yourself.
Oh, thank you very much.
Don't worry about it. You. No, actually, no. Sorry, you were done with compliments. I almost gave you a compliment then.
Nearly got him, everybody. He very nearly gave me a compliment. Doesn't happen very often.
Absolutely not. Get out of here, George.
So close.
This
Nearly
almost
broke.
became like a really nice, heartfelt broadcast. Absolutely not. Throw that one straight in the bin. Get ourselves ready for the finals. I want to see some elbows out action. There's going to be elbows out on the comedy booth and everything.
Yeah, there will be. There will be, I must say. Incredible. But yeah, amazing. I mean, what a championship we have in store. Obviously, like you say, Williams with a great chance. I mean, they could finish in the top 4 here in this final race. I mean, given the fact that we've already seen Pajtor finish second, you've also got the likes of Schrodinger showing in the top 6 as well, obviously garnering his place here in this final. Great chance for him to do that again. And then you've got Tara McCormack and Dominic Blyer, 2 drivers who are very, very capable of managing to achieve P1s here in this ESL R1 championship. So, let's wait and see. I mean, it could be the case that they get themselves in the top 4, all 4 drivers in a row, and then maximise their points offering. Bear in mind, there's 35 points on course for the winner. You get 25 points for finishing second. So, yeah, I see that Williams points total only going upwards here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see them being in a very, very strong position. I did hear, by the way, that you obviously got involved in certain things on Media Day, which is a few days ago. And apparently, we've got a little video from Media Day where we can see what was going on.
Check it out. What is George Morgan's signature race start line?
It's
And it is
pedal.
is it pedal to
Pedal to
And it is go, go, go.
Yeah.
I am not gonna say this.
Yuri.
And it's go, go, go. It's the only one I know.
Well, you've missed half of it.
Yeah, the first half is Dambi can do.
Come on.
It's lights out? No, I don't know.
No, Max, you've not been watching the broadcast, mate. What is going on?
I drive most of the time. Sorry.
What about you, Moritz?
It's I know it. It's pedal to the metal and go, go, go.
Moritz wins.
Go, go, go.
Pedal to the metal.
Enzo, there is a bit that leads up to that, Enzo.
I'm gonna leave this one to Chadwick.
Oh, I don't know. I know it's something like lights on and go, go, go.
I know it. I know
I'm actually shocked and appalled that
It's
none of you.
First, and then we go, go, go.
It's pedal to the metal and it's go, go, go.
Michael Oliveira coming in straight away. Well done. Who was the first driver to get back-to-back round wins?
McCormack.
Mr.
Correct. That is correct, Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett. It was indeed Dara McCormack.
McCormack.
Correct. Ronaldo's Yuri Council. Well done, mate.
Definitely not Enzo. I can tell you that for free.
I have no clue, to be honest. No clue, to be honest.
Was it McCormack?
Spot on, Will Chadwick. Well done. It was indeed Dara McCormack. He's got the brain, see? That's why he's team manager.
Sebastian Job, I guess.
No, it was Dara McCormack. was actually embarrassed for some of those drivers they couldn't get my opening start line. Even you can get that one, Lewis.
I got it right. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
you
it's
did.
featured on the intro.
So much. You're in the intro. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I love how I'm in the intro with your line. It's so funny.
It's tragic, honestly. We need to get that changed. If you're watching editors, you know what to do. But yeah, truly incredible. Always great to see, obviously, those drivers behind the scenes as we get an insight into what they do, obviously. And we saw a bit of it last season as well. I'm sure we'll see lots more. But yeah, they are true characters. We're very fortunate to have a good bunch here that take part in ESL R1 and always willing to partake in every little VT we do for you guys at home as well. But in the meantime, of course, this leads us through to the final. We got to talk about it, Lewis McGlade, because there are huge points on offer. Can anyone upset Williams' day? I'm looking at one man. There can only be one man, Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still wouldn't put it past Sebastian Jobe to maybe take a victory here, right? That's the thing, is that, to be fair, anyone on this grid, Sebastian Jobe, Josh Rogers, maybe even Charlie Collins, they can absolutely take victories. But when it comes to the main thing in this, which is not just about taking victories in the round, it's more about scoring points as a team. No one's really going to outscore Williams. I don't really see that happening, even if Williams have a terrible race. That's the important bit. I
mean, they can have 2 cars that finish in the top 4 and then maybe the odd one that finishes in the bottom 5 or something. I'm not quite sure. But here we are, the driver lineup. Take us through it, Lewis.
Yep, indeed. So Charlie Collins, the first of 2 Porsche commanders in this race. We get 2 red line drivers, Luke Bennett, Sebastian Jobe in this one. We've got 2 Vitality drivers, Yuri Toman and Erhan Yayovsky, before we get the quartet of Williams. Dennis Schoeniger, Daniel Pastor, Dara McCormack and Dominic Blyer all making it through into the final. Josh Rogers, obviously the second of those Porsche commanders, a single Apex Racing Team driver of the Kevin Ellis Jr. And the big shout out, Team Falcons, Jakub Masiejewski making his way through into the final on series debut, probably up there with story of the day. But the important bit there, when it comes to the points, you've got 4 Williams, and not only that, if you really want to be cheeky, chuck in a 5th in the form of Kevin Ellis Jr. They are all representing the Mercedes-AMG brand. I think they could all be working together a little bit. We saw it a little bit, obviously, in the semi-finals, so I wouldn't put it past them.
It's good. It's a good day to beat Mercedes. It has to be said. I mean, also
unless you're in Formula One.
Unless you're in Formula One, of course. But I mean, we've got to obviously look at. I mean, Matuszewski, we've been blowing smoke for him all day long and all evening long as well. But given the fact that he is the sole Falcons representative, I mean, how cool would it be to see him take pole position again, like he did only in our last race?
Yeah, could happen. It definitely could happen. He's been a quality on pace. To be fair, the Team Falcon squad have been qualifying really well. Obviously, they've got a couple of poles already today. Wouldn't put it past them to grab a 3rd. Although that said, for this one, he got pole position with a 0.2. I think in this race, 0.0 is going to be pole. There are at least 3 drivers on this grid that can get a 0.0 in qualifying. Obviously, you've got Sebastian Jobe, because he's already done it. You've got Dara McCormack, because he's already done it. You've got Luke Bennett, I reckon he could do it. Kevin Ellis Jr., we've seen some mega laps from him in qualifying. I reckon a 0.0 is required to grab pole position there.
Yeah, and ideally we could do with seeing perhaps a mixture of Team Redline, maybe even some Williams or even an Apex car to really hit the front in order to make it interesting, I think, in this case. And obviously there is one of the drivers from Team Redline making their way around the bank corners. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Obviously practice still very much underway, qualification coming in about a minute and 20 or so's time, and then we'll decide who wins the opening round of the 2024 ESL R1 spring season. Obviously it's not going to be Marcel Chinchik this time. He, of course, was bowed out in the very early stages after a spin that would cause him to lose out massively. And now it's all down to his teammates and compadres, that, of course, being Erhan Yayovsky and Yuri Toman, who, alike, you can't rule them out. But again, I wouldn't call them avid qualifiers here, Lewis. They, of course, tend to favour the race trim.
Yeah, indeed. Again, it's not an easy one to decide on that sense. But yes, they must make sure that they are at least getting as close to their personal best in qualifying. I think the most important thing, right, is we actually saw a few drivers getting slowdowns, right? Especially in the last semi-final, weirdly enough. Again, as to how qualifying works in this, if you exceed track limits on your lap is not invalidated, but you get a slowdown penalty. Whew. For a driver who qualified somewhat poorly, last season. Dara McCormack, I think, is feeling the pressure here, George.
Saying a prayer as well.
Always got an itchy nose.
Yeah, it's either that or indeed the itchy nose. There is Kevin Ellis Jr. I think just, what is it with the bow in the heads today? I mean, interesting. But Kevin Ellis Jr. just getting ready to go. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, he's been brilliant today. And like I said before, as someone who's progressed through the course of the championship last year, they moved from Audi into the Mercedes. It seems to have worked brilliantly. And now coming into this, they're looking really, really strong. Obviously missing Jamie Flute. What could have been had they had two ARTs through? And it would have meant that we could have said goodbye to a Porsche as well, because it was down to Joshua Rogers, essentially, that it all transpired. Obviously, Matuszewski finishing in 6th in that race. But now it's Yuri Toman who's going to unleash the first lap to the timing tower this time, Lewis, and coming through the first sector.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what our first lap time's going to be. Obviously, we'll get that first sector split once they've come out of the West Horseshoe. It's a very long time away. We can keep our eye on this lap time from Yuri Toman, who's had a good day fairly so far. The Vitality team may be a bit questioning what happened with Thibaut Kazbon and Marcel Chinchik, but still, at the moment, things looking solid for Yuyovski and for the Czech driver of Yuri Toman, who I can tell you, by the way, is obviously right next to his steering wheel. He basically drives with the chest. Out through the West Horseshoe now. We'll get that telling time. It will be a 44 something. What? Ooh, 44.0. Okay, sorry, I was looking at the other bit on the timing. 44.0. That's very good.
It's a very good first sector, and he's checking out of the first sector, out of sector 2 as well very soon. Has got to get himself through the bus stop chicane. Very tricky segment. You need to try and take it as fast as you can. Try and lay claim to those, just hop over the curbs. Just try and maximise the speed as you come through that particular portion. We're now seeing him go as wide as he can, and very shortly he will attack that curve as well on the inset in towards bus stop. Heading through out of turns 10 in towards turns 11, and then rounding turn 12, coming through the final portion of this Daytona circuit. It's looking positive right now. If he can harness the same raw pace that he brought together in sector 1 with a 44.077, let's see if this time will be competitive. We did say that we're expecting 144.0s come the end of this lap. And obviously from the best drivers we would expect that, but can Toman be one of them as he comes up towards the line? It's a 44.2. Now if we saw that in semi-final or knockout action, that would be pretty good, but I'm not so sure about the final, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, 44.2 is decent. It is a solid lap time around here. I just don't see that as being good enough for this session. I can see that qualifying him, let's call it 6th or 7th. I think that's where he's going to end up with that kind of time. I think there's a lot of drivers in this that could beat that one. Here is one of them coming up towards the line. Dominic Blyer, who's had such a good run of form. Again, signing on for the full season here. 44.155. That's a bit more like it from Dominic Blyer. We can see what he can get in this race as well. He's been so good round here.
Yeah, he was almost 300 slower in the first sector as well. So the first sector isn't everything. It's what you do in the latter two sectors. Obviously, Joshua Rogers, though, looking really dialed in that first sector. Has managed to nestle in a 44.082. A little slower than Toman's first sector, but still, if he can do something here in sector 2 and sector 3, it could bode well for him. He's looking to try and topple Dominic Blyer. Doesn't break into the 144.1s, only a 144.2, and is in fact 5 thousandths faster than Yuri Toman.
And to be fair, best lap of the day in qualifying from Joshua Rogers. No, it's fine. No, it's 5 thousandths. Faster than Yuri Toman?
It is. Sorry, I was right the first time.
Oh, mate, you did what I did earlier.
You did what you did.
Oh, that's fine. Dennis Schoeninger, great first sector from the Williams driver. Can he get up alongside his teammate? I'm not sure how pleased he is with this one as he comes up towards the line. Very happy indeed. 44.104. He was not a driver that I had on my list of maybe getting into the zeros. That's an incredible lap from Dennis Schoeninger.
Well, this is exactly what we were talking about in that last race. We were expecting Dennis Schrödinger and certainly Daniel Pastor not to necessarily be those front players, those front performers, but Schrödinger showing that he absolutely deserves a place here at ESL R1 and at the head of the table for Williams as well, at least for now. But Charlie Collins is going to look to stop that as well, join his teammates up into the top 3, maybe even above him. Goes 5th fastest, in fact, with our slowest time registered so far in this final qualifying session at 144.341. But here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. and he's on a fast lap because his first sector a 44.0, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think that lap's going to cut the mustard for for Charlie Collins. Kevin Ellis Jr. looking particularly pleased about the lap time that he is currently on. Works his way through NASCAR 4 up towards the line. A 1:04, a 1:55 for the top two. Can he at least get somewhere in the front couple of rows where he needs to be if he wants to go and take victory in this one? Across the line, he's going to go. Oh, it's a slow second and third sector down the order in sixth.
Yeah, well, Charlie Collins can breathe a sigh of relief. He will not be the slowest driver in qualifying. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. for now, but we still have quite a run of cars. Luke Bennett looking really happy, and that first sector is blistering as he now makes his way down the straight. Now, is this going to be hooked up? Is he going to topple the two Williams cars that currently sit 1 and 2 at the front of the order? Is it going to be Team Redline up at the very top of the timing tower? Yes, it is. A 1:44.027, our first zero here in qualifying, Lewis.
And I was going to say that's the fastest first sector we've seen all day. Blah, 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 blah. Here comes Daniel Pastor, fastest first sector of the day. 44.035. What an incredible final qualifying session we're getting here. Luke Bennett across the line with that pole time, nearly into the 43s, which I was not told we were going to see today. So that is very impressive. Daniel Pastor then up towards the line. Can he put himself in that grouping of Williams? Yes, he can. Fourth place at the moment. Next up, Yuyovsky.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Yuyovsky isn't scared to stick it at the front. And look at this, a 44.024 in Sector 1. He has gone faster than what Daniel Pastor did in that first sector. But is there frustration there from Yuyovsky? But the last time we saw him frustrated, he went fastest in that initial stint. So maybe this is lightning striking twice as he now heads up towards the line in the Audi R8 LMS. Can he manage to pull off the unthinkable and topple Luke Bennett? No, he can't. 7th fastest. The final two sectors can't have been good because he's slower than his teammate Yuri Toman.
Yeah, not a great first sector from Dara McCormack. I'm not sure this one's going to be pole position, but he could chuck himself in that trio of Williams. Dennis Schoeniger, Dominic Blyer, Daniel Pastor running second through fourth. Dara McCormack then out through the final turn, out towards the big grandstand where you can see the World Centre racing up towards the top. He doesn't look particularly pleased, doesn't look particularly depressed about the lap time, so I think it is going to be in that second to fourth bit. There he goes, up to third.
Williams quartet, 2nd to 5th. Here comes Sebastian Job, and it's a devastating first sector in terms of the comparisons between the rest of the cars through this field of 44.127. But like we said, it's not all one and done in the first sector, but the frustration showing on the face of Sebastian Job, who is looking to try and join his teammates at the front of the order. It's currently still Redline on pole with Luke Bennett this time, but I don't think Sebastian Job is going to be anywhere near him unless he can hook something up towards the very end. Does, in fact, split the Williamses. That's not bad considering the first sector. 4th place with a 1:44.1.
Yeah, indeed. Matiszewski then the final one to come through. Already had a pole position this evening. It was a 44.2 that did so. That would put him in 6th position at the moment. But could there be a mega lap on the horizon? I'm not necessarily sure about that one. You've got Redline Williams, Redline Williams. Can he break that all up towards the line? He's going to go the 12th driver to cross it into 6th place. Does get ahead of Daniel Pastor, so a solid lap time. But Luke Bennett said he could get a 0.0 onto the board, does indeed do so, but nearly breaks into the 43s.
It was very nearly a string of Williamses as well in behind until that spell was broken by his teammate Sebastian Job. And a great time as well from Jakub Matiszewski, despite not necessarily managing to trouble the top end, still sitting his car in the mid-pack, and I'm sure he'll be looking to get a good launch as well. Doesn't want to lose out the places like he did so earlier on, where he lost 3 in the space of one sector, or one corner, in fact, coming through towards turn 1. There, though, Luke Bennett will have an opportunity of potentially bringing home a round victory for Team Redline and also for himself as well. But it's all about the team's championship, and despite this man not necessarily doing what he perhaps set out to do, which is get pole position, Dara McCormack and the rest of his teammates are going to be looking ahead to give Williams the ultimate chance to secure a decent buffer in the team's championship, because this could mean everything come the end of round 3.
Yeah, indeed. Pretty happy look there on the face of Dominic Blyer. I don't know if that's happy, sweat, aggression. I don't know what, but he's looking pretty toasty behind the wheel. There's obviously Dennis Schoeniger with a big pipe in the background. That's obviously to get some of that heat out of the room, which is very much needed, especially considering we're approaching summer, where we're all going to be sat here talking about sim racing, probably in just a t-shirt, not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's Matiszewski now, and knows
exactly. Going to brush past that comment, all right.
I am going to brush past it, yes. Yeah, Matiszewski started P6 here in this one now, as we look ahead to our final race of the evening. And yeah, I mean, it has to be said, Williams in with a great chance here of securing the brilliant results they're looking for. Take us through the starting grid, Lewis.
Yeah, for the final race of the evening then, Kevin Ellis Jr. off the rear of the field. Charlie Collins back there as well with Vitality in 10th and 9th. Erhan Yovski with his teammate Yuri Toman just slightly ahead. Josh Rogers outside of that grouping, but do remember he won from 9th position earlier on in the evening. Daniel Pajtor getting knocked out of the top 6 with a 7th place qualifying because Matiszewski managed to move his way through. Slight improvement on his pole time from earlier on in the evening. Dom Blyer will start alongside in 5th position. Sebastian Joe, pole position in the first race of the evening, got denied victory, still ended up finishing on the podium. He is in 4th position. Dara McCormack, of course, race winner twice this evening. Can he make it 3 from 3 in the brand new season? Dennis Schoeniger on the front row of the grid with an incredible lap time, only to be bested by a 44.0 from Birmingham's finest. It is Luke Bennett on the pole position in incredible fashion for Team Redline. Absolutely incredible scenes.
Yeah, amazing results certainly for Team Redline to get both drivers in touching distance of one another. Obviously, Luke Bennett taking pole position, that all-important pole position, gives them the best track position possible looking ahead to the final race. There is Yuri Toman representing Team Vitality. They'll be hoping for a better run this time around as well. Obviously, only 2 cars representing them in this final race, much like Team Redline. But Redline, the better team heading out of quali this time around. The Williamses, though, all together, near enough. Only Sebastian Job actually separating them right now, as we can now see the 2 Redline cars, front row and second row. But the sea of blue in behind, waiting to attack, heading through towards turn 1. A huge opportunity for big points for Williams as we head on to the final race here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what we're going to get from this one. Can Luke Bennett take victory? Will it be one of those 4 Williams cars that start around him? Will his teammate come to take over the position as well? Let's see what we can get. The very first final of the spring season of 2024 here at ESL R1. We go racing at the World Centre of Racing. It is green flag in the air. It's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Racing down towards the first corner, of course, Luke Bennett starting that one from pole position. Dennis Schoeniger trying to get to the outside. Dara McCormack with a run to the inside, who will take over second position. Sebastian Job able to fend off the trio of Williams behind. Not a great start from Dennis Schoeniger to drop back to to fall and maybe even 5th in all this.
Yeah, I must say he lost a little bit of tread, but pushing his teammates slightly as well. I don't think Dominic Blyer is going to be necessarily very happy with that, because it's opened the door for Jakub Matiszewski around the outside too. He's now up to 5th place after starting 6th as well. And you've got Yuri Toman trying to break ahead of Daniel Pajtor as they look to break away once again. And there you can see further up as well, Dominic Blyer coming together with Matiszewski on the outset of the first sector. Already things getting a little spicy here at the initial stages as the 2 drivers from Team Vitality try to topple Pajtor for that 7th place, and Toman's done it, and Yuyovski's followed him through, followed by Kevin Ellis Jr.
Big arm in the air then from Daniel Pajtor. Not particularly pleased about what he's seeing, but again, there's still going to be some solid points for the Williams squad, as there's going to be side-by-side between the 2 Vitalities, as one's being pushed by Kevin Ellis Jr. That's Erhan Yuyovski. Yuri Toman's getting a little bit of a push from Daniel Pajtor, going side-by-side as they work up towards the Le Mans chicane. Less than a 10th of a second separating first and second. Well, make that a switch around. Dara McCormack to the front of the field here at Daytona in the final races. There's been a spin-off. Dara McCormack's off.
Dara McCormack, I'm not sure what happened, but you've got 2 Redline cars at the front now. I'm not sure what occurred. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of it. But Dennis Schoeniger, now the highest Williams in the timing tower. McCormack now stagnant in P11. It looks so good, but it's fallen apart at the seams coming towards the end of lap 1. But in comes Schoeniger and Blyer now. It's a double act of red lines. It's a double act of Williamses coming through towards turn 1. They're going to go through in tandem. It's Bennett, Schoeniger, Joe, Blyer, all coming together as they exit under the first corner here in lap 2. But it's still Bennett who leads the way, and Joe did a cracking job of fending them off. But look at Jakub Matiszewski, who's around the outside coming through towards turn 3. Split the 2 Williamses, needs to try and find the traction to take it around the outside as he tries to challenge Blyer for that P4 spot.
We're supposed to be impartial this broadcast, but at the same time, come on, Jakub Matiszewski, give it a go. Come on, son. What an incredible drive so far. 4th position at the moment. Now battling with the 2 Williams in that 3rd and 4th position. I mean, he could be sneaking through for an unbelievable win for Team Falcons. Look at the door being opened up for Erhan Yuyovski to potentially come through. We heard from Josh Rogers he thought this race was going to be a little bit more elbows out. He certainly felt part of that. Dara McCormack and Josh Rogers, 2 of the favourites coming into this, 11th and 12th. with no chance of moving through to score any more points. Thankfully for this one, that is a teams event that they're still scoring points for the team squad. Oh my goodness me, was that Don Blyer?
Don Blyer, I think, making contact with Kevin Ellis Jr., so no friends certainly at Mercedes. I think it was more Yuri Toman, because I think Kevin Ellis Jr., as a result, poked his head through with his own Mercedes. I'm not sure whether he made contact. I think it was with the Audi in behind. I can't quite recollect, but as they now head out of the chicane, coming out of bus stop, now it's the turn of Dominic Blyer to try and tackle Erhan Yuyovski. Now, will he go high and try and tackle him around the outside? I don't think so, because of course Yuyovski does have the Tiger line coming through towards turn 1. The big question is, though, will Matuszewski be able to defend against the rising cars that are coming up in behind as well? Kevin Ellis Jr. sprinting into this as well as he looks to try and fan out. They're going to go 3 wide, and maybe there could be a 4-man overtake here for Yuri Toman, who has a look down the inside of turn 1. Matuszewski in the midst of all this. 2 Vitality cars now bound together as Toman sprints into P4.
That's an incredible stuff from Yuri Toman. Got to say, it's a complete misjudgment from Dominic Blyer, who pulled out way too late to try and take the slipstream off of Ellis Jr. Yeah, I know, this is absolutely ridiculous from Yuri Toman. He's trying to sneak his way through. It is a red line 1-2 in all this. You haven't been victorious at all today.
Well, Vitality now look on. Yuri Toman has somehow managed to blast his way through up to P3. He overtook 3 cars coming in towards turn 1 and making contact with Schrodinger, who tries to send it up his inside. And now Kevin Ellis Jr. on the rise. Look at the joint Toman as they breeze through the field. And yes, Kevin Ellis Jr., now the highest ranking Mercedes, has managed to break through through the entire sea of Williams drivers. And now Schrodinger's dropping further down.
Matuszewski trying to slot the gap between one of the many Williams in this race and, of course, Charlie Collins. That one being Dennis Schuniger, just trying to find his way past. Almost started the gap coming out of turn 7 on the track, going out back into NASCAR 1 and 2. Now picks up the slipstream of the Williams of Dennis Schuniger. You're absolutely right. Kevin Ellis Jr. has picked his way through that one beautifully, but Yuri Toman, incredible performance to move up into 3rd. Is there still the chance that they can deny Team Redline in this one? At the moment, those top 2, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Yuri Toman, the most important thing for them right now, do not fight. Don't fight. If you fight, those 2 are gone.
Yeah, at this point, Luke Bennett and Seb Job have got to play their cards right here. There's now Job is going to remain behind Luke Bennett. This is the perfect scenario for Redline right now. They can't allow the group to catch up, though, behind them. As you can see there, Toman flirting with that second gap. The problem that Toman's got, if he can't get slipstream, he's a sitting duck to Kevin Ellis Jr. in behind. And not only that, Erhan Yuyovski needs to try and break into that delta and catch up with those red line BMWs ASAP, just so he doesn't have to worry about losing any slipstream and give himself a chance of at least maintaining a podium position, because if it stays like this, he's going to lose out massively.
Kevin Ellis Jr. is one of the smartest drivers on the grid, though. We've seen that time and time again. I think the most important thing that he'll be doing right now, bump drafting. I think all he'll be doing, or at least giving the aero push, sit right on the rear end of Yuri Toman, let him do what he's doing, let him bring that margin back down to well under a second so that Yuri Toman's getting the slipstream. Yes, it's going to make Toman harder to pass, but it's giving him the opportunity to go for the race victory. That is the more important bit right now. If you overtake Toman, that's great. You'll be fighting for 3rd position for the rest of the race and saying goodbye to 1st and 2nd, allowing Team Redline to take a whole host of points for 1st and 2nd place. If you take over 3rd right now, that's what you're going to deal with. If you settle for 4th right now and let Yuri Toman do what he's doing, the chance of you taking victory increases massively.
Yeah. We're going beyond now the halfway point in this race on lap 4 of 9. It's still Bennett out in front. Toman managing to reel in the gap, and obviously Kevin Ellis Jr. along for the ride as well. So it gives them a good chance now to potentially land a blow to Team Redline deeper into this race. Lap 4 of 9 will become 5 of 9 when we venture out of turns 12 and 13, but it's still Bennett in control. Again, flirting with that second gap as we see a little flash there from Yuri Toman with Kevin Ellis Jr. I think it might be the glare from the sunlight, though, in fact, here at this Daytona circuit. Kev now right on the rear of Yuri Toman, getting that toe as well in towards turn 1. And like I said before, the highest Mercedes in this field with Dominic Blyer in behind the sister Vitality car of Erhan Yuyovski as they head out of turn 1 now. And it does look like Toman's finally managed to catch up with the 2 cars ahead.
Obviously, we didn't see what happened within the top grouping, right, when there was that incident with McCormack. So I wonder if there might be a little bit of race control stepping in here with these 2 to be like, what actually happened? Because McCormack was battling with Bennett. I'm pretty sure he wasn't battling with Joe, but he was definitely battling with Bennett at the point, because he just took over the race lead from Bennett going down into the Le Mans chicane. So I am not saying that Bennett has done anything wrong. I'm not saying that McCormack's done anything wrong. I'm saying that we haven't seen it, and I would put an asterisk on Bennett right now because there's stuff to be dealt with.
I'd imagine the stewards will be looking very long and hard at it right now. We do have, of course, a live shooting team on offer, just keeping an eye on everything that's unfolding. And Luke Bennett still leads the way. Sebastian Job in second, but Yuri Toman has done a great job to break into that second gap. It is now coming down, cascading downwards now to below 0.8 of a second. So with the remaining 4 laps that we do have, of course, there's still a great chance here for any of these drivers that currently sit within this train to perhaps striking in position to Team Redline, and Kevin Ellis Jr. also being one of them, because he is just tracking Yuri Toman right now, has had his opportunities to make the move ahead of Toman, but has opted against it, as very shortly they'll begin a lap 6 of 9 on the next lap around. As now you can see them, still nose to tail between the 2 Redline BMWs, nothing to separate them right now. They don't need to be separated. They're running, they're managing this race and doing so brilliantly. Still Bennett, as you so rightly say, Lewis, with that asterisk. Obviously, we're unsure as to what happened with McCormack earlier on, but we are seeing them tussle further down the order with Jujovski in tow with that of Kevin Ellis Jr. further up as well. And you've got a trio of Williams is with Dominic Blyer, Dennis Schrodinger, Daniel Pashtor, and then Jakub Matuszewski still occupying that P9 place. Charlie Collins detaching as well. It's been a horror show for Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, it really has been. Big disaster. Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers right back there. Got to say, there's something slightly satisfying about that top grouping. How you've got 2 red lines, then a Vitality either side of Kevin Ellis Jr., and then 2 Williams, all in this train. There's something slightly satisfying about seeing them. Obviously, 2, and then 1, and then different, and then back to the same one, and then 2 at the end. It's an interesting white bread, brown bread, and a big load of filling sandwich in all this, with Kevin Ellis Jr., the glue right in the middle, with no teammate around him, so he's just in the fight by himself. They are closing down, by the way, on the top 2. That is the important bit. As much as it's been very slow, they are closing down. They have 3 laps to go at the line. The gap's coming down bit by bit.
Given the fact that McCormack obviously had the incident that he had dropping down the field, he's done well, I think, to recover at least a position. I mean, Josh Rogers must have had his own issues at some point during the course of the race. And McCormack is still working hard to try and reduce the deficit. It's done brilliantly, in fact, because he is closing on the back of Matuszewski, who had his own fight earlier on, and in turn will catch up with Charlie Collins. So there is still a chance here for Darren McCormack to pull something special off in the remaining 3 laps. Not necessarily suggesting it's going to be a race win or a podium, but he can still move on up. And bear in mind, we have got points on offer all the way down to the very end in P12, as we're now seeing some movements further up to both Redline cars under attack as Toman once again goes on the attack here, Lewis.
Yeah, where's Toman come from? He's already caught up with this grouping. Straight around the outside, Erhan Jujovski's going to go on Kevin Ellis Jr. for the Apex Racing team, but Yuri Toman's already knocking at the door for the top 2. I didn't think it was going to come down that much. Clearly just got the right grip of the slipstream. I think it's within 0.7 of a second and you really pick up that slipstream. Look at that, straight around the outside. Dominic Blyer was trying to go on Evan Erhan Jujovski. Chuck that one as another name for him. Nearly got past Jujovski in doing so, trying to get around the outside of the international horseshoe, but couldn't quite do so. Big gap now being built for Luke Bennett.
Yeah, I think you were alluding to that new name for Evan O'Leary.
Evan O'Leary, my son.
Absolutely, also known as Ewan O'Leary, as we're now watching them head through this next portion of circuit. You just see them now all bunching up together. Now, whilst they fight, obviously this is helping out all those stragglers in behind that have perhaps lost tread on this field right now. Luke Bennett's still at the front, and just look at that gap. Because Job has been defending, it's now marched out by a second, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. No update from Race Control as of yet, as far as we're aware. Race Control have not said anything as to any form of incident. Again, we have not seen it on the broadcast. We don't know what the incident was or whatever. We don't even know if it's under investigation right now. But something happened with McCormack going through the chicane. So, again, big asterisk. I think Sebastian Job's slowing the field down.
I think he is too. I think obviously trying to give Luke Bennett the best chance of winning, and he has done in this instance, but Yuri Toman, keen to get this over and done with, is going to try and go around the outside and might have cost Seb Job his own position in second place, and certainly has done, because Kevin Ellis Jr. has gone through, and Erhan Jujovski is now looking to try and take P4 away as well, as they all blast in towards turn 1, and the 2 Vitality cars now nose to tail pretty much. Toman now back in second, Kevin Ellis Jr. now fighting through as well, Erhan Jujovski trying to pepper the back of the ART, but a great move from Kevin Ellis Jr. Jr. to try and withstand the pressure, and at the same time, Sebastian Job trying to fight relentlessly to maintain at least some level of points here in this race. But I think what's key is that Job is keeping those Williams cars at bay, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential, but I get the feeling that Don Blyer, maybe Dennis Schillinger might find their way past Sebastian Job at the moment. Not a great points haul for a team with 4 cars, and the fact they've only got 1 inside that top 6 at the moment, although it matters, there's no race after this, but it's more just where the solid points are. Let's take a look at a replay as to how Sebastian Job lost all those positions straight around it. He got properly freight trained. Let's be honest, no one was going to work with him.
No, not at all. They were keen to get rid of him as soon as possible. Kevin Ellis Jr. making his way through, and very nearly Johan Jujovski doing the same as well. And now he's got to be wary because he's got a trio of Williams cars now in behind. Kevin Ellis Jr. Very keen to perhaps dispatch Yuri Toman. We're now on the penultimate lap of the race with Luke Bennett at the helm of the field. 1.7 seconds now separate Toman and Bennett. And I must say, Toman is absolutely flying, because remember that gap was vastly further out before, and I think Bennett, it could be at risk should Toman be able to keep this pace up.
If Kevin Ellis Jr. is wise here, maybe does a little bit of bump drafting, maybe there's the chance that gap's going to come down, but I don't see it. I think Luke Bennett's going to be able to hold that 1.8 second gap, or at least keep it above a second all the way around the lap, and we'll be able to hang on for this victory. Obviously, this weekend so far has been pretty good for the Apex Racing team. One of their drivers picking up a slight partnership with McLaren as well, becoming one of the McLaren young drivers and qualifying in fifth rather, in Formula 3. That is, of course, Alex Dunn, is working straight to the outside now. Don Blyer having a little bit of a skirmish here with Sebastian Job.
Yeah, joining Martin Estenshorn as well at McLaren, and 2 young great adverts there for the McLaren team.
Oh, someone's backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. We just got Job just losing out again. Jujovski holding on to 4th. I think Job was, in fact, he potentially losing out to Dennis Schrodinger. Pajtor, Blyer's dropped down to 11th place. As where they now come through the first sector, and Blyer, yes, sat behind Dara McCormack, his teammates. So again, the points haul being disrupted here for Williams, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely lost a couple of points and all that. But yeah, I don't know what happened with Blyer there, but he certainly was sent round slightly behind shot. Obviously, he was a few cars back of where we were looking, and was sent round slightly there. Well, we're on the 9th of 9 laps here at the Daytona International Speedway. Luke Bennett's got a 1.5 second lead, which means these two are most certainly just fighting for 2nd position, and the honours that go with it and the points that go with it. We're not going to see Kevin Ellis Jr. settling for 3rd position here. We're going to see him going for the 2nd spot, not like what he did in the previous couple of races when he was battling with Dara McCormack. Out then through the Le Mans chicane and up towards the line. Luke Bennett going to be closing round those final couple of corners out towards the line. You can see the elation on his face, and do you know what? With that qualifying lap that he had, he has absolutely earned this. Luke Bennett for Team Redline across the line today. Victory here at Daytona as we got the switch for 2nd, the drag race with it. There goes Kevin Ellis Jr. up into 2nd position for the Apex Racing team. What a drive it has been. What a day of racing it's been for Kevin Ellis Jr. 1st, 2nd and 2nd. Incredible performance.
And he's had to grind out every result as well. But I tell you what, it looked uncertain for Team Redline. But Kevin Ellis Jr. could not stop this man. Luke Bennett, fastest. It's been a tremendous day for him. Obviously managing to take the big points when they were warranted. Yuri Toman, I think, probably a little disappointed, but obviously it all came down to the fact that Sebastian Job was backing up the field. Kevin Ellis Jr. taking full advantage of what he could obtain, and it's 2nd place for the Mercedes. But they'll look ahead to round 2 with a great opportunity, I'm sure, to try and take hold of the better results. We do have an interview as well coming up here with Luke Bennett very, very soon, so stay tuned, everybody. What a performance, and I think that's the performance that Team Redline have been waiting for, really, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. I think there were a couple of points where there was maybe some disappointment from a few drivers, but alas, it was very thrilling, very exciting, and great to see Luke Bennett. By the way, I gave some plaudits to Alex Dunn. Apparently he's been disqualified from qualifying. That's not a commentator's curse. That's something that already happened. All right, just to clarify, wash my hands with that one, as we'll see the provisional results from the final race. Luke Bennett taking a very well-deserved victory. victory, mostly from that qualifying. Let's be honest, what an incredible qualifying lap from him. Kevin Ellis Jr. second position after making that move on Yuri Toman up towards the line. Erhan Yovsky in fourth. Sebastian Job down in fifth. Don't think he's had the greatest day of his ESL R1 career. Dennis Schuttiger, of course, in sixth. Daniel Pajtor in seventh. Charlie Collins in eighth. Dara McCormack being spun around, still works his way up to ninth position, which I think is actually very impressive. Mashashevsky, then Josh Rogers. Didn't see what happened to him, but it was definitely earlier on in the race. And Don Blyer down in 12th. Bit of disappointment for Williams to have 4 cars in this, and their best result is 6th. Not ideal.
And despite having 4 cars that finished in the points as well, Redline outscore them with Sebastian Job alone. They're 2 points to the good, Team Redline in that instance. But let's revisit some of the highlights. And there's Daniel Pajtor getting overtaken by a plethora of cars. But it was Team Redline who managed their race. And I must say it was fantastic. They really upheld everything here in this run, and Sebastian Job, despite taking that P2 and managing to cover off any approach against Luke Bennett, he would eventually forfeit the places as well. Williams did their utmost best. Matiszewski showing a little bit of fibre as well through the initial stages of the race, but would eventually drop down. But it was all about Yuri Toman's rise. Definitely, I would say, if we were doing driver of the day, he was my driver of the day off the back of that charge up through the field. I would also give Kevin Ellis Jr. that shout out too. But Toman really gave a little bit of a headache to the Redline outfits, and Sebastian Job had to do his utmost. I'm guessing he knew that Toman was going to be a thorn in the side of their hopes and dreams for the round victory. But Toman eventually getting through. It definitely seems to me, Lewis, that from my perspective, Toman and Kevin Ellis Jr. were definitely the stories today.
Yeah, I mean, look, there were quite a lot of stories today, to be perfectly honest. So much to follow in all of this, but I think even some of the talking points from earlier on, the likes of the issues for Max Benneker and such, some of those with Marcel Chinchik being spun around, a lot of heavy hitters basically being removed fairly early, which isn't that shocking, but it is what it is. Either way, I think we're going to catch up with our race winner, George.
We certainly are. We're going to head across and speak to our round winner, Luke Bennett, of course, off the back of taking a sensational victory at Daytona. Luke, I tell you what, it came at the very last minute. It looked like it was going to be all Williams, but that qualifying lap was essential to you laying claim to that victory. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I'd probably say it's arguably the best quali lap I've ever done in any series. It was very, very close to my PB. And then, of course, in the race, I saw all the Williams guys in my mirrors next to me, and instantly I was thinking, there's not a chance I'm going to win this. No, I was thinking they're just going to fly past me left, right, and center. But luckily, Sevi had a great start. We worked together. We got into the 1-2. I think it was Dennis who came past me in the chicane and decided to take a trip backwards. That, I mean, no offense to him, but that did make me giggle. But yeah, no, me and Sevi worked together then, worked out well. Unfortunately, Ellis and Toman caught us up a bit at the end, so Sevi had to do the duties and back it up just so that I could win. And I'm really, really appreciative of that. I owe him one. I'm sure I'll do it for him later on in the season. But yeah, I'm just thrilled to finally win a race again.
Yeah, I think it was actually Dara McCormack, by the way, who was the one who went past and then went for the spin. Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I say, incredible qualifying lap, an incredible final for you. But let's roll it back a little bit, because we were a little bit concerned in the semi-finals, where it didn't look like things were going quite your way. Talk us through what happened in there, and as to maybe how that might have affected your mindset going through to the final, or were you able to reset?
No, well, I mean, the semi-final, of course, wasn't great. I was getting rather frustrated in it, if I'm honest. No, it was a combination of a mediocre quali lap and, just a bit of hot-headedness from me. Sevi also wasn't too great with the track limits at the start of the race, so he had to be quite careful. We couldn't really work together too much. But no, it was kind of one of them where risk versus reward. I was still going to be going through to the final regardless. But I tried my best to overtake Erhan there, but didn't give me a bad mindset going into the final at all. I was actually quite angry with my quali lap in the semi-final, and I said, I'm not hitting a 0.1 again. I'm gonna do a 0, and then proceeded to pull out one of the best quali laps I've ever done. And yeah, I mean, that was just brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about those quali laps, Luke, and obviously it was essential because very much in this new format that we have here, especially for the team's title race, of course, we only have 3 rounds in total, 2 more to go after this one. Just how integral does that make each and every single qualifying lap? Because track position's essential, right?
Yeah, but it's weird with Daytona because Rennsport's always been a game where pole is needed, and usually where you qualify is where you're going to finish. It's a sprint race after all, but at Daytona there's so much slipstreaming and so many tactics. I'd say anyone in the top 4 could win the race, and maybe even outside of the top 4. So as much as getting pole was really good and I was really happy with the lap, it was probably the most non-essential pole I've had in recent times, but I was just happy that it was a really good lap. But yeah, I think we go to Orchard Road next. Pole there will be super essential, and I think whoever poles it there will win, guaranteed.
Yeah, of course, it's street circuit racing is Orchard Road. So something actually very different to what we've seen really in ESL R1. So that's going to be very interesting. Like you say, it's all about track position. Does that mean that you're literally just purely focusing on making sure that your mind is right for qualifying? Like not even doing like full distance runs, like seeing what the tyres do. It's literally just nail the qualifying. That is going to be the important bit.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, all the focus pretty much goes onto qualifying anyway, even here at Daytona. But Orchard, of course, quali will be so massive. You will still need to do race runs, of course. You know, you can't just rock up and, you know, play by ear, but that's not going to work. I think just a couple of race run preps and you'll be fine. If you pole it, you win. So yeah, I look forward to that.
Easy.
Well, I tell you what, you've really set a precedent now for the rest of the championship here, Luke. Obviously, it looks like it's going to be a good one for Team Redline should you continue this form. We wish you all the very best as we head to round 2.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luke Bennett, everybody from Team Redline. And yes, I mean, it looked unlikely, didn't it, Lewis, coming into this one, especially with 4 Williamses there. But he certainly was very clear with the fact that it was a teammate effort. If it wasn't for Sebi Job, it might not have happened.
But this is something that I've noticed a lot. So I actually had this thing, and I think we had a conversation about this in Sweden at the end of last year, where I said I didn't know how this was going to work out for Team Redline. Obviously, absorbing the Red Bull Racing side of things, and also taking a few drivers from Urano. Redline, they didn't double in size, but they took on a lot of high-level drivers at the end of last year without actually dropping any drivers, really. So they just added to their group. And I remember saying, I thought this wasn't going to work. I thought they were all going to be like brushing arms and getting in each other's way. In fact, what has happened has been the exact opposite. Watching the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, watching how they've been in sim racing generally, it's become more of a team effort. Like they're more focused on the team than the individual. I think that is excellent to have so much high quality drivers. To be honest, so much ego, right? But it's dealt with so brilliantly. It's honestly, it's so depressing to see because they're so good. It's really annoying.
Very true. And obviously the team's championship is everything, certainly for these initial 3 rounds. Let's take you through the current standings as we talk about it. Williams still in charge in terms of the points allocation, but I did mention that Redline did outscore Williams in that last race. They're now sat on 147, so the gap has come down just slightly. Team Vitality also breaking 100 into 130. They're only now 17 points behind Redline with Porsche Coanda in 4th place. It wasn't a great run for them in that final race, obviously with Charlie Collins dropping back places, and obviously a really bad day as well for Joshua Rogers, who I think is not going to look on favourably at that one. Apex Racing Team after a positive day with Kevin Ellis Jr., 5th place with 92, 52 points for Team Falcons as well after a great display from Jakub Matuszewski. I'm sure they'll be back as well in the next one. Team Mouse, don't count them out, of course. Max Benneker unfortunately missing out after that spin in the opening knockouts, and then BS Plus Competition in 8th place as well. G2 Esports in 9th. Guild Esports be looking for a better time of it, of course, not qualifying any of their drivers into the final. They'll be looking to right that wrong in our next run as well. And the Virtus Pro team looking to do the same. FaZe Clan in P12 on 9 points alike. And we can also look ahead as well, folks. We've got our next show date coming up very shortly. Of course, there's plenty more to look forward to here in ESL R1, certainly here in this Spring Series Championship. We'll look ahead to May 24th for round 2 in the Teams Championship run, and then our final round will take place on June 7th in round 3. And then, of course, the Drivers' Championship kicks off on June 21st, round 1, round 2 on June 28th, and then July 5th for round 3. That is what you've got to look out for. Obviously, we're going to be in for a real treat as time goes on and as the series comes on. Lewis, any thoughts as we look ahead to sign off?
I mean, look, thrilling to see the strength of the teams like Team Falcons. Obviously, Williams Esports looking really, really strong, naturally, as you would expect. Apex putting on quite a good show in that as well. Vitality maybe looking a little bit weaker than we were expecting, with a couple of issues for the likes of Thibaut Caswell and Marcel Chinchik. But as always, it does seem as though, even despite having a poor round, having 2 drivers getting knocked out, it does seem as though Team Redline still are the team to beat. What are we going to see over the next couple of rounds? We'll have to wait and see, George.
We certainly will. We have got a round coming up soon. We're only 1 round in this 3-round Teams Championship. Who can take it? Williams with a great start. Redline, though, chasing their tails with Vitality not far away either. It's only just begun, folks. We'll see you soon for round 2.
Position till the breakout. They're the ones wishing they could turn around. Big bangs to cover up your head before the bomb blast is coming soon, so you better think fast. I never thought you'd fall from first to last. Wide-eyed, hot, wide, locked and loaded. Say the word, 'cause you know that I'm dying to go. Come on! Yeah, we were born ready. Yeah, we were born wild. Yeah, come on and get ready. 'Cause we're bringing the fight. Come on! Yeah, we were born ready. Yeah, we were born wild. Yeah, come on and get ready. 'Cause we're bringing the fight. Come on, stand up and give a little love to the leader. Yeah, take a little lesson from the teacher. Raise your hand, gonna make you a believer. It's done, it's over before I ever stepped in. I caught you flat-footed while you're resting. I never take it easy, better rub it in. Wide-eyed, hot, wide, locked and loaded. Say the word, 'cause you know that I'm dying to go. Come on! Yeah, we were born ready. Yeah, we were born wild. Yeah, come on and get ready. 'Cause we're bringing the fight. Come on. Yeah, we were born ready. Yeah, we were born wild. Yeah, come on and get ready. 'Cause we're bringing the fight. Yeah.